I don't see the time, but I think we're ready to begin. Dobro jutro, Baroness. Well, good morning, everybody, and congratulations to those who have gotten up early for this coffee clutch session to begin the day here in Bled. It's certainly a great honor for me to be back in Bled. I've been here in many capacities. And I think this conference really accomplishes a lot and brings a focus to this part of the world and the issues that we're all about. Today, of course, I have a particular honor to be joined by Lord Robertson, Baron George Robertson, Port Ellen. He needs really no introduction to this group, but it fits so well into the themes of this conference as we think about the power to shape the future and the wisdom that Lord Robertson can bring to us. We're going to spend about 30 minutes in conversation and then open it up to questions. And I know this room has a lot of people with excellent questions to pose to Lord Robertson, and that can help start out this day as we look to the rest of the program. Of course, most recently, Lord Robertson led the UK's 2025 Strategic Defence Review, and that concluded that Britain and its allies face a new era of threat requiring warfighting readiness, stronger defence production, and a whole-of-society response. Now, today we meet just 2 months after NATO leaders gathered, of course, in Ankara for the most recent summit, and it's also 10 days before the 25th anniversary of the 9/11 attacks. So that gives us a real opportunity, I think, to examine not simply what NATO declares, but what Allied solidarity means in practice, and whether Europe has the power and the political will to shape its own security future. So let's begin with that and ask you, George, as leaders met July 7th and 8th in Ankara, and Mark Rutte described the outcome as NATO 3.0, higher investment, increased defense production, and European allies assuming greater responsibility for their security. Did Ankara generally mark an emergence of a stronger, more European NATO? And what do you think of this idea of NATO 3.0, looking back at your time as Secretary General?
Well, I think that NATO, which is, after all, the sum of its parts. It's not some great monolithic organization like the UN or the European Commission, the European Union. Its core staff, under the direction of Mark Rutte, is actually very small indeed. But the campus is huge because the delegations come from the individual nations. So over the years, through the Cold War, then the Balkan War, and then the War on Terror, it has had to recreate itself and make itself more relevant to the times. And I think it's going to have to do that again at a period when a great power competition is becoming the rule of the day, when Russia is actually invading a sovereign, independent nation state. Then yes, there has to be a 3.0. We have to recalibrate both the capabilities and the intent of the organization, and I think it can do that. Just as it committed itself in the past, the first shots of anger of what is a defense organization actually took place in Bosnia. When military forces were used against Milosevic at that time. These were the first shots fired in anger by this great alliance. So it has to be recreated, it has to be made relevant to the times, and I think therefore we're now in an era where NATO has got to become much more agile, much more capable, and much more resolute in the face of the clear dangers that now exist.
I think that's such an important point, and certainly in my country, in the United States, what NATO really is. It's small staff, It existed since 1949 and created a space in its area of responsibility that provided a level of peace and stability that this area had not known, and it was Bosnia. It was just miles from here where those first shots began, and NATO entered a new phase in the post-Cold War era. We hear a lot about Article 5 and what that means for NATO, the backbone of it. And in Ankara, we had a declaration that described Article 5 as a commitment that remains ironclad, and that included President Trump signing up to that, an important moment. I think you know better than anyone what invoking Article 5 actually entails, and I thought to remind us of that context, again, with this 25th anniversary of 9/11 coming up, when the Alliance invoked Article 5, what do you remember most vividly about that decision and those days, literally 24 hours after the attacks of 9/11, and what that meant for the Alliance?
Well, I think it meant a huge amount, and especially for the United States. The attack on the United States was quite clearly an attack on an individual country, and yet when we raised it, the possibility of declaring Article 5, it was pretty controversial at the time. Even when I phoned Colin Powell, who I think was in Peru at the time, he said, well, yeah, I know what Article 5 is. Why are you talking about it? And he said, well, you've been attacked. And suddenly there was a dawning awareness of that. And we went through the process. And I have to say that it was only when I read out the declaration at the end of the day that I began to realize how significant the moment actually was. But I also am haunted occasionally by the thought that if one country of the 19 had said no, had said wait, had said we don't like the terminology in the statement, then what would be a great idea would have been a disaster. Right. When you go for Article 5 and then didn't get it as well. And I had to use pretty well every skill that I had achieved in years of politics in the west of Scotland in order to sort of deal with to getting all the governments on board. And then luckily the following day everyone thought it was their idea. And I think that was good. Now, so I declared Article 5, and I hope sincerely that I'm the only person ever to declare Article 5. That we will be so robust, we will have established deterrence so well that nobody is going to cross that line in the future. But I fear at times that we've actually created a degree of complacency through Article 5. That nearly 1 billion people every night sleep safely in their beds, believing that Article 5 is there and that they are absolutely protected. And yet we're now at the stage in time where there is a real threat to our peace and our stability and our safety as a whole with what is happening in eastern Ukraine.
And we see that almost every day in terms of the hybrid efforts that Russia is exerting against Western Europe and the United States as well. Those are real threats. The alliance, of course, shifted after 9/11. The focus became counter-terrorism. That was the threat, another form of hybrid threat. And while it's significant, I think, to recall that that Article 5 declaration meant that Europe and Canada came to the aid and support of the United States, something that is, I think, often forgotten in our country. Do you think that we would be able to summon, with 32 allies now, that same kind of solidarity, given what we're facing almost every day in terms of these hybrid threats?
I think it's still an open question, but the reality is that when something happens, as it happened on 9/11, then the organization galvanizes. And I think that would happen here. To talk about it in abstract terms, when there is no threat and there is nothing happening at the present moment, is very difficult to calibrate. If you ask somebody in the street, would Chicago be at risk because of Estonia? Then that's a theoretical example. But the threat is actually now real and not theoretical.
It's not till it happens.
I know, but I grabbed the headlines in the UK a couple of months ago by talking about a corrosive complacency in the political leadership of our country at that time. It was taken as an attack on the government of the day, and in some respects it was. But I think there is a lot of wishful thinking around in this country as well as other countries, and that needs to be dispelled. The threat, the problems, both in the hybrid as well as in the real world, are real and actual, and they're on display.
And I do think that's part of the challenge for the alliance to shift as well, with the most immediate test of allied purpose, not necessarily against terrorist attacks on a member state, but we see Russia doing what it's doing against Ukraine, a country that, of course, is seeking membership in the alliance. And the alliance seems to be, in some ways, more transactional, and a big focus on funding and financing, which I think is a principal question now, where allies pledged huge amounts for military equipment towards Ukraine, training, a lot of this coming from Europe. And is this, do you think, a sign, evidence that Europe has finally sort of come of age within the alliance, and that the U.S. is transferring the burden, stepping away perhaps? What did you take from Ankara in terms of the U.S. commitment?
Well, a combination of Donald Trump and Vladimir Putin has forced the Europeans to realize that they have an obligation that is bigger than they presently are willing to carry. Why should, as Jim Mattis once, I think, eloquently put it, why should the American taxpayer care more about the safety of European children than European countries should do as well? So I think the balance is now moving. The imbalance inside NATO is moving now much in favor of the Europeans doing more. Whether they can actually, in the short term, do everything that America is expected to do at the moment is going to be a Herculean task for the future. But I think there's also a dawning realization by the Americans about what being an alliance actually means. For many years, people like me sort of said the Europeans have got to step up because America is doing too much. But actually, America gains by having 31 automatic allies meeting every week talking about security issues, which amplifies American influence in the world and magnifies the amount of money that is being spent by the Americans on defense as a total. But it sometimes takes administrations, as I found out as I moved into the Bush administration, it takes a while for it to dawn on the Americans generally how beneficial membership of the alliance actually is.
This is a good deal. This is something that gives us not only a leadership role in the broader transatlantic space, but contributes to our own security, and again comes back to that declaration of Article 5 and what was done with allies behind us, supporting us, not only in the defense of the United States. I can remember AWACS and other things patrolling over Washington, but then supporting us in Afghanistan. In many ways, NATO was there, a big part of that. And I think those are good things for Americans to reflect on as we have this 25th anniversary and think about these burden-sharing questions. The problem remains, of course, that the alliance has declared everyone is going to spend 5% total, 3.5% plus another 1.5% in investment in infrastructure and other investments, that is of percentages of GDP. How likely do you think it is that we'll get there?
We have to get there. the heads of state and government all agreed unanimously that that was going to be the target. You know, we're here in Bled, and it's great to be here among so many people talking about security as a whole. But yesterday we had 5 prime ministers on the platform who barely mentioned defence at all. 2 presidents again who barely mentioned defence and security. And I think that is symptomatic of the times that we're living in. And yet the obligation, the financial obligation, is huge in terms of what is being spent at the moment. Slovenia, this country is spending under 2%, which was the benchmark before the 3.5% was produced, and the 1.5% on top of that. So these are massive fiscal obligations that the heads of state and government have taken on. And I sent a message to Mark Rutte, my successor, and saying, well, you know, what you should do what I didn't do and should have done, and that was a North Atlantic Council based on finance ministers. Exactly. You say, just point the finger at the finance ministers and say, your heads of state and government have all agreed to these massive increases in expenditure. How are you going to do it? And I think now in the United Kingdom, we have a defence secretary who resigned because the finance minister...
And became the finance minister.
And he is now the finance minister. So he's on the front pages of the newspapers today saying, I will not renege on what I said before, although it will be very, very difficult to do.
That's very
so the prime ministers have got to focus on the fact that there is a big obligation that they have, and therefore... it's a problem that they'll have to solve.
Because without security, you don't have prosperity. I mean, that's the fundamental equation. It means you've got to have the security in order to pursue the prosperity.
Well, you know, I said in a recent speech in the House of Lords that, you know, when you're standing in the rubble of our schools and our hospitals and our homes, you can say proudly, well, we kept to the fiscal rules. It's too late. It's much too late. And therefore, you know, when the threat has become actual and not theoretical, you know, when we see every night on television what's happening, when we see a Ukrainian lady yesterday getting an award from the president of Slovenia and describing what the occupation by Russia actually means in terms of the brutality, the rapes, the torturing that is going on in eastern Ukraine at the present moment, you know, then people need to know that the bear is at the door. It's there, and it's not very far away from where we are at the present moment, and it could easily come to us.
It's interesting that during the Cold War period, for so long, we seemed to recognize that the bear was at the door. That was what motivated us. We worked together to prevent that. And now with the bear actually attacking Ukraine and what's happening there, there's a greater complacency for this. And you actually have the U.S. undertaking a force posture review that's going on right now, led by the European Command, that will determine, in terms of deployment of U.S. resources and forces, boots on the ground and other equipment, going into the future. Do you have any thoughts on what the implications of different outcomes of that review might be in terms of how we're looking at the bear at the door, at least from the Americans?
Well, I think, you know, there is a temptation always to take troops away from your homeland, and therefore, in the initial stages of this particular administration, there was a view that American troops based in Europe were not protecting the homeland. Whereas, in fact, they are. They're the front line of defense of the United States of America. And I think that is a dawning realization, so that when the first tranche of troops was withdrawn, it got swiftly vetoed as well. And I think that people now are beginning to recognize in America that that collective security means collective security.
That's right.
That isolationism in the past has never worked for America. Didn't work in the First World War when the Kaiser decided to sink every ship that was coming to Europe. Didn't work in the Second World War when the Emperor of Japan used Pearl Harbor. And it didn't work in terms of 9/11 when terrorists decided to attack the mainland of the United States. So it's not going to work in the future again either.
And it's a question, too, it combines, again, the sort of finance and security sides of things. What came out of the Ankara summit, again, was the importance of defense industrial production as part of central to alliance strategy. Defense industrial production reflects not only expenditures, but it reflects economic efforts, growth, innovation. So much has come out of that. How do you see that, even from a UK perspective, with all of these 32 allies contributing in ways to defense industrial production, and how maybe we need to look at that in a different way?
Well, during the strategic defense review that we did last year, we saw the industrial capability as being part and parcel of the effort. There has to be a connection between the policymakers and the industrialists in the defense area. And therefore, we need to be closer and make sure that there is a drumbeat of production that doesn't lead to this, this present crisis of interceptors being, sort of exhausted at the moment. We can't give extra interceptors to Ukraine because basically we're running out of them. They take a long time to produce, and a lot of the production lines have been cancelled anyway because due to wishful thinking, we didn't think that we needed them. So that connection has to be there. We need to share intelligence much more with the industrial base, the defence industrial base, as a consequence. And that's why in the UK we created the post of a national armaments director, which most countries had already, but somebody who was intimately connecting industry to the Ministry of Defence as a whole, as part and parcel of the overall effort.
And reflecting the innovations that are taking place, the technology that's being applied. We see this from the Ukraine experience, where now drones have become the key element, not necessarily these major weapon systems, but simpler systems that can be reproduced, replicated quickly, updated quickly with battlefield data coming in on almost a daily basis.
Well, we need to be as agile as that. We're fighting a war at the moment. Our adversaries are at war with us, even although we are not yet at war with them. But yet we are operating at peacetime levels. And that the pace of that is not simply sufficient to be able to deal with what the Ukrainians are having to deal with at the moment. So we can draw the lessons. What is happening in Ukraine is not necessarily what would happen in a kinetic war, but at the same time, the pace of innovation that they are having to develop at the moment is something that we have got to learn from and learn quickly.
That's an extremely good point, and it actually comes back to sort of this concept of at what point does a hybrid attack become an Article 5 matter? The things that Russia is doing, as you say, they see themselves as a war against us, against NATO, against the West, and is carrying out certain things. At what point does that shift into something that the alliance really has to deal with as something that may cross that Article 5 threshold?
Well, we'll know it when we see it. I think that is the the impression is that we think about war and threats as being a tank formation across the North German plain or across the Estonian or the Latvian borders. That's not the way that modern war takes place.
Suwalki Gap.
Exactly. That in advance of war, cyber attacks, targeted assassinations, disinformation campaigns. The fact that in our country, as we said in our review, 99% of all the data we use, and that applies in Europe as a whole, comes in undersea cables. 99%. In the case of the UK, 77% of all our gas supplies on which we depend come in one pipeline from Norway. So your critical national infrastructure is on a knife edge, and that is where any adversary, using common sense, would actually sort of make the inroads. So at the moment, we are under attack day and daily. Across Europe, we're seeing sabotage operations taking place. Contracted out to organized crime. That's the simplest way of doing it. The SVR, the Russian Foreign Intelligence Service, proved that they were totally incapable and incompetent when it came to doing these things. So you just contract it out. It's a good capitalist principle. You do that, and then you deny any responsibility for it. And that is ongoing at the present moment. Election interference, you can bet your life, is a key element in Kremlin thinking at the present moment. And when you combine, what's happening in the Kremlin with what the thought processes in Beijing and in Pyongyang and in Tehran as well, the combination of all of these things, then the threat is not in any way theoretical. It's real and it's happening.
And the challenge remains for leaders, political leaders, governments, military and security leaders and experts to get societies prepared psychologically to face this hybrid threat, this sustained cost that's required to do that. Maybe when the lights go out, when the water goes off, when the internet is out, because some cable has been cut, that's what will wake people up. Maybe then 3.5% of GDP doesn't seem so challenging.
But it might be too late at that point. Yeah. Spain and Portugal lost power for 48 hours. And they began to realize what these things can happen. They don't know whether it was a cyber attack or simply a surge in electricity. But our modern life basically depends on electricity. When the lights go out, then we begin to realize. And at that point, people will scream at the political leadership, why didn't you do something about it?
Exactly.
And I think that is what all of us, sitting here in a security forum, have got to bear in mind. There will come a point in time where the public is going to condemn us for the privations that they will go through at that time.
It's a very important lesson that I think our politicians need to think about and how they explain the importance of this. I'd like to come back.
We called for in our review for a national conversation. And
yes,
the Prime Minister accepted it. He didn't do it, but he accepted the principle of that. And I hope the new Prime Minister is now going to do it. And we need to get the message over without frightening people, but simply what the risks, the problems are. And we are not safe. I kept saying that. We're underprepared, we're underinsured, we're under attack, and we are therefore not safe. But we need to get that message over so that finance ministers, especially, get the message that it has to be a priority in the future.
No, I think that's really that message. And what you said in that report, and you've repeated it many times, Britain, but this reflects, I think, many allies, underprepared, underinsured, and under attack.
Yeah.
That means you're not safe. And how that can be translated to the broader public who is facing so many other challenges and distractions every day. It really is a question of resilience, and our Ukrainian friends demonstrate that every day. In our last minute before we turn to questions, bringing it closer to home and recalling again your time as Secretary General, of course, before 9/11, we had the Kosovo conflict. And before that, of course, was Bosnia, very much in this region. Some of the most tragic violence that took place since World War II in this region. Do you think we've learned in this region from that, from what happened at that time? What kinds of lessons do you think, in terms of the NATO intervention in Kosovo, have been transferred into this era. We went straight, of course, into the 9/11 era after Kosovo, and that changed the mindset. Have we got to reflect a little more now on what happened in terms of Kosovo, what that meant, and things that are still unresolved to this day?
Well, I think we have to talk, we have to think all the time about the strength of our societies, the strength of our democracies, you know, the ability of people to overcome problems in the future. And a lot of the problems of the Balkans still remain unresolved even today, despite the fact that the crushing demands of other issues are so great, and we need to deal with that. I think the worrying thing is that our adversaries are a lot more active than we are today. So the Western Balkans has become a sort of an adventure playground
yeah.
for the great power competition that is ongoing, and they don't behave according to the rules. And I think we need to be aware of it. You know, I met Vladimir Putin on 9 occasions during my time as Secretary General, and let it be said, and it's worth repeating this, at no point in all of the meetings that I had with him did he mention NATO enlargement as being a feature. You know, they now claim that it was NATO enlargement that caused the problems and NATO getting closer to Russia. At no point in any of these meetings did he actually complain about the way in which we were going to take over the 3 Baltic states, previously part of the Soviet Union. And you know, I carry with me this piece of paper, which is the declaration, the signed declaration of the NATO-Russia summit in May 2002, where Vladimir Putin signed up to the NATO-Russia Founding Act, which promised the territorial integrity of all states in Europe. You know, so
exactly.
a worthless piece of paper now with his signature on it.
But important to remember that these were parts of what is relatively recent history.
Absolutely. You know, 2002 is not long ago.
Exactly, and it reminds us that the context is very important as we look at the challenges we face now. And I think reminding new generations of what this was too can help get the narrative back on track to reflect what really happened in that period. Well, I think we've got now 8 minutes for questions. I know there's several people. Sir, Ambassador, please come with your first question. I think there's a microphone that's going to come around.
Thank you. My name is Andrej Benedejcic. I'm the Slovenian NATO ambassador. It is a real pleasure being here. Lord Robertson, we met last time in February in London. You attended the NATO nuclear seminar, so it was a real pleasure to hear you then. I have a question regarding the Hedgehog 2025 exercise, which took place last year in Estonia. As you know, UK is the framework nation for the FLF in Estonia, and during that exercise, 2 mechanized NATO battalions were basically rendered combat ineffective in a space of several hours by 10 Ukrainian drone operators. So that was taken as a sign that the alliance still has not really internalized some of the lessons from the Ukrainian battlefield. And now, in light of the fact that UK has such a leading role within the alliance and that you also led the strategic defense review for the United Kingdom, what is your assessment of the readiness of UK forces and allied forces for this new type of warfare? Thank you.
Well, I think I said it. We're underprepared at the moment. Not unprepared, underprepared. Of that, there is no doubt. And I think it's what you say is right. Getting the lessons of Ukraine into the mind of our military is going to be difficult. You know, it has been said in the past that the most difficult thing with the military is to get old ideas out and new ideas in. And the way of warfare is now changing quite dramatically. At the end of the session yesterday, the president of Slovenia was talking about autonomous vehicles in war. You know, the automation of the battlefield, the digitalization of the battlefield, and the implications of that as well. And our militaries have got to be updated now. We're anchored too often in the Cold War thinking that is now out of date, and the Ukrainians are showing that almost every day, and we need to be as innovative as they have been in order to be able to deal with the adversaries who themselves are innovating very quickly.
It's an extremely good point. We've got to capture that innovation and agility to be able to reflect what's necessary in defense in this modern period.
Somebody was mentioning yesterday that one of the donations that the Ukrainians have appreciated are from the fishermen of Portugal, who are donating nets, so that nets have become an important part of the defense of Ukraine, because that's the only way in which the drones cannot see what is going on underneath it.
It's hard to spend 3.5% of your GDP on nets, but it reminds you that some of the key defense elements are not huge ticket items, but simple things. Momcilo.
Hello, good morning. Momcilo Radulovic from Montenegro European Movement. Two questions, in fact, related to the subject that you mentioned. The first one is, how do you comment the recent visit of head of the CIA to Moscow? And the second one is, having in mind the Balkan experience and dissolution of the Yugoslav Federation according to the ethnic lines, how do you see eventual situation in Russian Federation, having in mind that many autonomous regions are populated by different ethnic populations, which are mostly the target of inscriptions, military inscriptions, and they are also mostly taken, the people from these minorities are mostly taken to the front directly. So is there any chance of some kind of, and also regarding, for example, Chechnya and eventual changes in leadership in Chechnya due to the health reasons? So how do you see, are there any kind of eventual events in future that you can see or presume that might lead to certain kind of conflicts within the Russian Federation according to ethnic lines?
Looking at Russia.
Well, I don't know the answer to your first question about why the CIA director went in a C-17 for a 2-hour visit to Moscow. It certainly wasn't tourism. I hope that...
Summer holiday.
Well, you never know. But I hope that he was delivering a message about the preparedness of the West, and that any attempt, to escalate would be confronted in very, very robust styles. And I think that probably is what he was intent on getting a message over. It seems impossible to get through to the Russian hierarchy at the moment. Even the Russian people have a difficulty getting close to that hierarchy as well. So maybe he was doing that. Now, in terms of Russian public opinion, I don't think we do enough in order to change public opinion in Russia. During the Cold War, we had all the instruments, Voice of America, Radio Liberty, BBC World Service, getting the truth into the Russian people. And we seem to have abandoned all of that today, and we're not doing nearly enough to get through to a largely European country. This is not the Soviet Union, which was hermetically sealed from the outside world anyway. So the people round about Putin, and actually people who've got property in the Balkans, in London, in the Hamptons, who've got yachts in the south of France, who've got children going to schools and universities across the world. They know what the outside world is and what they're being deprived of at the present moment. And we need to do much more about doing that. And I think that when Vladimir Putin looks at pictures of Saddam Hussein and Muammar Gaddafi in a drain, and thinks carefully about Nicolae Ceausescu, who was safe and secure and had the nastiest of secret police in the Securitate, but when he walked out onto that balcony that day, people started laughing at him. and that was the end. By the end of the day, he was dead as well. So we won't know until we do know what's happening in Russia, but we need to keep the pressure up.
As we heard yesterday, gradually and then suddenly.
Yeah,
And that can be what's important. I think that's a great place to sort of wrap this up. Gives us some ideas for the rest of the day. 25 years after 9/11, central lessons maybe that we've learned. Alliances aren't sustained simply by the treaty itself, but so many other elements, many of them forgotten, like the NATO-Russia Founding Act, what that meant. Spending targets, summits, declarations. Really, it's about political trust, shared purpose, demonstrated willingness to act. And I think we have no better expert on that. And we're extremely grateful to Lord Robertson for sharing his views and insights, and very happy that you'll be able to continue doing that, both at Bled and in so many fora again. So please join me in thanking Lord Robertson and Port Ellen.
Thank you.
We'll get you to your plane on time. So, thank you.
Good morning and welcome to the Age of Multi-Alignment from Rules to Power Politics panel. My name is Simona Leskovar. I'm a Slovenian ambassador and program director of Bled Strategic Forum. We have with us 5 distinguished voices from Spain, the UK, India, Greece, and Slovenia, each bringing a different perspective and a wealth of experience across academia, diplomacy, politics, and strategic affairs. Let me introduce them. With us is Mr. Charles Powell, Director, Elcano Royal Institute, Gregoire Ross, Director, Europe, Russia, and Eurasia Program of Chatham House, UK, Samir Saran, President, Observer Research Foundation, India, partner of Bled Strategic Forum, Lucas Tsoukalis, Eliame, President of the Board and Science Pro Professor, and Jerne Pikalo, Professor at the Faculty of Social Sciences, University of Ljubljana, and former Slovenian Deputy Prime Minister and Minister of Education and Science. So let me start by questioning the title of our panel itself. We call this Age of Multi-Alignment. But are we sure? Are countries really gaining more freedom to navigate between different centers of power? Or is this multi-alignment simply a polite way of saying that we don't want to choose between Washington and Beijing? And India is often presented as a textbook example. So Samir, I would like to start with you and asking you, is multi-alignment strategy of a choice or strategy for a country that cannot afford to choose?
Look, I don't think one size fits all. So first of all, let's be, good morning, and thank you, Peter, for inviting me. I'm delighted to be back and delighted to partner with the Bled Forum and hope to have many of you join us in Ricina next year when we put together some conversations with Peter. Now, to answer your question, the world has always been multi-aligned if you were powerful. If you were powerful, you had relationships that were promiscuous, that were irrational, that were whimsical, and obviously they were also value-based and principled. So if you were powerful, you slept with everyone in the neighborhood. You funded every side of every conflict. That's the United States of America in the last 80 years. Every side of every conflict has an American imprint. So if you were big and powerful, you engaged with all, and that was the reality of the times since I have been studying international relations. The USSR did the same when they were at their peak. The Chinese are doing exactly that. So much so that they are also engaging with the Americans as they build up against the Americans. So in some sense, multi-alignment is an attribute and a privilege of the powerful. And if you, as the world becomes more multipolar, as more centers emerge, as more countries become more self-confident and self-assured, you are going to see those countries engage in similar patterns of behavior. Now, coming to India, I think India is not a classic case of being multi-aligned. India is, for the first time, being aligned. India was the non-aligned movement chief. India was not aligned at all. It is only in this century that it has now got the confidence and the muscles to make relationships and engage with folks on specific issues, domains, and sectors. So we are very clear that we have a very testy relationship with China. So we are building our muscularity to be able to repel Chinese adventurism at our costs. For that, we need to partner with a certain set of countries, Europe most chiefly. Most of our strategic platforms are European, French, for example, and now the submarines with the Germans, and transport aircrafts with the Spanish, and the drones with the Polish. And you have an arsenal of India that is powered by European partnerships, trying to repel Chinese adventurism. But at the same time, we are pragmatic enough to realize that for a country that needs to move from 4.5 trillion to 10 trillion in the next 10 years, we need to engage with the Chinese as well. So we have trading relationships in non-critical sectors, in sectors that are not likely to implicate us, and we are building that relationship. We have a relationship with America on innovation, science, defense platforms in space, and number of... So look, I think multi-alignment is the norm, and not talking to everyone is odd.
Can I follow up that with Lucas, maybe with you? So is this only a privilege of a big powers, of a strong powers, or this can afford also a smaller state, a medium-sized state, or like Greece, Spain, or Slovenia?
My first response would be that if I were to choose the title for today's world, I wouldn't have chosen multi-alignment. I would have chosen disruption, anarchy, and asymmetry, because all three are key features of the world today. Now, in a world that is becoming increasingly anarchic, no rules, in a world that is going through a huge global disruption, and it's not only because of geopolitics, it's a combination of geopolitics, geoeconomics, a major technological revolution, plus climate and migration. So in that kind of world, there is the strategic rivalry between the United States and China, which is one thing, but there is also room for middle-sized powers to play a game. Now, when it comes to medium or smaller-sized countries like Slovenia and Greece, let me put it bluntly and provocatively. The choice is really between engaging in a common European project, looking for a common European response, in which case Europe can be one of the poles in the world, or trying to make the best of our status as vassals. Is that provocative enough?
I'll come back to the poll question with Charles, but let me just follow up with Gregoire. Would UK agree with that? And European project and taking part in...
Position, vassality or... Look, I don't think there's a specifically UK perspective. I know that the United Kingdom is no longer part of the European Union, but it still is very much of a European country with a European, very much a European way of looking at the world, of course through the lens of its own history. I think the way the UK, just like France or other former imperial powers look at it, is that, and I would build on what Samir has said regarding the fact that multi-alignment until today was a luxury of the powerful, is that multi-alignment is the result of something called multipolarity. And it is true that now that multi-alignment is claimed by many emerging powers, regional powers, some about to become global powers, such as India, within the near future. And multi-alignment is the only way for those regional powers to find their way and grow and anchor, in a way, their future in a multipolar world. And this is still something that most European countries still need to come to terms with. I remember very well, it was a panel we hosted at the Munich Security Conference a few years ago with a leading, the Foreign Minister of Pakistan. Wonderful woman, first woman to become Foreign Minister of Pakistan, and she said to an American speaker who was somehow indirectly lecturing her and India and the whole of that part of Asia, said, we're no longer in the time of the Cold War. Do we have the right not to choose? And if we want to deal with the US and with China, we are entitled to do so. This is still something that I believe Europe, and that includes the UK, has not entirely understood. And that's why we've been a bit at odds with the way that many countries across the so-called, whatever it means, global south, is conceiving international relations.
Charles, we were talking before, and you said that you are a bit obsessed with this question of a pole. So I would ask you that can you explain us in your view what makes a pole? Is the size? It's a military. It's military power. It's technology. Is money? Is demography? We were hearing yesterday a lot about that. Or it's just ultimately you are able to persuade others to follow you.
Thank you very much. It's great to be back at Bled. The reason I'm obsessed with poles is because we talk about multipolarity. Now, probably most of us on this stage do believe that the world order is transitioning towards a multipolar order. By the way, this is an assumption that many of our Chinese and American colleagues don't actually share. The Chinese are more polite, perhaps, about this, and they pretend that, yes, indeed, we are moving towards a multipolar world, and they are simply a big pole in that order. Many American colleagues of ours don't actually think that. They basically think that we are still living in a bipolar world. The only difference is that China has replaced the former Soviet Union. So what is a pole? As you were saying, the easy definition is it's a state actor which combines the elements that you've mentioned: geographic size, population, economic power, military significance, etc. Now, if that is so simple, then why are we incapable of actually stating with confidence how many poles are there in the world today? And the reason is, I think, twofold. First of all, because, interestingly, certain attributes, some of the attributes that you've mentioned, don't immediately translate into political power in today's world. For example, is Japan a pole? Arguably not. It's a very significant economic actor, but arguably not a major pole. And the second reason is that, interestingly, multipolarity, although we take it for granted, we use this term very freely, multipolarity is also multifaceted. So, for example, we can say that today we live in a bipolar world in the technological field, because clearly the US and China are streets ahead of the others. But in military terms, it's a much bigger market, right? We have at least 5, 6, 7 powers. By the way, there are 8 nuclear powers in the world, but they are not necessarily poles, right? So, in other words, I think we need to explore the concept of multipolarity in slightly greater depth. Additionally, as Lucas was suggesting, coalitions of states might become powers. And this is, I find, as an EU, someone who, I'm Spanish and I work from Spain, I represent Spain here, we are wildly pro-European, but it's interesting that there isn't a single European document which says that the European Union is a pole in the multipolar world. The European Union likes multipolarity, it prefers multipolarity to bipolarity, but we don't actually have the intellectual confidence to say we are a pole in this emerging multipolar world. Now, is multipolarity good or bad? Well, according to the traditional sort of realist school of international relations, it's dangerous. Yes, it's dangerous. So bipolarity is safe, it's predictable. Multipolarity is dangerous. The founder of the English School of International Relations, Hedley Bull, actually used to say, well, what really matters isn't the number of poles. What matters is whether we have the values and the institutions capable of channeling the rivalry that automatically exists between poles. And I think this is the crucial issue. What we're talking about in this panel is power. And what's happening in the world is that power is being redistributed in an unprecedented manner. So, okay, we can say we live in a multipolar world with weak multilateral institutions, but I think what we should really explore is the link between multipolarity and multilateral institutions.
Jernej, can I follow up on that with you? So we are talking about the role of the EU and if EU is a pole and can EU be a pole, but also I would like to ask, I mean, how do you see that also from the Slovenian perspective, but also is this to be multi-aligned, to be partner with many. Is this the foreign policy of the future, or a foreign policy of the countries that don't have enough power really to choose one side?
Thank you, and good morning to everyone. 3 points that I would make. First of all, is this multipolarity the end state? Or is it just in the passing, as always in history? So this is actually the first question. So we're going from bipolar to multipolar. It can be again bipolar. We don't know. So that's the first point that I want to raise. Second, I think non-polarity in terms of networks, in terms of technologies, digital, etc., etc. You see, this is not a classical, the way we script in international relations in terms of what makes a pole, as you were saying. I also see non-polarity, at least from the beginning of it, until someone actually, grabs it and makes it its own. So non-polarity makes a point, is a point as well. And number 3, it's something that you mentioned, and that is the asymmetry. We have long been thinking about states with attributes. It has this kind of population, this kind of military, this and that. But those are classical attributes that we attribute to each state, and we make it small, big, etc., etc. But it's not about that. It's how, in this asymmetric world, you can actually make something. So it's not about what you have, it's your capability. It's these kinds of things. And this is where I see the point for small states. What we have at the moment, an additional point, is the illiberal international order, which makes asymmetry even harder. This is something that I really want to make. And for the European Union, that is a champion of rule following, etc., etc., that makes a situation even harder. And for a small state like ours, again, it has to deal with this asymmetry, but meaning that it has its chances, but on the other hand, it has also its drawbacks. So this is something that I think we need to bring into the debate.
Samir.
No, I want to change my mind. Actually, I think there are entrepreneurial states, and there have always been entrepreneurial states. Singapore, more recently UAE, Finland, Austria. There are many. If you go through history, there have been entrepreneurial states who have been multi-aligned despite being small, despite not having the capabilities and capacities that the bigger states possessed. So I changed my mind. If you are a brute, you can be multi-aligned, and if you are really smart, you can be multi-aligned. Multi-alignment can work on both sides of the spectrum. You have to have nifty diplomacy or brute strength, and sometimes both of them meet in a country. You have strength as well as nifty diplomacy, and then you can build a world around yourself. And I think there was a moment there, Pax Americana, where it seemed that nifty diplomacy and brute strength were working to carve a liberal order. Short-lived, maybe a decade, financial crisis upon us, and I think started falling apart. But you had that moment when muscularity and entrepreneurial state were very, very visible. But there are plenty of smaller states that have kept their options open, even today, even as we speak, and have they ensure that they get the best of the Beijing consensus and the Washington consensus, even as we speak, and nothing better than the ASEAN countries to understand being able to straddle two different worlds. We are learning from them. So don't start with India, start with many others who are doing it better than us.
Gregoire, are you changing your mind as well?
No, I would side with the former Samir's former self. All the countries you've mentioned are rich countries. Yugoslavia could be a very good example. We're here in Slovenia. It was a relatively rich country for the Eastern Bloc, and so it managed under the leadership of Tito of remaining somewhat of a non-aligned country within the Eastern Bloc. So I'm not sure that you can make a distinction between the size and whether you're brutal or not, or small or not. I mean, Austria, Singapore, those are countries, Austria for that matter, that have been able to make that choice because they had the luxury of doing so. I think it would be difficult to find a poor country who actually managed to choose relations as it saw fit.
Lucas, how different is this view if you are looking at that from a point of view of a developed country or a point of view of a less developed or so-called global south?
Okay, I mean, first of all, let me go on my provocative streak and add one point. Nifty diplomacy is great, but it doesn't always go with democracy internally. So if you want to be nifty in diplomatic terms and move around and be entrepreneurial in diplomatic terms, it may not be entirely consistent with an internal democratic regime that does not allow for continuity and for so much discretion in your foreign policy. Having said that, let us think of Europe for a minute. I mean, we in Europe collectively, after the end of the Cold War, lived in a world of dreams. We dreamt of a world with ever-growing economic interdependence in which our open economies would benefit a great deal. We dreamt of a world of common institutions and rules in which we would be able to exert our so-called soft power, for lack of any hard power. And we always thought that if things were to turn bad, there would always be a benign protector of last resort to save us, namely the United States. The trouble with what has been happening in recent years is those dreams have turned into a nightmare because none of those things any longer functions. And for Europeans, I mean, the state I would describe Europe at for the present moment is half asleep and badly scared because it doesn't know what to do. The world has gone upside down. And it takes us a long time.
But is it, and I will give the floor to all of you with this question, but is it true that this is something new, that the US really changed so much, or this is just that we didn't want to see and the US was always like that? And maybe I'll start with Grégoire and maybe Erne, then you follow on that.
Extremely briefly, because I've already talked. I'd get back to what Prime Minister Janša said yesterday, a very powerful phrase, that history moves through, first of all, gradual maturity and then sudden change. It is very true. And I would not agree with, that might be very French of me, of course, but with Lucas when he said that, Trump was a kind of a sudden change.
I didn't say that.
Well, you said
I mentioned Trump.
Then it's a Freudian projection, but it's just the symptom grew, but it's been, I always take the example that when Jacques Chirac told George Bush that he would not, together with Gerhard Schröder, he would either use France's veto against in the UN Security Council to block a resolution backing the war in Iraq, or that he would actually not join the coalition. George Bush decided to stop selling France the catapults that it needs to allow its aircraft to take off from the aircraft carrier. This immobilized the aircraft carrier for a year, which of course hit significantly French nuclear deterrence. This was a very interesting example of how dependent we are on the US and how the US considered or defined the notion of an ally, rather a vassal. And I think this was part of what the Prime Minister yesterday called granular maturity, that Europeans, not all of them, some were actually far-sighted as early as the 1980s, did not want to see. And, Robert Gates was the first one to say in the mid-2010 that Europeans should not take for granted that, the US will keep committing to NATO in case there might be in the future a change of a significant ideological change in Washington. Every diplomat in Brussels politely listened and politely forgot about the speech.
Yeah.
Maybe a word or two about benevolency. There is this idea that US was a benevolent hegemon after the Second World War. I don't see it completely this way. And this is important because, you know, how we think about the future. Why? Because there's always been an interest following, as it is with every state. And US has followed its interests from the very beginning. We can start with the Bretton Woods agreements, with the way world financial system was set up to the benefit of the clear benefactor, et cetera, et cetera. So there are points. I think it's way more fruitful to think in terms of interests, not so much of the benevolency that is apparently gone. Because, okay, this benevolency might have been there, but I'm not denying it, but it wasn't benevolency because of the benevolency, but because its interests were aligned with that. So that's way more fruitful thinking for the future.
Just maybe a challenge here. Now we are talking about the interests. What's about the values? And what happens when they diverge?
Can I just go back to something that was recently said? I think enlightened self-interest is what the Americans were doing. But, well, yes, the tension between values and interests is at the core of international relations, as we all know. I disagree with the view that suddenly everything is exclusively motivated by national self-interest and that values have gone out of the window. In the EU, I think we still regard ourselves as a normative power. And that's why we're actually very ill-equipped to function in the current international order. We are a peace project, a project for peace. We don't really believe in the use of force. You know, in theory, we were established to avoid a fourth Franco-German war after 3 very bitter ones. So we naively perhaps thought that we were a postmodern entity, and therefore an entity based on values, not so much on national interest. Now, to some extent, as Lucas was saying, all of that is now highly questionable. And the problem is, if we are a normative power, the norms that we believe in are being challenged worldwide, including by the United States. So we are beginning to look like a slightly old-fashioned, postmodern, incipiently postmodern construct, which is singularly out of place in the modern world. Now, the question is, does Europe have the wherewithal to respond to this? And my definition of a pole includes capabilities, autonomy, and a very clear strategic vision. And we have some of those elements, but not all of them. I always remind everyone, we have a motto in the EU, united in diversity. It's a bit of a joke sometimes. There is much more diversity than there is unity. But, you know, we Europeans love to self-flagellate. If it were an Olympic discipline, we would always win the gold medal. And at the same time, we have to remember, you know, we are 6% of the world's population, and we still produce 12% of the world economy. That is not insignificant. The question is, how do we leverage this in the current geopolitical context? And I think your question was very apt. The American writing had been on the wall for many years. We simply refused to acknowledge that. American presidents have been telling us for a long time now that their main interest, systemic strategic interest, is going to be China for the rest of the century. We refused to understand what that meant. But we are now spending 400 billion euros a year on defense collectively. That is massive. It's true that we don't get much bang for our euro, but that is an enormous amount of money. That shows that we do have the political will to begin to take defense and security seriously. So I am moderately optimistic. Not wildly optimistic, but moderately optimistic.
Samir, you on values and interests?
There's so much to unpack here, and I'm between too many Europeans.
Yes.
and it's getting boring. So look, from Vietnam to Gaza, American behavior has not changed. You were celebrating JF Kennedy, you are ridiculing Donald Trump, but America has not changed as a nation. I'm giving you a broad sweep, right, from the 60s to 2020. So let's be honest, they have been always a powerful country that has sought its interests to be protected at whatever costs. And they were able to do it, and that's why they were the superpower. And this is the honest truth. right? Values was a way of, it was an opiate for the Europeans to play while they were running the world. So that was your opium, and you were romancing dictators. In my neighborhood in Pakistan, as recently as yesterday, you were doing business with the most authoritarian regime, China. All your entire economic dependencies is on China. So stop playing values with us, okay? So I think Europe should stop playing values. Now, the good news for Europe is that it has been beaten into understanding this. And like you mentioned, that you have now started spending a huge amount of your resource on building your muscles. And the fact is that if in the last 1 year, we have seen Russia suffer somewhat of a setback in Ukraine, after the first year when they suffered lots of setbacks, but we saw Russia come back, and now we've seen the Ukrainians have been able to stem them, is because Europe is fighting a war. And that's the fact, that Europe invested in building. And by the way, I'm not suggesting that you should fight wars. That's not my purpose. But this value to Europe is like opium to China in that particular time of the world, to keep you busy fiddling while the world was structuring itself in certain directions. Get your muscles, get your interests, and interests over time, good with principles, become values. That's how values were first discovered. They were basically repetitions of habits, political and social, that were enshrined into our systems thinking, in constitutions, in cultures, in religions. Those were values. Your values were yours. My values are mine.
So Samir, can I follow up here? So are we too quick to assume that the world less governed by universal rules must be less stable?
Universal rules? When were there universal rules? I mean, this is again that same bogus conversations that we have in this continent. What was universal about any rule? It was, Pax Americana was the rule. And we were adjusting to Pax Americana. Today, even Americans adjust to China when China is able to dominate certain domains and sectors. So when China decides that magnets move in a certain way, America, retreats from its tariff imposition on China. So I think this whole universalism is, my genuine belief. That please understand, we have evolved as a species because we were not universal. There was no one big storm that could destroy us. We were different, we were diverse, we chose different economic paths, political paths, social paths, cultural paths. And we were never the same, we will never be the same. What we always should try and achieve is pathways that lead us to a common future. But our pathways are not the same. Europe was prescriptive. America was far more nimble and entrepreneurial. That's why I said muscularity, American muscularity and political entrepreneurship allowed them to build a world, albeit briefly, but Pax Americana was a reality, right?
So does that mean we give up on the hope of a multilateral order? The UN Charter?
No, not at all. In fact, let me make this very clear. Let me make this very clear. I think if we dig deeper into the values conversation, you will find at the very bottom, neglected, live 5 or 6 very true universal human concerns. But they have been literally crushed under garbage that comes from socio-cultural preferences of those who have ruled the world for very long. Right? We should not kill each other. That's a good value, right? We should not steal. We should not bomb. We should not plunder. We should not destroy. All that is fine. But if you're going to tell me that my holidays are on this day, and these are my work-life balance norms, and this is my gender, and this is my sexuality, I'm sorry. There is no universalism in that. You have destroyed 3 or 4 kernels of truth with garbage of 2,000 years of all of us contributing to what we believe were important for us. So to answer your question, I think multilateralism, there is a fallacy in this continent that multipolarity and multilateralism are incompatible. Wrong. Multilateralism that we designed was made to work with either 2 powers or 1 power. But I'm sure if we put our heads to it, multilateralism can work with many powers. And it is not bad, it is a good thing. If you have 7 or 8 or 9 significant actors who can bear responsibility, share the burdens, contribute to planetary action, climate action, technology diffusion, and of course, security of our lanes and opening up Strait of Hormuz. Thank you.
Lucas, what kind of rules then we would need if not universal? The rules that would be agreed between just a few powers, or because some universal rules are there, for instance, that you all will be flying home. That is the very universal that we have ICAO and that we respect all this.
But before we talk about rules, let me add a few words about values. Because after all, there's been lively discussion on values. And it is true that we collectively as Europeans have been too much satisfied ourselves with our values. And if you take the trouble to travel in the global south, not now, even before, you realize that talking about European values is not always well received, and this is the understatement of the year, all right? You go to China, and people remind you of what Europeans did to China a century ago. You go to much of the global south, and they remind you about colonialism. And today, to push it further, if you travel throughout the global south, you are reminded of the double standards that Europeans apply to Russia and Israel. And this is everywhere. So let us not be too self-content about our values. Now, having said that, allow me also to say one word about American policy. Because Gregoire put the word Trump in my mouth, but of course I would be the last person on earth to underestimate the Trump effect on world affairs. But I think it is a mistake in Europe to assume that the shift in American policy is largely because of Trump, and when Trump goes, we go back to normal. This is an absolute fallacy. US policy has been shifting, and there are structural factors explaining the shift in US foreign policy. It has to do with strategic rivalry with China. It has to do with the fact that Asia has become the economic powerhouse, and the pivot to Asia has both geopolitical and economic interest. And allow me to add one more factor, which is usually forgotten: internal demographics in the United States. I mean, the United States was run by people of European origin. This is no longer. It's increasingly people from Asia and Latin America. For those people, much of Europe and our European capitals mean nothing at all. And this is not going to go back to what we consider to be normal. So rules, yes, okay. We can agree on some rules in a multipolar world, and we need those rules. But let us not pretend that rules are simply based on universal values, which are our values and which we are not consistent about.
Gregoire, rules, yeah. What kind of rules? Universal or agreed just between few powers on what kind of values?
I think it's a fascinating conversation, and I know, knowing Samir, each time you want to switch Samir on, you say value, and then immediately he shows his pistol. But I think on rules, having rules is good, but committing to them is better. And I think the West generally, and I think in this Samir is right, Europe has condoned a lot of what America has done against the rules we had agreed upon for the past 40 years, is casting a shadow on the very concept of rules. But I'd like to go back to values first. I know it's very trendy these days to bash or lash out at the word values, and I would not want to over-philosophize. But I do believe that we have more in common, including with Asia and India for that matter, in terms of universality of values. I think those who would want to prevent India to be both Eastern and friends with the West would love to fuel that. But the fact is, we believe in the power of science, culture. When you go to India, look at the level of preservation of historical heritage, fight against climate change, preservation of nature. I mean, those are universal values. And if you go to China, they might not do it the same way, but they're doing it. And it's quite extraordinary. Go to many countries in Western Africa and what they do for the rainforest, for instance. We never talk about those things, but they are extremely important to local communities, to local populations. As a matter of fact, they create jobs. They offer kind of inclusive models whereby you include farmers and local communities. And this is where Europe does have a unique selling point, if I may be that vulgar and speak like a marketing specialist, to build partnerships for tomorrow. So I agree we need to be very wary of the word universal. I could even argue with Samir that even within the EU, not everyone would agree on the values. I mean, we need to go too far away to India or in Asia. Within the EU, we don't always agree with what values stand for, or at least what values we're talking about. And yes, it's true that Samir took the metaphor of, what do you say, litter, or you might have used another word, but certain layers of litter, and then you get to find the universal values. But I would not cast away that easily the word values and the fact that we still, including with China, I work with UNESCO, and I can tell you that I haven't seen no country who was not trying to do things to advance cultural cooperation, education. And I think we should be talking more about it, because there are many countries in the world who are too happy to ensure that a country like India or the UAE, for instance, would not get closer to Europe or to the West when they actually would like to.
Conversation. I like the shift away from values to rules. I love, there's an article, remember, by Joseph Nye, who recalled Voltaire saying, you know, this conversation about the liberal international order reminds me of what Voltaire used to say about the Holy Roman Empire, which was neither holy nor Roman nor an empire. And the liberal international order, let's be honest, was never particularly liberal or international or particularly orderly, right? It's very much an American construct. We Europeans bought into it enthusiastically. The EU would never have existed without the American umbrella. Actually, Jean Monnet, you know, the father of the European project, discovered all of this when his dad sent him to the States to sell cognac, and he discovered the Tennessee Valley Authority, which is actually the embryo of the European Commission. So, you know, we are very much part of that tradition. So let's talk about rules then. Okay. First of all, we are too nostalgic about the so-called liberal international order. Let's forget about that construct. Whether or not we inject specific values into that, what Samir said is very important. I think actually it is precisely multipolarity that will generate multilateralism, a more genuine multilateral system than we've ever had before. Why is that? Because it'll be more inclusive, and more representative, and it will reflect the enormous diversity that we already have among our institutions. Now, before we throw the baby out with the bathwater, in other words, the EU, I mean, EU bashing is fine. It's my favorite sport as well. But I think Europe does have a specific contribution to make, precisely because of our historical memory, because of the Holocaust, because of World War II, etc. And that is that we can play a leading role in redefining this rules-based order. And it's not a European obsession. I was in Kazakhstan not long ago, and I was fascinated to hear Kazakh politicians saying, you Europeans think that the game is over, but actually we want you to stand up for some kind of rules-based order, because it's countries like us that need it most. You can actually survive without a rules-based order because you are prosperous, you are civilized, you are basically a peaceful part of the world. But we in Kazakhstan are really the ones who require predictable, clearly defined rules. And as you were all saying, they don't necessarily have to be premised on a very tightly scripted notion of common values.
If I take that, what Charles just said, Jarne, who will be the one to take the lead on that we will have a change or a new or a changed world order? Is this really Europe? Is this really West? Or should we leave that to somebody else? Is world really less stable if the West is not in the lead?
First of all, I don't think it's about leaving it to anyone. It's about, who gets to do what. And your point that you're making about small or middle powers, or however we construct them, I think it's a good point, because what happens is that, you have predictability. This is the thing that smaller or middle powers actually needs. So one of the driving forces, if you're asking about the driving forces, will be, I guess, these kinds of powers, because they will want to have predictability. It's not about, I agree, it's not so much about values. It's not so much about rules per se, but what rules bring is predictability. And this is something where then we are on ease, or is easier, actually, to make points. Now, who will do it? I don't know. And I'll tell you why. Because I think more and more things are actually outside of the human control. You see, I'm referring to artificial intelligence. This is the non-polarity that I was talking about before. Now we still have, we still have centers. We have this or that kind of large language models. But what happens when this is out of our domain? What kind of rules are we going, or is the artificial intelligence going to make? And artificial intelligence doesn't care about polarity. It's a human invention. Doesn't care about all the metaphors that we use in discourse to describe the complexity of the relations that states have among themselves, because this is what we do. We basically, with language, in discourse, in narrative, we construct. What happens then?
But before we move on to non-polarity because of artificial intelligence, we will have quite a few years of extreme polarity and asymmetry, because artificial intelligence is concentrated in two parts of the world, the US and China.
Agree.
And the link between private entrepreneurship and the state with respect to artificial intelligence is very strong, which means that those who control the lead in artificial intelligence can impose things on everybody else. So before we move on to non-polarity, we are dependent and dangerously dependent.
Agree with what you're saying, but you see, let's say that this is a new infrastructure. Not so much content, but a new infrastructure. After the Second World War, let's say Europe decided not to privatize, or that infrastructure is a common thing, something that we all use and have various, enterprises then building on that infrastructure. So this is a question for the new world order. Yeah. Who builds and who, it's not who owns, but how is this infrastructure made?
This is a European perception. That infrastructure is a common good. This is not the perception of people in the Silicon Valley, nor is it the perception of President Trump and his group.
Agree.
Again, I think that's crowded by too many Europeans. Listen, I think I like the natural world more. And although I think the world of artificial intelligence and the future of the rules-based order is going to be implicated by the new relationships, state, machines, people, businesses, and the Maslow's hierarchy and everything is going to change. So we'll have to come up with a new framework of defining why we are being stupid again. But let's leave that for later. Let's talk about currently what's really happening. And I think AI has an important role in that. The concentration of compute, of capabilities, of materials, of components, of energy systems. And this is important. If you look at the concentration of these 4 or 5 big resource pools that will shape power and the manifestation of power in the future, you can very clearly see that, what did you say, what was the word? Neutral, no. What is non-aligned, no. What did you use? Non-polar. The non-polar world is unlikely to materialize. Eventually, technology will all force us into ecosystems of either of the two that define the world of the future. So in many ways, you are seeing polarization at the micro level, within regions, within domains, within certain specific issues. But at the broader level, you see these two very powerful forces pulling different countries into their orbits, simply because if you don't, you will be left out. And I think that's the big macro picture that's happening. Even though we have micro polarization, you have a macro order that is emerging, unless some others decide that we don't want these two options, mercantilism versus state capitalism. We don't want either of the two, we want a third way. And for that, we have to stop Europe bashing. So no Europe bashing now. And we have to think about a Europe that actually shapes the third option, the third alternative, with countries such as India, countries such as Brazil and others. So I think there's an opportunity here, after all is said and done, for a Europe-India partnership, and that is why I came to this panel. I started by saying that all our strategic investments, platforms, fighter jets, submarines, are Europeans. We have never bet on the Americans. Even Russians were Europeans that we bet on. Right? So if you look at our strategic, and I say it with seriousness, that if you look at our decision, we have decided that our biggest economic partnership will be in Europe, our biggest strategic partnership and military partnerships will be in Europe, and I'm glad that over the last 2 years, Europe has emerged as a military security actor. So I think, please, I'm not condemning values. I'm saying let's go to that 5 or 6 or 7 basic fundamental truths that all of us agree on. Stop superimposing those realities. You know, I always tell people that if the world had all lived up to the 3 agreements we signed, the human rights documents in the 1950, etc., those 3 documents are fine. Stop adding your interpretation over it. We all signed onto it. Just let's live up to those 3 documents that we signed. That's a good basis for a rules-based order. That be nice to kids, be nice to those who have been excluded, be nice to minorities, don't bomb each other, don't stone each other, don't kill each other. Those are nice documents. Like the gospel of Monet was not needed. Europe imposed the gospel of Monet on top of those. And that is what was rejected. And I really think that if we can go back, and by the way, I completely agree. Someone made this point about Kazakhstan, who was mentioning, look, we do a foreign policy survey every year in India. Over 85% of Indian youth ages 18 to 34, or 18 to 34, that's right. So which is basically half of our population. Literally around that number, vote for UN with their feet. 85% want multilateralism to survive. They want the UN to be the primary agency for global governance. So please, none of us here, none of us who may have a quibble with how Europe wants to conduct world affairs, has a quibble with the fact that we want global governance and a multilateral order and a global institution. If we were all to redesign a global institution again, we would come back to the UN. That is the design. The only difference would be that we would have the board of directors report to the general body, unlike now where the general body reports to the board of directors. So that is a fundamental flaw, that you have the chief executive deciding, not reporting to the shareholders. So I think that is the only flaw. But we would otherwise have come to the same design. So the global south, the emerging countries such as India, are betting on a rules-based order, are betting on multilateralism, and are betting on a Europe that can actually now contribute and help shape, that not lead, partner and shape that third option. We don't want the China model. We don't have to embrace the American model. We can have a third way. Let's build that third way. And until you put the third way on the table with entrepreneurial outcomes, military capabilities, and political investments, these 2 models will continue to thrive.
We have only 6 minutes to the end, and we need to finish on time because I was the one enforcing this rule about 5 minutes transition between the panels. So I have a final question for all of you, and I prepared that question ahead, so I will go with it, although it's a little bit different than our discussion right now, but just bear with me. So forget about diplomacy for a moment. And it's 2030. And the world is more dangerous than it is today. And you have to choose. What would you have? One powerful ally that you can rely on, or 5 partners that you never completely trust? Grégoire. And we have only 5 minutes, and it's 5 of you.
Well, you know, I think we're already there. So 2030 is tomorrow, and as far as I can see, it's mostly the second option, the 5 partners that we do not completely trust. But I'm sure that the partners could say the same about us, so we're even.
Lucas.
Well, are you talking about Europe or are you talking about individual countries? Because my answer would be that Europe has part of its DNA rules. And therefore, the European Union, more concretely, is endowed to play an important role in creating a rules-based order. And that is extremely important, but obviously with the realization that this can be done and should be done in cooperation with willing parties, especially countries like India and others. And this is not only because Samir is around. Okay? And after all, remember that our international order was not only a Pax Americana, but also look at the distribution of power in international institutions. Look at the share of votes in the IMF and the World Bank. I mean, it has no relationship to actual economic power or population. So we Europeans, I think, need to recognize that we play an important role in creating a new international rules-based order, but also recognizing that large parts of the global south must have a bigger say than they ever had before.
Charles, what would you advise to the Spanish government? 1 reliable partner or 5?
Well, the Spanish government has decided that there is no one reliable partner, as you know, and that our only close allies are within the European Union. So basically, strategic autonomy is what I would advise the Spanish government, internally, within the European Union. Other allies, you know, we will work with, and we will have to rely on to a greater or lesser extent. But the serious point I'm trying to make is self-reliance. What we Europeans are finally realizing is that we cannot depend on others to the extent that we have thus far. We believed that we lived in a conflict-free world. We were drinking our own Kool-Aid, as Samir has reminded us so eloquently. We've had enough Kool-Aid, and now we have to become truly autonomous and self-reliant.
Jerne, strategic autonomy, strategic freedom from whom? From great powers, middle powers, small states?
I wouldn't choose any actors. I would choose structure, always. So it's not about allies, it's about alliances. There are no alliances without allies. But still, if someone would ask me for an advice, I wouldn't necessarily go into 1, 2, 3, whichever allies, but I would strongly go for a structure. This is where the discussion that we were facing, rules, how we do things.
And for Samir, we actually gave him the whole panel during the lunchtime, so I would invite you to join us also at the panel discussing the Europe-India relationship and the future. And with that, I would like to ask all my panelists for coming to Bled, for being part of this extraordinary start of the second day. And I would ask you to join me in a round of applause for the...
Yeah. Is it on? Ladies and gentlemen, if I can have your attention, please. Thank you so much. And if I could kindly ask perhaps to get the door closed. As much as I like to socialize, I think it's better to get the speaking time, by the way, I've been told is already running since 2 minutes. That's fine. Can we close the door so that we can get started here? Would very much appreciate it. Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Ali Aslan. I'm an international moderator and journalist, and I have the great pleasure to be moderating this very timely and important session titled Who Needs Whom Now? The Future of Transatlantic Alliance. Now, this is a subject matter I don't have to tell you. We could fill the entire Bled Strategic Forum discussing about the future of transatlantic alliance. Suffice to say, we only have 60 minutes with no less than 6 speakers. But we will try to make the most of it because we have an immense talent and expertise here assembled in this hall, ladies and gentlemen. To my immediate left, he's the president of the Austrian Institute for International Affairs. Please welcome Wolfgang Petritsch. Yes. Also with us, ladies and gentlemen, is the executive director of the European Leadership Network based in the UK. Please welcome Robert Ondrejčak. All the way from Atlanta, we're joined by the CEO of the Carter Center. Very warm welcome to Paige Alexander. Of course, a gentleman who needs very little introduction here in this country is the State Secretary in the office of the Slovenian Prime Minister. Miha Kuhar, ladies and gentlemen, is here. All the way from the Windy City is the president and CEO of the Chicago Council on Global Affairs, Leslie Vinjamuri, ladies and gentlemen. And last but certainly not least, he's a full-time lecturer at Holon Institute of Technology in Israel and a former minister of tourism. Kobi Barda is here, ladies and gentlemen. Now, ladies and gentlemen, I can only assume that the Bled Strategic Forum was a bit provocative by naming the session Who Needs Whom Now? But this is for us now to dissect and examine as to what we're talking about here. Because, of course, we all know, and it's been already said in the previous session, the transatlantic relationship is, of course, increasingly under pressure as both sides increasingly reassess their security commitments, economic interests, and geopolitical priorities. How much are we still seeing eye to eye? How much are we still compatible as far as values and worldview is concerned? That is what we're going to discuss. And that's why let's do a very quick round here. Just a very quick round, 60 seconds each before we dive much more into deeper. Wolfgang Petritsch, what do you make of the title, Who Needs Whom Now? And do you have an answer to that?
I have no answer. But
that was much shorter than I thought.
Yes.
Yeah.
But I can tell you, the old relationship is over, definitely. And I'm sure we're going to discuss about
of course.
it. But the relationship as such, the transatlantic relationship, of course, is not over. It has shifted for the post-1945 time when the United States actually created the order, and the most, historically speaking, the most successful intervention in this case was Europe. And this is now being abandoned. We are not happy about it, but we count on it that it will somehow find a new level. And this is, I think, what is important. So there is pessimism, there is guarded pessimism, but there is hope.
Guarded pessimism, but hope. How much hope will remain at the end of this panel, we will see. But of course, your point is very well taken, and we will dive much into deeper discussion, of course, as we go along. But let's go around with the rapid fire response here, namely, Robert, who needs whom now? Do we have an answer to this question?
Yeah, I believe that, thank you, first of all, thank you very much for inviting me to this wonderful conference. I believe that we need each other, and it's going to change, of course, the nature of the Transatlantic Alliance, our strategic priorities, threat perceptions, and military deployment, economic outputs are changing, of course. We just need to accept this fact as something inevitable. We cannot cry because of the good old days, because perhaps the good old days are even now, we don't know yet. So we need to accept the reality. This is the most important.
Both sides need each other, says Robert. Ondracek might be an issue that is heavily contested in the White House these days, but we'll come back to that as well. Paige, great to have you with us. Also, very quickly, this is more like taking a poll and then coming back, actually ending with the same question and seeing if any minds have been changed, both in the audience but also on the panel. Paige, who needs whom now?
I think we need to partner for prevention. We both need each other, and that's something that I think is questionable at this point. So I think we both need each other.
Yeah, both need each other. So I'm sensing there is some re-emerging answers. We both need each other. Guarded pessimist, Mihakura, where do you land?
I have quite a clear statement. So in the last 35 years we made in Slovenia, we made the most important decisions. Independence of Slovenia, join EU and NATO. And we have strong statement. This is the future unity of effort to stay in the, we need the European Union and we need the NATO. That's for the beginning.
Yeah. Thank you so much. Leslie.
Yeah, I would like to see the United States and not only the European Union, but Europe more broadly defined, stay in it together across a number of dimensions at a time when the defining tension, the defining relationship of our time, I think we all know, is the United States and China. If the United States and Europe are together, there's a much greater opportunity to maintain a rigorous and serious strategic competition, deterrence, and industrial base. But I have to say on this quite narrowly defined question of who needs who more, I mean, look, the United States benefits tremendously from its partnership and its alliance with Europe, has for 8 decades more on a number of dimensions. And I personally would like to see the United States adopt a more humble, gracious, values-based, serious approach to Europe, certainly more diplomatic and more respectful. But if you're going to ask a material question, I think it's pretty clear that the United States has far more material capabilities across a range of dimensions, a much broader market, a much greater ability to insulate itself, much more autonomy across multiple sectors. And, you know, if you push comes to shove, the United States, you know, has 2 oceans and a much greater ability. It doesn't have a war in its continent, so it's obviously in a better short-term position, but that's not the way that I would address the question. But it's not a relationship of mutual dependence, unfortunately.
Yeah, thank you so much for that. More humility and graciousness coming out of the White House is what Leslie is wishing. Yeah, join the club, but we'll see. It's going to be.
I mean, somebody with an American accent needed to say it, right?
and we're very grateful that you did. To round it up, Kobi Barda, also as an Israeli looking sort of from outside of the European-U.S. relationship, Transatlantic alliance, what is your perspective as to whom needs whom now?
So I think that we're in a super cycle, the end of 80 years, the golden era that we lived in, a prosperity, peace, etc. The world is falling to pieces. We're in the midst of this old occurring. We don't know exactly what pieces will fall where. Will the EU will remain the same way that we knew it? Will the United States will stay to remain as we see now? They're trying to get pieces of Canada. So the world, or pieces of Greenland, the world is going to a place that we do not know for now how we can, I'm a historian, so as a historian of international relations, I think that my future colleagues will look at this period of 5 years' time the way we looked at the 5 years' time of 33 to 39, which many things happen after that. So we're right now finishing a super cycle of 80 years, future to see.
Yeah, future to see. Certainly, I think just from the very first round, it's very telling that we are in a period where things and dynamics are changing rapidly. I think that is fundamentally understood, and I think the professor's remarks in the end as to seeing a world in flux very much accentuates that. But let's dive a bit deeper, of course, in the issues. And Wolfgang Petric, when we talk about transatlantic relationships, certainly for Europe, this has been the main security pillar in the post-World War II reconstruction. Since 1945, Europe has been very much relying on the US for its security under the umbrella of NATO and so on and so forth. Now, is that the number one concern on the part of the Europeans? Relationships always change, that is understood. But can Europe still rely on the US under the current Trump administration for its security?
Again, no. And I think this is a very good and very important lesson for Europe. We need to learn self-reliance. Only then we will, what I said before, become at a new level partners again. So far, it was an asymmetric relationship, yeah? And that has to change. This is the point that Washington has, and Mr. Trump is not the first one to say so. He says this in a more direct way. Some say it's vulgar the way he speaks, but there is a truth to it. Yeah? That's the lesson that we Europeans need to learn. However, and I believe that truth is in the facts. Just think of a recent event, let me put it this way, Iran. Can you, and I see a lot of military people in here, can you imagine the Iran war without Europe, without the European infrastructure, military bases? It would not have been possible. Of course, it is, in my opinion, a bad example of cooperation. Yeah?
But many European countries did not go along.
But still, it just shows you that there is no power, no superpower in the world who can go it alone. This is actually what was discussed before here. You know, this kind of multi-alignment situation, this is what comes up. And the Europeans will have to learn this lesson. That's the problem. So it's primarily with the Europeans to recognize that the old order is over and our privileged situation having the security umbrella by the United States. That is gone. And for me, clearly, Ukraine is the starting point for Europe to get things right.
The old order is certainly done. The Iran example that you've given, certainly a very current and apt one. It needs to be noted, of course, many European countries did not go along. It's something that, of course, the White House was very exasperated over. But to pick up from where we just left off, Robert, let me bring you in here. We need to grow up. We, as Europeans, need to grow up. Very unequivocal demand by Wolfgang. Say we need to grow up, we need to be more self-reliant, we need to invest more in our defense. I think that is widely accepted and understood all across the board. But if you look at the realities on the ground, Trump, in a way, is forcing Europeans to grow up. But is European strategic autonomy really realistic? Can we defend in the year 2026? Can Europe defend itself without the US?
Yeah, it depends what kind of threats we are talking about. If you're talking about a full-scale war with a peer adversary,
no, let's talk
for example, Russia. Yeah, Europe at time being is unable to defend itself without American participation or American leadership. Of course, it's on one hand it's about the mess, the American land forces, air forces, and naval capabilities which are stationed in Europe. But more importantly, it's about the so-called enablers like air-to-air refueling, strategic reconnaissance, and things which are absolutely necessary to conduct a war in 21st century. Long-range strike, precision strike. The Europeans are still lacking key military capabilities, which are simply necessary to defend themselves. Of course, the current trends, the quite rapid increase of the military or the defense budgets in Europe, it's a way forward, but the cycles are quite long. So it takes a decade probably, or even more sometimes, if you're talking about specific capabilities, when the money is being transformed into real military capabilities. So it takes a long, long time, and it takes a persistent effort and very strong political leadership to build those capabilities, and it's a long way to run.
Yeah, certainly from the idea and the investments then to actually reality on the ground, as you pointed out.
Indeed.
There's a time gap that is very crucial, especially in times of these, Paige. We're talking, of course, about Europe needing to defend itself now without the reliance on the US, without the substantive help from the White House and the Pentagon. Trump, of course, every now and then is threatening to leave NATO, is threatening to decimate the alliance. Is that a possibility? Is that a realistic possibility, or is that pandering towards your electorate back home?
Oh, as an American, I find it very hard to, as an American, I find it very hard to address this crowd. As Leslie said, we're not a monolith. And reading the tea leaves as to what Donald Trump wants is something that I would never want to do. I spent 20 years at USAID, and I grew up in Prague and had numerous opportunities to work in the Balkans. We have learned from history. Some of us have learned from history, but not everybody. And so the transactional nature of what the United States government is doing now is difficult. We're not a credible partner. Let me just be provocative and state the obvious. We're not a credible partner right now. And so how we work together, I represent the legacy of Jimmy Carter, for those who remember Jimmy Carter. The reality is that partnership is incredibly important. And if we don't find a way to work on functioning institutions, to find a way to do credible political process, to work on diplomacy and finding space, we're not going to be successful. And I think time will tell. 20 months has been a painful 20 months in many ways. I realize this is actually being live streamed, so I worry a little bit about saying that, but the reality is we have upended the world order in so many ways. And I don't think in the 3 presidents I represented when I was in government, we had this lack of credibility with our European counterparts. And so that is painful. I do think the pendulum will swing, and that is my hope.
Yeah, I very much appreciate your candor, of course. I'm sure you will still let me back into the country after this. I know this is being live broadcast.
I look like this. I'm probably fine.
But,
you're fine. That's the reality.
It's all good. ICE is not having you on their radar, I can tell you. But Mihakuar, in all seriousness, of course, again, the question about the transatlantic alliance in security terms, we have the Ukraine war going on since 22. We have Iran, where Donald Trump or the Trump administration tried to drag Europe into the battle without much success, one has to say. But as a European politician, are you concerned for a scenario where the U.S. will threaten to leave NATO and really for Europe to having to go it alone? Or is that political rhetoric?
Okay, I would like to remind us what happened 1 month ago in Ankara on the NATO summit. And there were some strong statements regarding unity of effort. So go together, Europe and transatlantic countries, and talking about US and Canada. And NATO General Secretary Rutte said, unity is foundation of deterrence. That's the first one. And his message is also, Europe is not Europe instead of without the United States, but rather stronger Europe inside NATO. So that's meant there is no solution that Europe without US or transatlantic. Let's go to sea capabilities. On the US side, so we have strong C2 element, ISR element, missile defense, and so on. On the other side, Europe, finance, and all the other capabilities. So in my opinion, to solve this, what do we have now? Right now, we have war in Europe, in Ukraine. So, and I see solution only together. Like in the family, when come hard time, you have to go together. There is no other solution.
Yeah, at the end of the day, despite the differences, like in any family, says the State Secretary, we are still a family. Europe and the U.S. still is perceived as a family, act as a family. We'll see if reality will catch up with what is indeed being discussed and and done in Ankara, as you pointed out, at the NATO summit. But Leslie, because we talked about inevitably about Ukraine, of course, it has come up numerous times. Donald Trump, during his election cycle, of course, said, this is a war. Once I'm president, I will end this within a couple of weeks. Now, obviously, the war, sadly, is still ongoing in its fifth year. Do you see any credible U.S. involvement in order to shift the balance in that war, in order to end it as he promised he would do?
No, actually. I mean, I think that we'll see an ongoing series of different kinds of attempts to bring the war to a close that won't be successful. And you know, we'll see a shifting of the grounds. We've been seeing that since President Trump began his second term in office. I mean, I guess for me, one of the underlying considerations is that clearly the perception of the threat that Vladimir Putin and Russia present is not one that's shared between the United States and Europe, but it's also not shared across the European states. My view is that if there was a very clear and shared perception that Russia presented an overwhelming threat to the territorial integrity of different European states, to their sovereignty, to their way of life, that there would be no ongoing discussion about spending 3.5%. It would happen, you know, immediately if there was a clear perception that this was a fundamental threat. And so, you know, part of the problem is that the threat differs for different European states. And we keep talking about Europe, and it is a promise, it's an aspiration, it's a reality, but it's not just, you know, as we all know, one place. It's also not something that, you know, America right now, we talk about America and Europe, and the reality is, look at the data on America. We are as polarized as you can be as a polity. And even within our polls, we're divided on multiple things. But we're not overlapping in our values between those two poles. So there's a contest for what is America. There's a contest for what is Europe. Certain Americans, including, I would argue, the current administration, feel that they have a dog in the fight as to what Europe becomes, which way it goes. So there are all sorts of layers that are kind of muddying the waters and clouding the picture of where Europe and the US go. I think many of us, certainly in a forum like this, want to focus on national security and war. But the longer term trends, you know, getting Europeans, European governments, the American government, American companies, American state leaders, American universities, thought leaders across the U.S. to cooperate on the secular and structural trends and the technological issues, you know, artificial intelligence, China. Somebody in the last panel talked about demography, immigration. One of my deepest concerns is that we're so divided across the Atlantic, but also internally. And then you add a very real war that our eyes and our focus are not on those longer term wins that are absolutely essential towards securing the kind of partnership that we need to get some sort of longer term stability and prosperity in place for the transatlantic countries.
Yeah, thank you so much. And of course, the point that Europe is not a monolithic bloc, very much appreciated. It comes through in the various governments and ideologies that are represented here on this continent as well. So obviously that point is very well taken, appreciated. We talked about Ukraine, but let me shift quickly, Kobe, towards Iran here again, because obviously Ukraine is a war that is very much on the forefront, but Iran increasingly so as well. And many would argue that the Iran war has exposed the growing strategic divide actually between US and Europe, with the Trump administration being very critical of its European allies, Italy, Spain, UK, for those it deemed not to go along with the plan. How do you perceive this scenario playing out?
I will do that, but first I want to touch a point which I think is very important regarding what the things that we already said here. I think that there is a huge difference between the layer of the army and politicians in Europe to the youth in Europe. For instance, in France, in November, you see the chief of staff coming up and said the war with Russia is inevitable, and they lynched him. Then you see the law in Germany is about to change, to start to kind of draft. And you see 70 cities, you have rallies of students coming up and say, we rather have Putin be our leader than to go to the army. Meaning, there's a huge difference between the understanding of the, we can call it elite, okay, to the way it's been still preserved by students driving on bicycle, watching TikTok, and think life is going to go just the same as it was, as it was ready to. Now, coming to the United States and the Europe. So if you look generally, even on Biden term, okay, you see that there is a decline in budget. I put aside the war in Iran, but decline in the Pentagon budget, decline in soldier deployed abroad, all across the board. The ship is gone, okay? There is no longer a global policeman. The U.S. has resigned from that job, okay? There's many reasons why. We don't have the time to talk about that. Maybe we later, but they resign. Now, Donald Trump, and this is something that I used to put on, I have a whole lecture about Donald Trump, and I start with a special North Carolina back in 2015, when he stand there and he said, you know what, we pay wars, what kind of stupid deal is that? If Japan get attacked, we need to go and help them. If South Korea get attacked, we need to go and help them. If Germany is going to get attacked, we need to help them. But if we'll ask, that was 2015, but if we will ask, nobody says that they will come and help us. Guess what? 11 years later, he comes up to Germany, he comes up to Japan, he comes up to South Korea. Guys, I don't need you to help me attack Iran. No, that Israel did. I want you to help take the mines that is the route for navigation, the free navigation. I need your help. And nobody was there to help him. So we start to see that he's taking some of the alliances back in Germany and South Korea just last week. I believe that might not go all the way because that needs Congress, but he can reduce the numbers to almost nothing. And I believe that we will see that in the next 2 years. So to my friends here, winter is coming.
It's true, it's September. It is... But
a lot of education.
Yes.
Not just weapon, education. A lot of money need to be invested in education, mainly of the youngsters, to prepare them to what is going on. They're living like a different world.
Yeah. In all fairness, I think the bashing of its allies started way before.
Of course, I'm not here as a Donald Trump attorney. I'm just, try to put in...
That would be quite a coup to have as attorney here at the Bled Strategic Forum. But, no, but your point is well taken. And of course, the Strategic Forum is all about diverse opinions. And we very much appreciate all of them. And speaking of diverse opinions, of course, Wolfgang, we talked about Ukraine, we talked about Iran, we talked about Europe being not a monolithic bloc, we talked about the US not being a monolithic country, a very divided country. But we have very, very, and many crucial elections coming up in Europe next year. And we do see, not since today, but previously, we see that the Trump administration's support for the European far right is starting to become a new fault line in the alliance. The famous speeches by J.D. Vance and Marco Rubio at the Munich Security Conference, praising the AfD, praising far-right leaders within Europe, that is very much unambiguous. What do you make of that?
Well, actually, all is not that black as it looks. Yeah? Just think of the Hungarian elections. And the Hungarian Prime Minister is here, Mr. Magyar, and he got a lot of applause here at this forum. Why? Because he actually sees Hungary as part of the players in the European Union, not playing against it, not just taking money and giving nothing. So that is actually something where I see progress. In spite of the political support by Vice President Vance, who went to Budapest and achieved nothing. The voters, and this is a very important European experience, the voters are many times smarter than their politicians. And that is this Hungarian case which gives me hope. However, On the other hand, of course, you have elections now in Poland. I think this will be a different story compared to, let's say, France, where I see big difficulties. We see a trend towards right-wing extremist parties. And this is actually, when I referred before to the transatlantic relations, they're not breaking down. They are shifting from the traditional liberal democratic side to the illiberal authoritarian right-wing side. So relations will be upheld. However, from our viewpoint, and traditionally, and in particular for the European Union, that is a dramatic change. Because the European Union is based upon rules and regulations. And actually, the Bled programming has done an excellent job by saying from rules to power. We are now confronted with power politics. And the European Union will have to learn power politics. Yeah? I mean, that is really the most important point. But let me just add something, because we were discussing about the budgets for defense. I don't think the money really is the problem. The problem is the disorganized European structures with 27 whatever, then 27 procurement approaches, and so on and so on. So unless we Europeans get our act together in defense, money will not do the trick. Money alone will not work. That's very important. So you need a holistic approach, actually. You need to come up with a very new idea. And this idea needs to be truly European. Only if we then cooperate, then things will work. Otherwise, we will never become a new partner for the United States. And let me add one last thought to this. I mean, who else than Europe is the partner for the United States? Would you want to be partners with, I don't know, I don't want to be now too specific, you know? I mean,
yeah, careful now.
That's the natural thing, you know? And of course there are crises and there are contrasts and criticisms and so on. But this is really what we need to see. And this is for both sides important. Maybe more now in the short run for Europe, but in the longer run, in this kind of multi-alliance system, which is shifting, which is very fluid, we need to have one axis, and this is US-Europe.
If not Europe, who else says? Robert, I'm going to actually pose that question to Paige and Leslie in just a second, but want to bring in Robert here, because we need to get serious. I think that is the message clearly understood. Something that also Kobe was basically saying, winter is coming, the populace hasn't fully understood and grasped the seriousness of the situation on the ground, as I understood him, hopefully correctly. Same what you said. Do you see that discrepancy? Do you see the discrepancy that we've talked about amongst the political elite that seem to have slowly grasped the seriousness of the situation, and, as Kobe said it, a TikTok generation that is trying to shy away from addressing the serious subject matters? Is there such a discrepancy?
Yeah, certainly, but let me answer just very briefly on the European unity, which was discussed recently. Of course, there's no homogeneous threat perception in Europe. The threat perception of France, Spain, Finland, or Poland are slightly different, of course, or significantly different. But the most important thing is that Europe was able to create some kind of smallest common denominator and to declare that Russia is an existential threat for the whole continent. Of course, the Spaniards are perceiving the threat to the Spanish cities in North Africa in a much more intense way than Estonians, for example. But still, Spain has deployed troops to Central Europe. For example, Spain is leading the NATO battle group in Slovakia. Italy is leading the NATO battle group in Bulgaria. Even Slovenia has deployed troops to Slovakia, to the NATO troops. So there is some kind of smallest common denominator, and we understand that Russia is an existential threat for whole Europe. Of course, the intensity is different, but the smallest common denominator is there. And just to answer your questions, I don't know. I mean, it's we always have this discrepancy between those who are dealing with security and defense and international foreign affairs or diplomacy on daily basis, and the rest of the population. Of course, if somebody is not consuming the news on daily basis, he or she is not so much interested in those issues. It was always there. Probably we are over-exaggerating this difference or discrepancy or tension. Things are changing. The circumstances are changing, but I would not be over-ambitious in a way that everybody needs to understand everything and we need to explain everything. I mean, of course, the strategic communication is very important, and we need to work with the population. We need to explain, but it's never going to be the same as we probably wish.
Yeah. I want to come back to Wolfgang's point about the transatlantic relationship being the indispensable relationship, really. Who else other than Europe, says Wolfgang, as far as Americans' natural partners are concerned? Paige and Leslie, I want to chime you in here. Is Wolfgang right?
Absolutely. I mean, I think history shows, we're not going to look at China necessarily as the partner. You look at the BRIC countries. I think the long-term, broader security plan has got to understand what political rights mean in each country. As you were saying, that we have a generation that has become very, very much into click activism. They are saying what they say because they see it on TikTok. We have to hold a mirror up to ourselves. The Carter Center's looked at elections with the EU and OAS and others in 40 different countries, 125 elections. The work that we do there, we're now doing in Arizona and North Carolina. This is not what Jimmy Carter had planned to do. But if we don't have political rights, if people don't understand that it's one vote, one right, they don't understand how to come out. And Europe has shown us that. Whether you talk about Hungary, whether you talk about what Maria Machado had talked about in Latin America, you see this. These are partnerships that we have to have. I think Europe will always remain sort of key to that partnership. The previous panel had talked about the fact that, we're not going to see a swing back from Trump. Well, we did after Trump won, and we saw it with Biden. There was a valid attempt to swing back and mend what we had with Europe at the time. I think that you will see that because Europe will always be a primary partner of the U.S. That's my personal opinion.
Thank you. Leslie, you want to chime in?
I don't think we know for sure. I think I agree that I hope that the United States and many European states, as well as Europe collectively, remain aligned across a number of issues. But, there was a very good report that was put out by my former organization, Chatham House, just recently on the UK. It was aimed at Andy Burnham and what his priorities should be. And there was one particular point, if those of you who remember back when the UK was debating how much emphasis to put on the Indo-Pacific under Boris Johnson and the many successive prime ministers. And in this paper that's just come out, the argument was that the priority for the UK really needs to be on NATO and on Europe, not the idea being not so much on the Indo-Pacific. The US doesn't have that freedom. The United States has to take China seriously. It has to take the Indo-Pacific seriously. There is an extraordinary competition for frontier technologies, emerging technologies. There's an extraordinary problem of deterrence, and all of those things are core to protecting the values that many but not all Europeans and many but not all Americans think are vital, not only to their everyday lives, but to their prosperity. And so if the UK takes that position, that focus on Europe and leave China to the United States doesn't have the freedom to say that Europe should be its indispensable partner. Of course, Europe's important. So is South Korea, Japan, Australia, Canada, Taiwan, India. I mean, the list is necessarily long if the thing that really matters for the next century is the challenge that China presents. And I don't want to suggest in any way that we shouldn't also have, my daughter is going to China for the autumn term to study at university. I fully believe that we need to have a cooperative relationship. Europe should be part of that. We will all lose if we don't, but the security challenge is very, very real. And so America doesn't have the freedom that Europeans have to choose.
And State Secretary, of course, the US-China rivalry is also very much impacting Europe directly. I mean, at the end of the day, we do see ourselves part of a vivid and strong transatlantic alliance, but of course China remains a very important partner to the Europeans, a vast market for European countries, of course. Do we have to choose as Europeans? How do we navigate that US-China rivalry as Europeans?
Okay, because Slovenia is a small country. We have different, let's say, goals and so on, like a biggest country. So on this world, the most important three countries, let's just say, US, Russia, and China now. We are looking what's going on, and of course the rest. We are inside European Union, and we are following European policy. Of course, we cooperate economically also with China, but let's say it's a little bit different like US, because with US we are strategic partner, also on security part, because now it's on the table the most important thing, how to provide security, also our national security, and let's say our priority is now inside this family, NATO and EU, because this is how to achieve this. I would like to remind you that we have to work on three different dimensions, on cognitive, on virtual, and physical dimension. And at the moment, to be successful, it's the most important thing to work on the cognitive. First of all, in our countries that understand situation right now on the world. Where is the threat? From which side came the threat? The threat is not only physical, also on cognitive. And especially this cognitive, on the cognitive side. There are players also outside NATO and European country. We have to care about this.
Yeah, very much appreciated. Kobe, we're talking about the transatlantic relations. We talked about Ukraine, obviously. We talked about Iran. We talked about China. All these factors and countries that impact directly the transatlantic relationships. Israel has become another litmus test in many ways since Gaza. We see the Trump administration punishing or lashing out against European partners who criticize Israel. What do you make of this? Is Israel a source of friction in the transatlantic relationships?
Well, I believe that we're looking at 2 months' time after the election to, I would kind of say, of earthquake in the meaning of the AMEC, the corridor between India and Europe that is now stuck because of the Saudi not willing to go into that as long as the current right wing is in place. So I believe that right after the election, either if Netanyahu will lose the election or either if he will get into a deadlock, we'll see Donald Trump intervene within Israeli politics. If you'll ask me, you'll see him force the two leaders, Netanyahu and Eisenkot, come to the Washington, D.C., and he will tweet, "Congratulations, people of Israel, you have a united government." and that is due to the fact that he's heavily invested within Saudi and UAE within the corridor. So this corridor right now, which is kind of silent and nobody talks about it, is going to blow starting from November. We shall see the Trump government putting enormous force both in Gaza, Syria, and Lebanon to handle all the pieces on the board. He's looking into the Nobel Peace Prize. He really wanted to get that last year. It didn't work for him. That's another tie between the EU and the Trump. It's a place where it can be held very dearly for Trump. And that's why he keeps talking about the 3,000 years peace, that he was the one who will, what is that 3,000 years peace? Means the two sons of Abraham, Isaac and Ishmael, that will eventually, because of him, will come together and close a peace treaty. So I believe that Israel will be part of the new road to Europe that connect between India, the Gulf countries, and Jordan and Israel. And that, I will believe, will start to kick in starting from the first quarter of 2027. So that's how Israel needs to be part of this alliance, mainly road on land, cable of media. That is another topic that talked about the fragile of that by Russia that is trying to intervene with cables. And I look into that next half a year as a serious tribulation that is ahead of us.
Yeah, thank you so much. I'm looking at the time. Of course, we have very strict guidelines here to wrap up. We have 12 minutes left. And needless to say, and I said it up front, you cannot do justice to a subject matter of the transatlantic reliance in 60 minutes. But I think we've also already covered a lot of ground. And so I want to use the remainder of the time, Wolfgang, to the road ahead, looking ahead. It's been already mentioned a couple of times whether this is a status quo that can change, whether this is a scenario that is reversible. Now, the question is, of course, can the U.S. return to normal, if you will, as a predictable anchor of the international order after the next election? Is this a temporary adjustment or permanent? How do you see that?
Well, I think we have to have a look at the roadmap, at Washington's roadmap, and this is the national security strategy. Yeah? And this is a real departure from everything that was formulated in Washington since 1945. So you have here actually a focus on Europe. And it's fascinating that with all what Madame Julia said, of course, I mean, there are so many other partners who are equally or even more important when it comes to the global force projection of the United States. It's not just Europe. What I have meant, actually, is the cultural side, the civilizational side, because the United States, up till rather recently, was a European creation. The influx came from Europe, yeah? That has changed. Demographics have changed. So there is a different United States now here, and this we need to realize. We had, after 1945, the United States basically was a European power. It turned out, after 1989, it became a power in Europe, one of more powers. Now, the United States is a power against Europe, and this is clearly spelled out in this national security. They're talking about civilizational erasure because of migration, which indeed is a big problem for Europe. But when you look at the statistics, you know, illegal migration into the United States is about 4%. Illegal migration into Europe is 1%. So what are we talking about civilizational erasure? Where is it happening? Is it happening in the United States or is it happening in Europe? You know, we need to be aware that this is a culture war which is taking place. So with all the Pollyanna and also my kind of guarded pessimism, you know, there is a fundamental problem in the relations when it comes to the so-called soft side of relations. It's not so much about the hard power. It's not so much about the need for, cooperation when it comes to challenges, Russia, China, technology, and all this stuff. It's really about the soft power. And this is an American. I used to work together in Harvard with Professor Nye, who just recently died, you know, the inventor of soft power. I mean, that is the real problem. And this is amongst friends, which we still are, fighting, but still, we need to really discuss this. That is something which is sheer and pure polemics. And nothing like this should be part of a national strategy, security strategy. This is very important. At the end, I do have to stress this, and this will be the real challenge for transatlantic relations. I should stop here.
No, but thank you. The point is very well taken. A cultural shift at the end of the day on both sides of the aisle, and how we will reconcile that on both pawns of the aisle, that remains to be seen. Robert, the same question to all of you, of course. We're looking ahead now. We've already taken stock as to where we stand today, but looking ahead, is this trend reversible?
Partially reversible, but I would add that there's also a demographical change or shift. The generation of Americans who fought in the Second World War in Europe is gone. The generation of Americans who experienced Europe as a conscript, it was millions and millions of Americans who were deployed during the Cold War in Europe together with their families after the Vietnam War, when the conscription was cancelled in the United States. It's just retiring. So, and the new generations of Americans are lacking this direct experience with Europe. So there is a cultural and mental shift, basically, in the US, and of course it's influencing the American perception of Europe, and even though Europe will always remain probably a special place for the Americans, but not such an exclusive place as it used to be, and simply we need to accept this fact. We also need to accept the fact that the global geopolitics is changing, and it's not a fact which was created or emerged during Donald Trump, but it started 20 years ago. So if I remember correctly, if you remember the defense secretary called Donald Rumsfeld, who ordered the pivot of the American Navy from the Atlantic to the Pacific. So it started a long time ago, 20 years ago, and it's just a long trend. And of course, Donald Trump added some very specific spice to the whole process. But it's a global trend which is irreversible. What is reversible, as it has been said already, this general political approach.
And of course, to be fair, Europe also is changing rapidly. We've had Brexit, unfortunately, of course. We had Iceland just recently turn down the offer to deepen its relationship with the European Union. So it's not just one side that is changing. The European continent obviously is also very much in flux and dynamic, and not always for the better. Paige, wrapping up as well, I had a panel at the Munich Security Conference, which I moderated with Hillary Clinton, and she said something very interesting. She said, nostalgia is not a strategy, and perhaps that can be applied to the transatlantic relations, isn't it?
I would agree. I think that the cultural wars that are happening around the world because we have demographics that tell us that youth don't understand the history that we came from or that our parents came from. I would say it is nostalgic to think back to that, and we have to look to the future. I think for us in the United States, we will be looking at the midterm elections. I think that you will see a shift that happens. I also think in the United States is, you know, I would have to disagree with my colleague about the relevance of Israel and what the United States will be able to uplift Israel to make it in that space, because I think In the U.S., you're going to see a continued backlash against what's happening in Israel-Palestine. You're going to see that in our elections. Then you're going to see what transitional justice looks like. The U.S. doesn't know how to do transitional justice. We're not Northern Ireland, and we're not South Africa. I think we are headed for a very difficult time in the U.S., and how Europe relates to that and how our policies and the Constitution relates to that is going to be very interesting to see.
Yeah, that is a bleak prediction, really.
Yeah, yeah. Welcome to my country.
Yeah.
I don't know what to say.
No, of course, no, we appreciate your honesty. And of course, the Carter Center stands for peace at the end of the day.
Yeah, Jimmy Carter's like doing something in his grave now, which is not pretty.
Yes.
This is not good, so.
Yeah, but at the same time, I appreciate your candor and, of course, something for all of us to look out for as far as not just the midterm elections, but the general mood and sentiments in the United States. State Secretary. Looking ahead, transatlantic relations, we started the discussion saying who needs whom now. We went from guarded pessimism to a strong alliance that is in flux. Where do you see this transatlantic relations headed from the European perspective?
So I am optimistic. As I said, together, unity of effort. We have some documents. We are committed with this strategic concepts from 2022, DDA concepts of deterrence and defense, warfighting concept. In all those documents, there are clearly written unity of efforts. And I see like this metrics how to provide it. We have to be robust. We have to be resilient. We have to be sustainability in all three dimensions on cognitive, virtual, and physical dimension. This is the basic metric, and we have to go in this way together. Otherwise, we will lose.
Yeah. Thank you. Leslie, looking at domestic U.S. politics, it's head-spinning. It's really the pace with which events are ongoing, a new fraction emerging in Michigan. AOC is getting ready to almost to announce her presidency. How do you see things play out? Because I want to pick up on what Paige said, domestically, and how that will affect the future of transatlantic relations.
I mean, a couple of things. First of all, I think it's the demographic argument has come up on the last panel and it's come up on this panel, but without a lot of clarity. Let's just be clear that the problem between the United States and Europe and the transatlantic relationship is not because of non-white Americans. It's actually being driven right now at the top, at the headline, by a white American man who's in the White House and a number of white American, largely men, who are around him. The data in our polling don't suggest that non-white Americans are less committed to Europe. I think that if there's a fault line, it has to do with the view that the interests that the United States holds are, as I mentioned in my last intervention, are more diverse than Europe's are, and that Europeans aren't doing what they need to do to be the kind of partner that the United States needs, so that whether you believe it or not, that's where the critique is coming from. It's not because there are more Americans that are mixed race or from other parts of the world. It just doesn't hold up in the data. So if you're going to make a cultural argument that the history of the United States and its relationship with Europe is grounded in white European immigrants, you're just not making an argument that's based on the facts. So I think especially when we talk about immigration, demography, all of these things, just be careful what you argue, because it's very, very, very loaded. And inappropriately so, in my view. Second point, we've taken a few swings, and I don't actually think that the people on this panel probably are committed to the swings at the next generation. Younger American voters subscribe to many of the values that older Americans do when it comes to being committed to NATO, committed to Europe, committed to internationalism. They diverge on the question of Israel. That's one of the most significant divides coming down the pike from the United States. On the question of the U.S. And what comes next domestically, the United States Americans are extraordinarily polarized, but My view of the current leadership in the United States, that it's not about Democratic versus Republican. I think that there's been a bit of a takeover. I don't think that the 77 million people who voted for Donald Trump voted for the set of policies, especially domestically, that they're seeing in terms of the hollowing out of the American state, and that we're in for a very tough ride in the next 2 years, tougher than probably most of us imagine. And then we're probably in for a fundamental rebuilding, reconceiving, and reimagining of what happens within the United States. And therefore, the U.S. will be extremely preoccupied. And that's probably the biggest risk to the transatlantic partnership going forward.
Thank you, Leslie. We're actually out of time, but in all fairness, Kobe, I'm going to give you the last words to round it up. Please go ahead. The future of transatlantic relations.
Well, it depends who's going to be the next president. If J.D. Vance, I don't think it's going to be any better. But we'll have to wait and see. For the next 2 years, as long as Donald Trump is with us, is live and kicking, the EU need to adapt herself. I would highly suggest the Swiss model. When there is a 40% tariff, they would send the CEO of Rolex. He would give him a nice watch. And then 2 days later, it drops to 14%. So you need to be adjusted in order to ride on the horse, because there are 2 more years that need to be ride on a horse.
It's going to be a bumpy ride. I think that is fully and sufficiently understood, ladies and gentlemen. Who needs whom now? The future of transatlantic relations. I started out by saying no one can do fully justice to this subject matter within 60 minutes. But if anyone could, I think it's this panel. Let's give them a round of applause. Thank you so much. Appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you. Appreciate it.
but I think... Oh. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to be starting shortly, so if I can invite as well panelists up to the stage. Hello. Nice to meet you. Thank you. Great to have you too. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, I think we are ready to start, and I'm going to introduce you with our great panelists on our conversation about Ukraine and the peace without illusion, Ukraine and Europe's security reckoning. We have Alan Berset, Secretary General Council of Europe, Tony Kaiser, Minister for Foreign and European Affairs from Slovenia, Paweł Kowal, Chair Foreign Affairs Committee, Polish Sejm, Matthew Palmer, Senior Fellow, Center of European Policy Analysis, United States, and Evgeny Perebinis, Deputy Foreign Minister from Ukraine. So we are here to have a conversation, well, on peace without illusion, and we are living in the times of uncertainty. I think that when the war started back in February 2022, I doubt that any of us on the stage and in this room thought it's going to be a fifth year coming and still thinking what's going on next, unless any of the panelists had some other ideas and thought that it might last so long. Anyone? Unfortunately not, right? But here we are. And I think in these times of uncertainty and multiple crises, as we are saying, I want to ask questions if place where we are going is something that can happen and have a large-scale invasion NATO, as there is quite a lot of conversation about it in the media, or is that just a scare and a fear, and where we are going, we can actually have a peace, and peace that is standing and landing, and the times of the prosperity that we had can be just an interesting memory, and the times that we have in front of us can be even better. And I would like to start with that, with giving a voice to Ukraine, because I think there's a lot of conversation in general, in the media and in politics, what we want, what Europe wants, what the United States want, but what really Ukraine wants. And with standing here and now, of course, perhaps before the tough winter, but also with a time where Russia might be preparing for something bigger, what Ukraine wants.
So thank you, Maya, for your questions. But first of all, let me thank Minister Kaiser and all the organizers for inviting me today and for your hospitality. Since the title of our panel contains the word illusions, so let me start from mentioning two illusions about Russia's war against Ukraine that still exist in some Western countries. First illusion is that it's not our war. So many people in some Western countries still believe that this war is something distant going on the edge of the somewhere in the Eastern Europe and in no way affects their everyday life. This is wrong approach, and because we know that Putin is this war is not only about Ukraine. Putin is waging war against Europe as a whole, and actually we have to accept it that we are all in this war. Another illusion we have to abandon is that if we are careful enough, if we are moderate enough, if we take no steps which can be considered as a provocation of Putin, so Putin can decide that he has had enough and he would stop somewhere in Ukraine. This is another wrong approach, because we have seen it before. We have seen it before the World War II, when many people believed that if we give Hitler what he wants in one place, so he will probably stop there. So he did not, and we shouldn't repeat the same mistake with Putin. So Putin will not stop until he's stopped. And my message is that peace cannot be achieved through appeasement. Peace cannot be achieved only through strength. But having accepted that we are all in this war, we have to answer very uncomfortable question. Why we are still helping Putin to wage this war? Because, look, hundreds of Western companies are still operating in Russia, paying taxes to the Russian budget. A lot of countries still have trade with Russia like as nothing happened. Russia still has access to strategic raw materials with which they can produce weapons and military equipment. We can still find thousands of Western-made components in Russian missiles and drones. Many countries, even European countries, still buy Russian oil and gas, and I can go on. So the question is why we are, if we accept that Putin is waging war against all of us, why we are helping him to do so. So what we need to do now. So our recipe is to stop this war is very simple. First, more pressure on Russia. So we are very grateful to all our partners for imposing sanctions against Russia. They really work, and Putin, actually Russia, feels very a lot of pressure because of these sanctions. But we have to be clear about our objective. Our goal is not to make the Russians feel more uncomfortable. Our goal should be to deprive Russia of financing to continue this war, to make it impossible for Russia to continue this war. That's why sanctions, the problem with sanctions is that they are introduced gradually and partially. And Putin and Russia adapt to these sanctions. So sanctions should be comprehensive, so that Putin cannot continue this war.
Okay, thank you so much, Evgeny. And Tony, I'm going to go to you because I think in Poland we definitely fear there's also our war, but like Slovenia is not having a border with Ukraine, right? So do you feel, first of all, that the society in Slovenia, but also in Balkans, feels that it's also their war? And what do you feel that European Union in general can do together to strengthen these peace conversations and, well, have peace without illusion, right?
Yeah. Thank you. I think this panel is really important. We had a constructive discussion with the Secretary General before, where we touched upon the fundament. Because now, if we are focusing only on the technical aspects, speaking in the geopolitical context of this war, then there is a calculation. If we do this, and I mean, it's important, but I think we have to start from the fundament. When this aggressive war started, you will remember it was our Prime Minister at the time, nowadays Janez Janša, who basically brought this up at the European Council. France was holding a presidency at the time. And I think at the beginning it was kind of expected to be just another step. Okay, we are going to turn the blind eye. It's in their interest. Somehow we have to basically accommodate with that, and it doesn't touch us, our fundament on which European Union as such is basically resting as a peace project. It's not materialistic, but it's a peace project, and it's based on the values. And here, if we look at the human dimension, yesterday I have heard news stories about the atrocities, about the abducted children, what is happening on those territories. I think we have to see also this. And I'm not trying now to make the people like compassion. And yes, we have many wars. We have Palestine. We have this and that. But this is really important to understand the context. It is about the values. And of course, Slovenia, 35 years ago, when we took the decision, it was 90% of people that we are embracing those values, freedom, democracy, rule of law, so that it's a bottom-up decision-making process. Though top-down, it sounds and it looks more attractive. So for us, this was, I think, kind of going again through the process which we went through when we were attacked immediately after we proclaimed our independence. I'm not saying situations are similar, but we have to put it in the context. Of course, we have our duty. I think all of us, we have to work and have to see the ways how to get to the peace, to the stable and let's say peace, which will be in the frame we are all talking about, the international law. Sometimes people, they misunderstand that international law, it's not a magic stick. We apply and it's going to work. If that would be the case, now Mr. Putin would withdraw his forces to the international recognized borders, and then we would start to use the diplomacy. So what my message is that it's always good that we descend from the world of created narratives to the reality, and reality is as it is. I think we have to work together, and Europe should. Somebody said before, I think I spoke with General Carsten and said, how do we feel the situation? Like our friends in Estonia, they see the fire, they see the wood cracking, they smell the smoke. But somebody further away, and I'm not saying Slovenia, it's so much further away, it's just one country in between, but the rest of our partners more to the west, they maybe can see a little bit of a smoke somewhere there, and somebody at the south doesn't even see it. So it is important that we, and I'm not saying we have to do it top-down, pressing, but to have this common understanding. I think it's a conversation about the basic values on which Europe is resting. So this government in Slovenia is continuing to support Ukraine. We are going to do even more, Ukraine to be more resilient, and especially we are going to focus on this human dimension to help the people.
That's very important. We have already like two dimensions when we are talking about Ukraine and peace in Ukraine, right? It's defense and it's values as well. So I'm going to now turn to you about values, right? Because yesterday Alexandra Matvichuk got a reward from the BSF, and she got a reward because she's fighting for justice. And that's what Council of Europe does as well. And you also said before that, well, the war is also a part of justice and building the democracy's institutions. So where is your stand on this?
So thank you very much for the question. Maybe let me start with, with a new dimension, also bring a new dimension into the whole discussion about what we see as a challenge today. It is what I would call the loss of orientation. Things are going even faster. The world is unpredictable. We are thinking and working in a very, very short term. And all of this in a normal geography would bring us to lose orientation. And as geography is important, let me also speak about institutional geography. It is the same. Without solid institutions, we also lose the orientation, and it is a project for those wanting exactly the opposite, you know, creating noise, creating a lot of noise, and it is our role to cancel, to try to avoid this background noise, to find where are the strong lines. That's the first element. The second element about the values, I want also to come back to what you said before about, well, this illusion to see the war as not our. I think Ukrainians are suffering the most. No need to explain this. Destruction, kills of civilians, brutality. But this war is primarily a war concerning all of us. And then also Ukrainians, obviously, but all of us. Why? Because back to institutional geography, without predictability, stability, and accountability, it is not possible to have a stable peace. It's exactly what we are doing. Well, you know, it's not new. I mean, the Council of Europe, the organization I represent here, 46 member states. I mean, I call sometimes the Council of Europe the most underrated and underestimated multilateral organization that existed. You know why? This organization has the biggest common legal space that ever exists in the world. Please never forget this. Based on 1 million decisions of the European Court of Human Rights, creating a huge case law applied directly in the 46 member states, not a line above the states, directly in the legal DNA of all states, including Ukraine and Slovenia and 46 countries. So now accountability, we are working on this since a long time with the European Court of Human Rights, addressing every day, it is also the case today as we speak, violations of human rights in the case, in the context of the war in Ukraine, also interstate cases, very important rulings on this, including concerning deported children. The second element was created by the head of state and head of governments, a register of damage. You know, I was signing this in my previous capacity 3 years ago. Returning back to my country, you know, I was told, okay, there is a brutal war ongoing, and the only thing you are able to do is create an Excel sheet, register of damage. It is not an Excel sheet. It is trying to have, with a high level of quality, all the elements register destruction. It is the base, the real base to have reconstruction and recovery. We just created now the Claims Commission, and it is not only supported by European states. For the register, we have also associated states. We have Japan, we have the US, we have Canada. For the Claims Commission, we have as well Canada, and we are creating as well the third stage. It is the Special Tribunal for the Crime of Aggression with Australia and Costa Rica. That's the huge framework for accountability, and this will create stability and it will help to peace.
And you think that the question from, or the dream from Alexandra, do you think that Putin can stand in front of the tribunal in this?
That is what I will call the jump to the conclusion. I mean, the most important thing is to see the reality and to do it step by step. That's why I was just bringing this element before, you know, coming back from Reykjavik, oh, you just created an Excel sheet, congratulations. It was much more than this, and we see this now. It's like, you know, climbing mountains. We are in the region of a lot of mountains. We'll never get to the top without starting to work at the bottom with the first step. It's exactly what we try to do. And not quickly enough. We can do more. We need more support. That's why we are opening, by the way, an observer office in New York. But, I mean, that's the only way to defend, on our side, the values that we all need, and that also Ukraine needs to have stability and peace.
I think that strength in cooperation is that every single country or institution can do their own work, right? And Paweł, now I'm going to turn to you because, well, you're coming from Poland, and Poland is a country where there's a lot of fear right now, also because of the media and a lot of influence operations of Russia into the space of the Central Eastern Europe about who's going to be next. So do you think that peace in Ukraine is possible with strengthening the security of Central Eastern Europe?
First of all, I would like to start from the one secret. I would like to share with you a secret. What did today morning majority of Polish leading politicians? 4 a.m. They spent the time on the Westerplatte Peninsula. Why? Because today is the anniversary of attack of German Nazi against Poland. And that's why we live without any illusions about fascism, about contemporary fascism and imperialism. And that's why we spent 4.7 GDP for defense. And if we count whole expenditure for security, it could be much more. And that's why we really appreciate posture of Slovenia. Many countries say, okay, we are far away, we don't have border with Ukraine, and Slovenia. I would like to underline that fact. The first brave visit of Prime Minister Janša and the personal posture of Tony, Minister of Foreign Affairs. Thank you, by the way, for your participation in URC in Gdańsk last June. And Slovenia demonstrate that understand the real threat from the Russia. Ladies and gentlemen, yesterday it used sabotage to attack a drone factory in central Poland by Russian spy. That's the everyday life of my country. That's why I'm today in Bled, because I would like to underline that we should demonstrate towards Russia our openness also for expansion of NATO and enlargement of European Union. That's a part of our policy. That's a part of our strategic goals. That's why posture of Slovenia it's so important for us, because Slovenia is pro-enlargement. It's leading country which understand there is not another way. We could every day, every time demonstrate toward Russia and personally toward Putin that we are ready for political action, especially after 5 years after all-out attack, Russian attack against Ukraine. No illusion, ladies and gentlemen, it's not against Ukraine, it's against unity. Putin is obsessive on the unity of the West. They will look for countries within European Union which will say it's not our world. Russia is not a problem. Russia is not a threat. That's a blatant, rank example of disinformation. To spread that information, so-called information, opinion that Russia is not a threat. And from our point of view, crucial is to re-energize and rearm European Union. For us, crucial is in concurrent line to develop relations with US. US is the role of United States, especially in defending of eastern flank. It's crucial. I would like to invite you to see eastern flank, to see our eastern border, and to understand more why our policy is a policy without any illusion, especially after possible stop the hostilities, the hot war. Thank you.
Thank you. And while United States has been called, Matthew, we have you here. And well, you're listening to this conversation, but also the conversation that is happening in the outside world, obviously. So, like, you're American, so put your hat on. And what you're thinking, like what the United States is looking for. Can it be a supporter for the peace, or is it also looking for those countries that might be the ones add-ons?
Thanks for that, Maya. 4 months ago, I retired from the U.S. State Department after 35 years in public service, and I'm still getting used to being able to say what I think. I've been storing this up for 35 years. So a few thoughts, I think, maybe to get the conversation started in this direction, which is that the Trump team came in to office with a theory of the conflict. And it's a theory that wasn't predicated on right and wrong. It was based fundamentally, primarily, on the perception of strength and weakness. And in the Trump team's approach, in the Trump universe, strength is to be recognized and respected. Weakness is to be identified and punished. And the Trump team comes in, and the ambitions are to achieve an end to the conflict as early as possible. And given the perception of strength and weakness, with the perception of Russia as the stronger party in the equation at the time, the obvious approach is to put pressure on Ukraine to accommodate Russian strength, right? And so that was, in fact, the initial approach. And you could see this in President Zelensky's very difficult meeting in the Oval Office. You could see it in Anchorage. You could see it in the very clearly expressed public position, which is, you, President Zelensky, you don't have the cards, right? And because you don't have the cards, that is a position of weakness. It is one that should be punished. And the easiest, quickest way to a short-term solution is pressure on Ukraine, accommodate Russian ambitions. Bob's your uncle. Now you've got a ceasefire or a settlement.
And then Ukraine is attacking Russia inside, right?
No, right. And that, I think, is actually starting to change. And that's starting to change because of Ukraine's success. And you can see Ukrainian success on the battlefield. You can see Ukrainian success diplomatically. And now, in fact, it's the Russians that are on the back foot. And the viewpoint within the American system is shifting to accommodate that new reality, a recognition of and a respect for Ukrainian strength. And my own view, consistent with that, would be that the best way to secure a settlement, whether that's a temporary settlement or a longer-term settlement, is through Ukrainian victory and Russian weakness. And that means right now the strongest possible support collectively by the strategic West for Ukraine's ambitions to push back on the invaders. And that's something that I believe is fundamental to success. And I'm hopeful that the Trump administration will be broadly supportive of that ambition.
Thank you, Matthew. And, war, I would say, it's a bit of a game, right? It's like negotiations. You do one move on one side and then you move on the other side. And with the negotiations, what is important is to know what you actually want. And I'm going to be strict right now because I want to ask you 2 more questions, and I would like to open a floor. So please think about a few questions if you manage. And my next question is, we're setting up the stage of what is here and now, but where we want to go. So starting from Ukraine, what it means for you, Evgeny, right? So what it means for Ukraine to have a stable, secure peace. If we're thinking about 2035, where Ukraine and the European Union and Europe and the world is. 2 minutes. 35, yeah.
Actually, it's a very difficult question because we don't know when and whether this war will end. Because for the time being, we don't see any readiness from Russia to end this war. Just last night, Putin carried out another massive attack on Ukraine, killing at least 13 people and destroying a lot of ordinary residential buildings. So it was his actually response for the calls to stop this war. But if we really manage to stop this war, and I'm talking not about only ceasefire, because ceasefire is not lasting peace. But we are in favor of ceasefire. We are ready for any format of ceasefire. We are ready for any kind of negotiations, but Putin is not ready. So I see Ukraine in 2035 definitely as a member of EU. So I have no doubt about it that we will join EU much more earlier than 2035. And that Ukraine will be an integral part of the European security architecture. Because now Ukraine has something that EU cannot buy or develop in a short time. We have actually we know how to fight a modern war against Russia. Our army is one of the strongest on the continent. And I think that it would be in the interest not only EU, but also NATO to have such a member as Ukraine. But we understand that in case of NATO, it's a different story because there is no consensus. And I frankly don't understand.
With the dream, it is also in the NATO,
yes,
right?
of course. So member of EU, member of NATO, and integral part of EU defense and security architecture.
Pavel, I'll change the order now.
It's not about the membership, the Ukraine membership, future membership in NATO. It's, from my point of view, the most realistic approach. That's not about dreams. Ladies and gentlemen, let's imagine situation after war. That's really part of our interest as a member of European Union and NATO to have 1 million army out of the political West. That's really good for Polish national interests? I'm not sure. It's a question how to manage that Ukrainian way to the NATO. But in fact, Ukrainian army plus veterans, it's part of NATO. If we see from the point of view of training, equipment, coordination, it's a real fact. I visited many times trenches. I have contact, practically everyday contact, not only with Ukrainian politicians, but also with soldiers. Dutch army is the real part of NATO. And the question for politicians is how to manage that way. About membership in European Union. I can say more as a parliamentarian. I'm not a member of government, chair of Foreign Affairs Committee every time can say more. Let's be realistic. Of course, that's a discussion with Ukrainian partners. The membership in NATO, in the European Union, it's not a compensation after war. That's a question of real negotiations. That's a question of approving of the completely new legal system. That's not like negotiations with between two countries. That will be a serious task for Ukraine to provide that process of negotiations. But from the point of view of security, and my obligation is to concentrate on the security of my country, that's definitely needed to enlarge European Union and to expand NATO. And of course, in politics, crucially, it's not only time and place. We are in Bled, beautiful place, far away from the Ukraine. We are in very specific political time in Europe. Let's add also dynamics. And we will see the strategic goals as a more clear. That's my postulate.
And I think the strategic goals are very important. So, Matthew, how do you see that in 9 years from now?
You know, war is a terrible thing. And every day of war is a tragedy. But I would argue that it is more important the conditions under which the war ends rather than how quickly it ends. And here I would tip my hat to Eddie Luttwak, who famously asked in an article called Give War a Chance, where he said, what would the world be like if the European powers of the day, horrified by the violence at Shiloh and Antietam, sent peacekeepers to the United States to separate the North and the South in the American Civil War and negotiate a settlement? Would the world be a better place? Sometimes victory is the best outcome to conflict. So what I think is fundamental and essential is that a post-conflict Ukraine is economically vibrant, it is democratic, it is oriented to the West, and it is committed to fully integrating into European and Euro-Atlantic institutions. And that requires victory on the battlefield and a peace that is consistent with and consonant with those ambitions. And therefore, it is in our strategic interests to support Ukraine in achieving that. And if a positive result can be achieved there, then I think there is a path forward to European and Euro-Atlantic integration for Ukraine that will be beneficial not only to Ukraine, but to the strategic West collectively.
Thanks. And Alan, so what is the top of the mountain that you are just starting to climb?
Well, first of all, I think we need to see in which context we are operating, because your question was 2035, 9 years. 9 years, but it looks like, and it sounds like an eternity. It is not, it is really tomorrow. Huh? That's why we must prepare this from today. And the context in this movement, dynamic context, is marked by conflicts and wars, Ukraine, but we have also the Middle East. We have a lot of other conflicts as well. It is also determined by the technological change. I mean, nobody is able to predict what will happen with AI in 3 years. What does it mean? And it is also strongly determined by the backslide of democracy. For different reasons, we can elaborate on this quite long. And the point is, in this context, which kind of stability and peace generally and development are we witnessing if we have on one side a strong development of armaments and other side a strong backsliding of democracies? When we see the static view, it's okay, that's today. What does it mean in Europe, highly fragmented, in 10 or 15 years, to have a high level of armies everywhere, but, well, not strong democracies? I mean, military systems are protecting people and countries and regions only if democracy is strong enough to control this. That's an important point I wanted to mention. About Ukraine now, we must prepare this now. I mean, we are doing this, that's the role of the Council of Europe. We are present, working on the judicial reform, fight against corruption, the rule of law in wartime, preparing election for the day where it will be possible. It's not possible to wait and suddenly to say, okay, what should we do now? We must prepare this now. We are doing this since many years with Ukraine, by the way, and we have a new action plan to start at the end of this year. And that's the top of the mountain. It will be to have stability, predictability, good perspective for the people, and Ukraine much stronger integrated, at an institutional level, with huge challenges. What does it mean after 2 years to see one full young generation only knowing war times? It started in 40, not in 2022. What does it mean in 2035 to have, who knows, 4 million veterans, highly frustrated, angry, but there? We need really to prepare recovery and reconstruction on a solid basis. That means, for me, democratic basis and legal standards basis. That will be the only way to ensure also for Ukraine and for all of us then, a stable future. That must be the goal, and we are still working on. We are already working on this.
Thank you, Tony.
Yeah, well, I will be short. I see we are running.
Yeah, and I have one more question and then opening the floor. I know that you are...
Yes, I agree with Secretary General now and what others said before, but I think we should not forget that in the international relations, as well as in the natural sciences, there are certain laws. I studied many years back, and they were accusing me I'm not fit for the international relations geodesy, and I know that gravitation is working. And in the international relations, I think, and the theory is showing, but also the practice, if we look into the historical perspective, what stays stable. Not friendships, alliances, those who are not based on the values. So interests are important, and I think it will depend on us. Remember when the Berlin Wall was dismantled, there were people like Francis Fukuyama who basically predicted that we are at the end of the history. We are not doing wars, we are going to do trade, and we are going to grow the prosperity. But there was also another American, we are always looking at Americans, Huntington, who wrote about this. I wouldn't put it like in the civilizational, I would put it into this value perspective, like Alan was talking about democracy, and this is about the values. And if we are going to and look, yesterday we were listening, the prime ministers, I think it was what was really crucial, demography. In Slovenia, if we don't have Slovenians, we won't have Slovenia. And it goes without saying for Europe and for this transatlantic space that we have to do on those critical elements, but nothing without the values. So to have this understanding that if we want to succeed in this, I don't want to say power struggle, but it is about power. It is about the balance. And let's not forget that in this equation, we were now talking war in Ukraine, there is a bigger perspective. There are countries which are really strong. We have, for example, China. And I think it should be fair to say that more strength you accumulate, more responsibility you should also have for the global peace. And in this direction, I think we have to talk to them more. So it's not only US now having a magic stick. If Mr. Trump will decide this, then everything will be fine. I think this is a world of created narrative. We have to be in the reality. And here I am a slight optimist that we will manage.
So exactly going back to this reality, because we have a bit of this vision ahead of us, and I think that what I hear, it's very much the same, right? The vision is there, right? Ukraine needs to be in the European Union, in the NATO, have democratic values. We all stand together and are united. So coming back to the reality, it's 1st of September 2026. What is one thing that each of you thinks that needs to be done until the end of the year to make it happen?
To stop Russian hostilities without any illusion, and to understand by all partners in the West that's crucial for the creating and the future.
So what Poland can exactly do now with this?
To support military Ukraine, politically, and especially to support Ukrainian position in US, Great Britain, and within European Union. That without stopping of hostilities, it is impossible to think about future.
Thank you. Alan?
2 points. The first point is to make sure that all organizations are playing the best of the possible role, not mixing. And for the Council of Europe, it is till the end of the year to prepare, and we are working on this, a strong action plan designed for the peace, for stabilizing the situation in Ukraine after the war. We are preparing this. I was mentioning before accountability for what has been done. Fight against corruption, standards that leads to the European Union, elections people believe in, cybercrime, AI, protection of minorities, the question of veterans I mentioned before, women and children.
Oh, a lot of decisions, right, honey?
Yesterday, a Prime Minister of Hungary said that we have to focus on the main homework, and that is basically, if I'm talking now as a politician, to make our societies more resilient. And let's not have an illusion that delusion that there is no hybrid activities basically ongoing to divide us internally. So to keep this, today is the first day of the new school year, so we are focusing on our young generation, and tomorrow, this afternoon, I will be participating at this level. We see Slovenia, we see as a primary tool and our leverage through the European Union. Through our family, I'm flying to Ireland. Ireland is holding the presidency. I will talk to the colleagues. I'm looking forward to this discussion. There will be many topics, but I will always be focusing on this one, and of course on the Western Balkans. But Ukraine was now basically in the focus of the debate.
Thank you. Evgeny.
Sorry, I cannot limit myself to just one point, so I will name several. So first, we need to survive. So for that, we need additional air defense and support in terms of energy equipment. Second, we hope very much that our European and American partners will come up with very strong additional packages of sanctions and pressure against Russia. And we hope that Europe will start strengthening itself from the military point of view, and will realize that defense is not a secondary issue anymore. And finally, that we hope that EU will, and the West as a whole, will change its point of view on Ukraine. Ukraine is not a security witness, but a security anchor of the European Union. So that's...
Thank you so much. And Matthew.
I would footstomp Yevgeny's first point, integrated air defense. The Russians are deliberately, maliciously targeting civilian infrastructure in Ukraine, and they require and deserve support from us in pushing back against that. That will require money. It will require a willingness on our part to move more stuff from our stockpiles than we're entirely comfortable with, but it is worth taking that risk.
So we have a plan, right, what to do. But now we can open the floor to the questions. We probably have one or two. I think that the lady in here was the first one. Maybe three here and there.
Thank you so much, and thank you for the panel, for your insights. My name is Johanna Sumovuori. I'm director of the European Centre of Excellence for Civilian Crisis Management. The centre is representing 25 EU countries that we are based in Berlin and established by Germany 5.5 years ago.
We don't have much time.
I would like to ask a question, because everybody was mentioning defense, of course, obviously, and also democratic resilience. But the EU's largest, biggest EU civilian crisis management mission is in Ukraine. More than 400 people working for security sector reform as well as border management, and in the future probably tackling also hybrid and cyber and veteran issues. How do you see the civilian capabilities and cooperation between the EU and maybe beyond EU in addition to military support to Ukraine?
Okay, let's have the next one here.
May I?
Yeah. And then
my name is Janez Malacic, and I'm from University of Ljubljana. Demography was mentioned, and I think that most people haven't recognized how big changes in demographic situation in not only in Ukraine but in Russia as well have happened till collapse of Soviet Union and also till 2015. I would like to ask Ukrainian representative, how do you see the importance of all these demographic tremendous changes, and especially from the viewpoint of 35 or even some years more. Thank you.
Okay, and one more.
Yes, hi.
Okay.
Pam Dixon, World Privacy Forum. Very happy to be here and to ask you a question. Thank you for your talk. The question is this, to Secretary General Alain Berset. You mentioned AI. Thank you for mentioning this. for those of us who are watching this war from a technology perspective, it is as if Pandora's box has been opened in regards to AI and other advanced technologies. So the question I have is, what constraints can arrive after the war has ended in regards to how the technology is being deployed and used, particularly AI, after the war concludes? Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much. So we have 3 questions. Let's see if we're going to have more. Civilian cooperation, I understand would like someone respond to this one, because there was no...
I'm happy to take that one, which is, and I think it's a fundamental question in that it is the strength of our societies rather than the strength of our militaries that is the source of long-term security. And so here, I think, again, collectively, as a strategic West, we should be investing not only in Ukrainian military capabilities, we should be investing in civilian infrastructure and in the quest to ensure that a post-war Ukraine is one that is committed to good government, anti-corruption, and the path forward to Europe, which is not just a political path, but it is one that is also fundamentally a social path.
Evgeny, there was a direct question to you about demography challenges.
Yes, thank you very much for your question. It's a very, very important question for Ukraine. The demographic issue is a huge problem for Ukraine, because you know that after the start of the full-scale aggression, millions of Ukrainians unfortunately left Ukraine, and we are extremely grateful to our partners in the European countries for your hospitality that you received and accepted our citizens. But we continue to lose our people in the war, so both military and civilian. So this is very, very important question, and we hope that together, after war ends, together with our partners, we will find the possibility to return our people from different countries home, because we need them home in order to rebuild Ukraine. So, but we need to come up with some ideas how we can do it, and this is one of the issues that we will be discussing also in the framework of URC, but many other forums. So.
And Alain, there was a direct question to you about AI.
Yes, on AI. Thank you very much for asking on AI. The point is that it is expanding extremely rapidly, and we are entering too slowly. I give you an example. In 2017, the Council of Europe started to develop the first framework convention on AI, the only one that exists today, legally binding for states. It was starting in 2017. It was open for signature in 24, 7 years. We are in 26, and we have not enough ratification to have it into force. I mean, it would take 10, even years to make a step where the AI is making the step in 3 weeks soon, or in 6 months. That's the first problem that we have. The second point is, how can we regulate, organizing something positive, knowing that the regulation states are really fragmented, have difficulties to agree, and companies developing those elements are really global. The third element, never forget, please, that we have also to take the positive side of AI. We had organized at the Council of Europe 2 hackathons with a lot of young teams to use the technological tools to debunk fake news, for example. Extremely interesting. Let us start also to see the positive side and to manage all those elements together. But the risk is to be really too slow. Nobody is able to predict what will be possible in 2030. And what you mentioned before is the elephant in all rooms, the mix between military systems and AI. This is horrifying, basically.
Thank you. We have maybe 2 more questions, if they are fast, please. There's 2 men on the door, yeah. And please stand up, yeah, okay.
Andrei Novak, Alliance for European Security, Berlin. One remark about Ukrainian veterans. I think it's been mentioned how important they are for our security and the military, and perhaps it's be time to recognize them as defenders of Europe and also entitle them to a European pension on top of the Ukrainian one. That would help immensely. And Mr. Palmer, one question about a potential settlement or ceasefire in Ukraine. Would you agree with the assumption that we have a greater conflict of dictatorships with democracy itself within our societies and in other conflicts such as Ukraine? And even if hostilities
Thank
were
you.
to
I
cease
think
in
that we have a
Ukraine,
question.
wouldn't that conflict continue? And with other dictatorships? Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello. My name is Mehtab Singh. My question is to the whole panel, and as a collective question, not just to Europe or the USA. What could the world have done to avoid Russian invasion to the Ukraine, to Ukraine? And because it's going to be a lesson for the future conflicts. What did we miss?
Yeah, exactly.
What did we miss? That's it.
That's a good one. But okay, Matthew, please take both of them, and then you can think about one thing again.
All right. So very quickly, I think it's simplistic to boil it down to democracies versus autocracies. And here again, what I think is essential, not just in the context of this conflict more broadly, is to make sure that we're also investing in the health and strength of our own democracies and our own societies. And I think that's fundamental. In terms of that question that you asked there about what we could have done differently, we could have integrated Ukraine into European Euro-Atlantic structures faster.
Anyone else would like to say what to do? What could we have done different?
It's easy to be smart for the past. I think everybody knows now it's easy to be a general after the battle. But let's start to use this, what we have produced today, from today on, so that the political decisions will more reflect the reality, not the created narratives.
Let's carefully observe the situation on the Kremlin in the forthcoming fall and winter. I think that because Russia has failed to achieve the main goals, personal position of the Putin will weaken, and finally maybe the cronies will create a new window of opportunity to stop Russian aggressive policy.
Anyone else? Or?
So very briefly, I think that Ukraine and Georgia should have been invited to NATO back in 2008. And in that case, we could avoid both Georgia aggression and all the following Putin aggressive steps. But unfortunately, we missed it.
That was a big mistake to not answer for the...
Thank you so much.
But now we are standing firmly with
Exactly. Ukraine. Now we are standing firmly, and I think that those are the lessons that we can move forward. And you set up the stage for where to go, where is the mountain. And I truly believe that what we very much need, we need to understand each other better and listen to each other better in order to maintain, peace without illusions. Thank you so much.
Good afternoon, and welcome to our discussion on transatlantic relations in a changing global order. It is my great pleasure to welcome Honorable Allison Hooker, U.S. Undersecretary of State for Political Affairs. Undersecretary Hooker brings extensive experience in American foreign policy and national security policy, with particular expertise in Asia and the Korean Peninsula. Our conversation today comes at a pivotal point for transatlantic relationship. Europe is being asked to assume substantially greater responsibility for its own defense, while the United States is reassessing its priorities in a more competitive international system. At the same time, military power is becoming inseparable from industrial capacity, energy security, technology, and resilient supply chains. This raises wider question about the future of transatlantic bargain. What kind of Europe does the United States need? How should responsibility within NATO evolve? And what will sustain the relationship when political perspectives or immediate interests diverge? Undersecretary Hooker, thank you so much for joining us today. I would like to begin with the foundation of the relationship itself, how Washington understands Europe's place in American strategy, and what still binds the two sides of the Atlantic together. So, to transition to a question, where does Europe fit within the administration's long-term foreign policy, and what kind of Europe does America need first and foremost? Is that a strong political ally, a strong military ally, economic partner, cultural alignment?
Thank you so much. And let me just start by saying thank you to all of you for being here with us today, and thank you. Oh yeah, this felt like a little easier. I have a big voice. I can. I'm sure I can reach, but just people online won't be able to hear me. But yeah. Let me say thank you for joining us here in the room today, and just really a delight to be in Slovenia. It's my first time, and it doesn't disappoint. What a beautiful country, what a beautiful city that we're in right now, and a great forum. So thank you to our Slovenian hosts for having us, and thank you so much, Katja, for moderating this time together. And I hope this will answer a lot of questions and give us all a bit of hope for the future in really challenging times. As I was preparing for this, for today, I had the privilege of being with Secretary Rubio in Munich when he delivered, I think, just a real fundamental, foundational speech that outlines and really highlights where we see the transatlantic relationship, the United States relationship with Europe on the whole. And if you indulge me, I just would like to start with a few of my boss's words. And I start with him not just because he's my boss, but because when I was sitting on the front row in Munich, I was captivated, and it really resonated with me. So I think this speaks directly to your question. Secretary Rubio said, "We are part of one civilization, Western civilization. We are bound to one another by the deepest bonds that nations could share, forged by centuries of shared history, Christian faith, culture, heritage, language, ancestry, and the sacrifices our forefathers made together for common civilization to which we have fallen heir." So this is why we Americans may sometimes come off as a little direct and urgent in our counsel. This is why President Trump demands seriousness and reciprocity from our friends here in Europe. The reason why, my friends, is because we care deeply, we care about your future and ours. And if at times we disagree, our disagreements come from our profound sense of concern about a Europe with which we are connected, not just economically, but militarily. We are connected spiritually, and we are connected culturally. We want Europe to be strong. We believe that Europe must survive because the two great wars of the last century serve for us as history's constant reminder that ultimately our destiny is and will always be intertwined with yours, because we know that the fate of Europe will never be irrelevant to our own. And so I wanted to start with that quote, just to highlight that, we see Europe, how Europe fits in is that we have common bonds of civilization. These bonds have been tested over time, for sure. They are being tested now. We have disagreements, but we really, need to work together to get through them, and we will, because we are linked in the ways that I just said. we have new challenges. We will always have new challenges, but these links and these bonds must guide them through each of those challenges. I mean, the other thing that Secretary Rubio mentioned, and that I think is worth highlighting here, and I've heard some of these themes even through our time here, the short time I've been here so far, is that the trend of outsourcing elements of power, whether that's economic, whether that's industrial power, even political power, has resulted in a continent that is maybe less able to defend itself, although getting better, and I'm sure we'll speak to that in a moment, and less able to sustain industries, more vulnerable to external power. The deindustrialization is another theme that has been highlighted, and that we are paying very close attention to, that communities hollowed out and maybe even future wealth stolen. And then also the issue of unprotected borders, something that came up yesterday as well, that have left nations struggling to manage those issues that are caused by that. And what I would say is that these two issues and the things that Europe is facing and how it relates to how we're viewing our relationship, these two things do not stem from different issues. They stem from essentially the same issue. Again, I feel as though I'm highlighting some of the themes we heard yesterday, but a steady transfer of authority away from sovereign states. And sovereignty is something that I think a theme we'll come back to later as well. Authority away from sovereign states to institutions that are no longer able to serve the people that they were meant and designed to protect. Which is why when we look at Europe and we think about things that that the United States would call for, I can name 4 that we think would be helpful for our overall approach. And 1 is secure borders. Number 2, sound migration policies and principles. And number 3, the restoration of political liberty as the defining principle of the West. And number 4, that we would work together to reform multilateral institutions, and where reform is not possible, that we would consider whether our participation in those institutions or whether those institutions remain relevant and able to advance our national interests where they are. So that's maybe where I would start. I wanted to really highlight and call attention to Secretary Rubio's speech, because as I said in the beginning, it's really the root of how we see the relationship. We are forever connected to Europe, and we will be, and eager to continue the relationship.
Thank you very much for actually providing the context and that quote. I actually even had it in my own notes, because I believe it's a very strong foundation upon which we build, and you have even highlighted and strengthened it through your points. I do, however, want to probe a little bit further into values, and maybe for you to elaborate a little bit further on. We sometimes use separate language. The bond that connects us is very strong, but in the recent years we've diverged on the language we use. When Secretary Rubio was addressing the Munich Security Conference, he talked about shared heritage, as you mentioned today. He talked about sovereignty, as we spoke about as well. But sometimes as Europeans, we talk about individual rights, we talk about rule of law and democracy when we're talking about the same thing. Are we still addressing the same thing? What is that underlying bond that will survive our potential different use of language or political differences?
Mm-hmm. Thank you for the question. I think that I don't think we have such a difference of view. Maybe I'm the naive one here, and I'm in Europe. So I would love to hear from you how you think it's different. Certainly, democracy is something we continue to value and underscore. Rule of law also as well. I mean, it's one of the reasons and sovereignty, as I mentioned, although I'm not sure you said sovereignty, but I keep coming back to sovereignty because it is the defining issue. I think that all of the things that I just mentioned sort of orient themselves around sovereignty. It's why, and perhaps this is, one of the elephants in the room. There are probably several behind us in the corners, but why we are taking the approach to the ICC that we're taking right now, because we see the ICC, and if I may, I'm just going to leap right into that pool. We see the ICC as being a challenge to infringe upon sovereignty of nations, that it's not doing what it was meant to do originally, or its original mandate in 2001 or 2002 of being a court of last resort, that it's moved outside of that mandate and now is going beyond. And actually, we see this as a violation of one of the core principles of international law. And sorry for going a little bit, down a rabbit trail, but this is the opportunity to say it, that violating a core principle of international law, that a treaty cannot bind non-signatory nations without their consent. And so this is why we're focused on institutions and the reform of institutions. The OSCE is another institution where we've paid very close attention, but we are working to reform, and I think having very keen and demonstrable results, with a reduction of budget. I won't go into numbers, but what I'm trying to say is that I think we do have, very similar views of, I hope so, of what we're pursuing. United States and the nations of Europe, that what we're pursuing is one and the same, which is to serve our people well and make sure that what we are building protects them going forward.
Thank you for being so frank on this discussion. You've mentioned another topic that I want to touch on, and that is migration, internal challenges that both of us, I believe, face. This is another striking thing that struck me about Secretary Rubio's address at the Munich forum, is because it situates Europe's security challenges much more broadly. The security debate here, of course, has domestic elements, has foreign, but in the foreign element, we usually are talking about Russia these days. However, at the Munich address, it included also economic challenges, political cohesion, within that migration. So my question would be, migration and border security really now shape our politics on your continent, on ours, on both sides of the Atlantic. How does the administration see their impact on Europe's stability, political cohesion, and capacity to act as a strong partner?
Right, very good. Well, as I mentioned at the beginning, the secure borders are necessary to be able to protect your people, to be able to protect your culture, your wealth, your way of life. That's how we see it in the United States, and that we've been, as you know, President Trump, since the first term, but certainly in the second term, has been very focused on secure borders and on migration issues. I think we look at what's happening in Europe recently with Spain in particular, although it's not just isolated to a handful of events. And I think it is critical to your own national security. I think we're going to talk more about the various elements of national security in a moment, but certainly secure borders and the ability to maintain those borders, know who's coming in and who's going out, to understand what your citizens, what the people of your countries are facing in their day-to-day lives, that this has to be part of the overall, it's our strong recommendation. You are sovereign countries, as I just said. Sovereignty is important. But we would hope that in your sovereignty that you would make decisions about securing your borders that will protect your people.
We've spoken about the values, the shared bond that we have, and that provides a very solid foundation. Defense area, as you mentioned, is where the expectations become very concrete. I believe the debate has moved beyond whether Europe should contribute more to how Europe needs to contribute and a responsibility that we need to take for our own defense. With us and exiting a very successful Ankara summit, with NATO allies working towards a target of 5% of GDP for defense and defense-related spending by 2035. How does the United States view the transition from basic burden sharing to long-term burden shifting in European continental forces?
Thank you. Yes, Ankara, we felt very good about the Ankara summit coming on the heels of The Hague, which for me, actually, the Hague summit felt a little miraculous, having been in the first Trump term and hearing the call for burden sharing, the call for increased spending in Europe for European countries to take more responsibility for their defense, which, of course, at the time felt, in the first Trump term, I mean, I don't have to say this has been said by so many people, off note, a bit off kilter. Of course, the war between Russia and Ukraine had a way of crystallizing views and improving points. But, over the 4 years of the war with Ukraine, it's just exposed what's necessary in terms of nations being prepared. And, the 5%, commitment was certainly a product of that. I mean, I just, a result of what we've seen because of the war with Ukraine and exposure that countries have felt in their own defense. I would say that, certainly burden sharing wasn't a slogan, and, now we're moving into thinking about burden shifting, and, which is also very important. Again, I just want to commend the work that's been done towards the 5%. We have many nations that have already achieved it, that have already achieved the 5%. We have nations that are moving step by step towards, and those who feel that have made the commitment and that they feel that the 5% is way off. You're putting together plans to achieve that 5%, and that is so important, and I think worth noting and highlighting, celebrating. And so I think that's what we did at Ankara this year. The movement towards burden shifting has to do with modernizing forces, taking that money. I mean, 5% is a lot of money, guys. Like if you look, people were giving me numbers and, think, well, what all, of course, things are expensive. But systems are expensive and weapons are expensive, but it's not just the weaponry, it's the know-how, it's modernization, the skills that are needed to operate those weapons. All of that is in train, and we think that is also part of burden shifting, a permanent realignment that requires sustained attention to resilience. I also want to use the word a number of times to let it stick. Interoperability is very important, and that systems that are purchased and that skills that are achieved and acquired by those who will be operating the systems within the NATO alliance, that there is an interoperability. Otherwise, it's I don't want to say pointless. It's great to have weapon systems and that one can defend themselves with, but the interoperability is what makes it an alliance. And you want to say something? Sorry for
I have a sub-question.
Yeah.
No, it's fine.
Yeah.
I just wanted to maybe probe a little further. Is the objective for Europe to assume primary responsibility for conventional defense on the continent? And as you mentioned, second follow-up, so then I will not interrupt you. 5% is a lot of money. And we have shifted our discussion from money to actual capabilities. So with that higher spending, what do you believe Europeans should develop as a primary, first? What should they develop first to produce genuine military effectiveness rather than just spend money?
Well, on the exact capabilities, I would refer first to the NATO. There are NATO capabilities that are, I'm sorry, I keep waving around my mic, that are required for the NATO alliance. So I would say, attention to what those capabilities are and acquire those capabilities is very much a priority. I will get to your fundamental question as to what shifting means, but to say specific systems and things of that nature, I will leave that to my military colleagues who are far more expert on the kinds of systems and what all of that looks like. Department of War would be very happy to talk to you about those things. But in all seriousness, we do. It's the same, again, not a slogan, it's the same message of we want Europe to take responsibility for its own security. We want to be a part of, although it's been disputed maybe over the years and questioned, I think President Trump and Secretary Rubio have made clear this year that we are a part of the NATO alliance. We're not leaving the alliance. And so in participating in the alliance, interoperability and participating with NATO forces and participating with our allies is part of what we plan to do. And so we do want to see greater responsibility. We do want to see the burden of your own defense shifting. It doesn't mean that we are, I think it's called a ripcord, pulling the parachute out and jumping out of the plane. So I hope that's helpful.
No, that's a very strong message. Thank you very much, because there was, as we know, and we can say it in a forum like that openly, there are a number of dependencies that Europe has on the United States. And so, of course, we would be looking for the United States to continue to provide those capabilities, because Europe cannot build them overnight. But maybe just a quick follow-up. In the recent NATO exercise near Kaliningrad that just took place a couple of weeks ago, a large multinational drill designed to test rapid reinforcement and joint readiness. It looked like the Allies demonstrated a high level of coordination. And should we interpret that as a preview of more frequent and more integrated transatlantic European cooperation in the coming years, these type of joint exercises and interoperability?
Great question that I don't know the answer to, but I do want to say...
It's a safe choice to say yes.
Yes. Look, I think, again, I come back to the fundamental concept of interoperability, and, that has a number of different applications, whether that's our systems are interoperable or our soldiers are interoperable, that we need to have that connection and ability to operate together. So whatever that means for the warfighter and the Department of War that's responsible for it, I do defer to them. But I think, as I mentioned, the President's message, Secretary Rubio's message, at the Ankara summit and other fora, I think speak to our intentions. So I'll leave it with them.
Yeah. So higher European spending we touched on, interoperability and rebalancing the alliance we touched on, but that in itself does not necessarily answer the NATO's purpose and strategic utility as we go forward. The administration has questioned the value of NATO as it currently operates. Apart from greater financial burden sharing, what changes would increase NATO's utility to the United States, to other allies, and international security more broadly? And to maybe frame that question a little further, as we spoke about before, we in Europe, when we look at threats, we think about Russia. Are we looking at this too narrowly? The United States has a number of other challenges on its plate that it's looking at, and where do you see the utility of NATO within, for instance, the China strategic challenge, Arctic, and other areas?
Right. Great question. So I think, you're highlighting a number of things that we're definitely, I do want to get into. I would say, you said Arctic, and my ears always perk up because I'm very, as the Undersecretary for Political Affairs, my responsibility, it's the best job I've ever had, by the way, but my responsibility is over each of the regions and each of the geographical regions and the bureaus that are responsible for them, and then also for international organizations, which is why I dove into the ICC in the very beginning and the OSCE, very beginning of our conversation. But very interested, in the Arctic, and I have personally had conversations, you may know, on the margins of the NATO Foreign Ministers meeting. Secretary Rubio called together a meeting of the A7 foreign ministers. So we're very, very focused on that as well. Back to NATO, certainly Arctic interest in protecting the Arctic and our interests, vulnerabilities that are presented there, certainly worth highlighting. You mentioned China, which is, the other elephant in the room behind me over here. But certainly, look, the Secretary has said, and this is the way he frames it, the way I frame it, China is a very big country, a lot of people. We're going to have our bilateral engagements with them. We're going to do trade with them. But we see China as an actor that, to put it, in a maybe an understatement, presents a lot of challenges in many spaces. Certainly, in talking about Russia, we haven't talked about Iran. China has provided support for the war with Ukraine to Russia. They've provided support to Iran. They present challenges in the alliance space, I think, in a number of ways. So we need to be vigilant. I'm not sure if we're going to. I hope we're going to have time to get into, economic security and energy security. But certainly, I think it's something that, as I started with, we have a very good relationship with China. Our presidents are going to meet, but it doesn't mean we're not going to fiercely protect the pillars of our national security, including economic, energy, cyber, et cetera, and in our defense space as well.
Maybe just we follow up with the cooperation among Russia, China, since we're talking about that, and then we'll pass it on to economic interdependencies, because that also follows, and it's a very relevant question. So we're looking at Russia, China, Iran, North Korea. You've mentioned it briefly, but they're cooperating more actively, and either they're just pursuing overlapping interests, or there's a stronger alliance or relationship forming there that we need to be vigilant about, and this is going to become strategically consequential. How does the United States plan to address that? How are you viewing that?
Well, thank you. And I thought, I think that's a very interesting question. Certainly, we see these actors. We see some overlap of efforts. As I said, we see China contributing to two conflicts, or at least contributing to providing some support in various ways. Overall, each of these actors together are, I think, what they're doing together or what they're doing separately has an impact on stability, on our, overall stability, overall prosperity, and our ability to achieve peace and prosperity, which is what we're aimed to do. So I wouldn't necessarily, in our view, we're not grouping them together as, and you can tell how old I am when I say this, axis of evil. We're not grouping them together, giving them a slogan or a title, but we certainly are paying attention, because what they're doing is having an impact on global prosperity, economic security, and our military and our stability as well.
The capacity for us to defend our citizens and work towards a safer world, like you mentioned, is not only just military. There are other interdependencies. We increasingly depend more than just on armed forces, but on energy, whether we can provide energy, technology, materials, infrastructure. Has the distinction between economic policy and national security policy effectively disappeared, as military strength increasingly depends on industrial capacity, skilled workforces? How should Europe and the United States cooperate more effectively in these areas?
Great question. So we have been saying, at least since certainly in the first Trump term, and perhaps before, but I was very focused on this in first Trump term, and we say it again now, that economic security is national security. It's all of a piece. Their lines between these things are no longer blurred. They are non-existent. It just kind of depends on the topic. But certainly I would say a number of things about this. We need to be first thing that comes to mind is secure supply chains. I think since COVID, we have been very attuned to how one link in the supply chain can just cause a massive, well, in COVID's case, it cost lives. Paying attention to supply chains starting from the COVID time frame, but into now where we talk about, critical minerals, we talk about rare earth elements, we talk about, and that's one thing, but making sure that we have the capacity to build the things that not just contribute to our national security, but secure them, making sure we have that. So that's one thing. I think also very important for these supply chains to be diverse and transparent and also resistant to coercion, which is something I really wanted to highlight, that we work together in a way, we know where our stuff is coming from, we know, who made it, we know kind of how it got there. All these things are important for supply chain security. I also want to talk a little bit about, that's critical minerals, and certainly our critical infrastructure as well. We need to be coordinating, and this is where it comes into the transatlantic space, is that, we want to coordinate with allies, to make sure that we do have a very secure supply chain, which is necessary for our national resilience. I want to mention that these concepts are the foundation for, maybe some of you have read about it, but the concepts that are behind Pax Silica, which is a supply chain initiative that Undersecretary Hellberg, my colleague, and Undersecretary Rubio's guidance has started. And this is basically aimed at transforming our strategic vision into economic defense, and through that's coordination of investment screening and joint infrastructure funding, market incentives, and access to our allies' technical ecosystems, which is a lot of syllables to say all together, but the ecosystem behind our supply chains and our critical infrastructure. I'm looking at the time, I'm trying to talk fast, and is necessary. So these are all very important for economic security, and I will stop there and probably give you the rest of the time. Sorry about that.
I will still give you a quick follow-up question.
Yeah.
You can be brief with it, but there is a need, like you mentioned, to have stronger coordination and cooperation on these policies. But how do we reconcile that with tariffs and industrial policies that could create friction among allies?
Well, I should have known the tariff question would get worked in here. But it is, it is obviously an issue, a topic that has an impact on many that are in the room, and certainly many that are in Europe. The president from the first term, from the first Trump administration, was very focused on right-sizing trade, and making sure that our trade benefits the American people. Tariffs have been focused on that, and I know that it's an uncomfortable topic in our relationship, and we've had ups and downs in that space, but the president's first responsibility is to the American people, and it doesn't obviate, or it doesn't remove our economic ties and our trade ties. Again, this is one of the challenges that we are working through together, and that we feel committed to doing so with Europe because of the bonds that I mentioned earlier.
We'll do a very quick closing question, and you will be very quick to answer. If you're to meet again in 5 years from now, for instance, what would demonstrate that to you that the transatlantic relationship has been successfully rebalanced, rather than us just being weakened and separate from each other? And what would Europe be doing differently? What role would the U.S. still play?
Great question. Look, only God knows the future, and the kind of challenges we're going to face. And based on just, what feels like the increase, whether it's the conflicts that are happening around the world or natural disasters or, the things that confront us in the news every day, there will be significant challenges going forward. I think what would, in terms of demonstrating that our relationship is becoming stronger and not weaker, and that Europe and both Europe and the United States are in a better place, is that we were able to maintain the relationship through those challenges with open conversation, the kinds that are happening here. I would also say the things that I mentioned and things I wish I had gotten a chance to mention about economic security, about energy connectivity and supply chains, that those are strengthened, I think is really fundamental to keeping our alliances and our relationships strong, and serving the people, your country serving your people and the United States serving its people, certainly would be, if we're in a better space in each of those categories, would be very good evidence. But the main thing is that, as I said in the beginning, and I'll just end with it, those bonds that the Secretary mentioned and that I reiterated here have not come apart in all of these years through all the challenges. I don't expect them to, and I hope to be able to attest to that in 4 or 5 years' time.
Thank you very much, Undersecretary Hooker, for joining us here today, and for looking forward to further discussions, open discussions like we have right now, we will go through times that will test our relationship, but like you said, we will remain united. Thank you.
Thank you, Patrick.
So welcome everybody to the session at which I'll be talking to Madam Cynthia Sanfilippo from TikTok Europe, CEO of TikTok Europe. And maybe just to start, depending on the age in the audience, some of them may need to hear. Can you start? What is TikTok?
What is TikTok? Well, TikTok, and I hope you all know this, is a discovery platform. It's a window to the world. It helps bridge people with their communities through shared interests. It's a place where you go, digital, of course, where people come to connect, get inspiration, discover new things, new ideas, new products, and actually find the communities they didn't know existed. So what's so different about TikTok compared to other social media? What's unique to us is that the content you see is the content you are interested in, as opposed to the other type of social medias where the content you see is generally driven by the people you know. So we didn't build our social graph on who you know, and that brings you to other people. We built our social graph on what you're interested in. So that's what we are. Okay. We are all about discovery.
Perfect, but is there still one TikTok, or are we talking about multiple TikToks around the world now? You know, China, US, Europe, and the rest of the world.
Yeah, right. So in Europe, and I'm the president of Europe, so I'm going to talk mostly about Europe. You know, the TikTok is a platform that has been around for a number of years now. We're still very new, but we started actually, we were launched 8 years ago. In Europe, we have about 200 million users. And the content you see in the region is, of course, mostly driven by the content, by the users you have and what they post on the platform. So the European TikTok will feel very European. The Slovenian posting on TikTok will feel very Slovenian. The US TikTok, and I'm not talking. I mean, there was a separation of entities. Of course, is driven by, content and data that are trained in the US, and we do not operate in China.
Okay, but in the US and Europe and some other countries as well are starting to regulate digital technology in very different ways. What does that mean for the future of the global internet and for business trying to operate across the globe?
That's a very interesting question. So one of the key themes of the conference, but generally of the era we live in now, for the last couple of years, is really geopolitics. And geopolitics apply to the internet. There's no question about this. How does that impact the development of the internet? To your point, it's really about the adoption of rules. And here we're talking about two different things. The first one is rules that are, just different, but that we can cope with. So that's a fragmentation. That is, of course, a bit difficult to absorb, but, rules are, in general, good for business, right? They're giving certainty. And rules, more importantly, are also the translation of what a society, is pursuing in terms of legitimate interest and the roles and responsibilities they put, on the different actors. So dealing with different rules is okay, is absolutely okay, and that's actually very healthy. But the rules that are too diverging and therefore in practice are just incompatible are a real concern to us as a big player, but also to all the small businesses that are on the platform. We're talking here about 4 separate ways of looking at things, 4 different ways to define the same word, 4 different timelines that are bringing a lot of complexity. And that's really why, as a representative of TikTok in the region, we are calling for the completion of the single market and, the harmonization of rule books so that not only it's easier for us to comply and provide the certainty we need, but also that we allow the small businesses on the platform that really grow from being hyper-local to being regional, or to get that dimension. Because when the business flourishes, you're actually building economic resilience. And this is also one of the value propositions that we are bringing to the European region.
So, but let's look at who is Cynthia Sanfilippo. You're a French lawyer. Originally, you spent your professional life with different corporate roles in Brussels. And how did you end up in TikTok?
How did I end up in TikTok? So I'm a woman, and I think that's, that's a key definition. No, I'm a lawyer by training. I'm passionate about society transformation in general. I'm really passionate about bridging people, technology, law, business. And I really had the great luck of having very different experiences in my professional career, that led me to the building trust, the engagement, understanding better what are the, how you ensuring progress in a way that is also constructive, in engagement. I used to work at L'Oréal, and technology was at the core. So, it's new molecules for sunblocks. When I was at 3M, it was about new molecules for medicines. When I was at in the chemical industry, in the specialty chemicals industry, it was about new forms of silicons provided for solar panels, which are, of course, one way to get solar energy. And today is TikTok, and TikTok is a very dynamic environment. It's you're at the heart of people, society, and innovation and tech. We're in a world of tech, and we are here to build the present and the future of the internet, which is, what I'm interested in as a person.
Great. May I ask you about how digital platforms are today becoming the engines of economic growth?
Yes.
How?
So I don't have a phone. I should have taken one. The old recipe for doing business was really getting capital and contact in order to sell. And that very often means that as an entrepreneur, you needed to have an export budget, a distributor in the market, a trade circuit, and if you could afford it, an agency to really help you with your marketing so that you could sell your product better. And whether you could go international depended also very much on the level of contacts and investment you could put into it. The new equation today is a phone and something pretty unique to show. No distributor, no budget, nobody's permission. So someone in Ljubljana puts something they make in front of someone in Paris, Berlin, Rome, wherever you want. And whether they close the sale is their own affair, but increasingly, through the shop that we are also developing as an integrated component of the TikTok experience, we can also be part of that too. But what used to be impossible before and in the kind of more traditional circuit was the discovery aspect, which is exactly what the platform allows, right? Again, we have about 200 million users, in the region. So when you're an entrepreneur putting your idea or your product, on the platform, you suddenly have that reach, and that's how you can grow.
So what you're saying is that you are removing the gatekeepers that existed previously, particularly for small and medium-sized companies. You had to go through so many different doors before you were able to reach
your final customer. Yeah, we're making it easier. We're making it easier for the small entrepreneurs. That's why we're having 6.5 million of them on the platform, right? We're helping them with, the creative ideas and the reach. The reach and the discovery aspect are very, very key components of the TikTok model and the TikTok experience.
But aren't the algorithms now becoming new gatekeepers?
Sorry?
Aren't the algorithms now becoming the gatekeepers?
For us, it's really about size and reach, right? The size, and if that's what you relate to, is you don't need the size, you need the reach. You know, again, if the idea is good and bright, it will make it through. If I, you know, in terms of economic contribution, we have contributed 31 billion euro of economic output across the EU last year. 10 billion in the UK, which is always treated, you know, separately, and that is bringing 153,000 jobs, you know, to that market. So that's quite significant. And how this works, to your point, is that a business finds a customer it could have never afforded to reach, you know, and the person finds something they even didn't know existed. And, you know, that's how it works. We take a part of that by, you know, selling advertising, but the rest lands with, you know, the business, its suppliers, its town. And the scale of that is significant. So I won't hammer too much on, you know, all the figures, because I know that too many figures are a bit boring. But, you know, we enable people to do business in a much more easier fashion, and we're also developing some tools on the AI front, you know, that help in creation.
So companies from this region can easier access markets around the globe?
At least in the region and then on the globe, yes. We have, that's the value proposition.
That's
TikTok.
your value proposition.
That's
so
the value proposition.
You are now entering the market of actually enabling companies do
Absolutely.
businesses on larger scale and with less costs than previously, probably.
Yes, absolutely. I will take an example. We launched the shop in Poland about a few months ago, and you know, we have seen a very big expansion of the sales. So I don't have the let me find the exact figures. What is clear is that half of the businesses, you know, are saying that they have actually reached you know, customers they could have never reached before. Important, the users or the consumers, on the other hand, are finding products they could have never, you know, thought have existed. We're seeing, you know, with the platform, if you take some of the Slovenian examples, so, you know, there is the Jello brothers, you know, is a family catering business that really grew with the platform. And by posting their recipes of burgers, you know, they have built a nationwide recognition of, you know, their brand. This is the true offering. So we're helping the small local businesses to grow first, you know, locally. And again, we're offering the user reach. So the 200 million in Europe or the one globally. The good idea will make it.
So you are actually transforming yourself from a social medium for young kids playing online to a serious business engine for growth.
Absolutely. So it's funny, the social media for kids is really the idea that sticks to us because that's you know, how we were. That's what you could see on the, you know, on the platform at the very beginning, about you know, 6 to 8 years ago, and we have evolved, right? It was all about discovery. It was all about interaction and connecting people and creativity at the heart. And we have been enriching the experience, right? So you can still go on TikTok to find, you know, the content you're interested in. If I look at myself, you know, I like some dog breeds, so I can have, you know, videos on that. I can, you know, do some educational content to help my kids, you know, with their homework. But increasingly so, I can also look at, you know, new forms of using products with the ability to purchase them, you know. So yes, we're diversifying the experience and we are transforming. You know.
And that's why you've succeeded to surpass Facebook and YouTube and others. So you are now #1 at the moment, aren't you?
So we are still the #3 platform. We have a lot of ambition, so you know we hope we'll get there.
You're not there yet, then.
No, we're not there yet. It's you know, it's a road of progress, but I think the important thing is that we continue to enrich the discovery, we enhance the creativity, and we therefore you know, have more and more users and more businesses we onboard on the platform. Yes. we continue to grow.
How do you see artificial intelligence coming in this game? It's probably going to change the way you do operations and the way people interface with you globally.
Artificial intelligence is, there are three things happening with it. The first one is it is changing how people create. It is changing how platforms protect. And it is changing what all of us must do to earn trust. And trust is a very fundamental concept behind the digital ecosystem that I hope we will be getting back to. So if I take the first one, which is creation, which is an important one, we build AI tools to take the difficulty out of making something. But we're not touching the thinking. It's really in the production phase. So that distinction matters, right? A creator can take a long video, put it into a shorter format. If you're good at photos, or you're a photographer, you can use AI tools to easily and very quickly reframe them. For businesses, we help them with our AI tools to create once, adapt it, and run it market after market. And those tools the AI tools on the platform are available globally now. But as AI reduces friction, it reduces cost, and it reduces time. It doesn't reduce, it doesn't go on talent, taste, or judgment, So AI removes the production barrier, but it does not remove the talent barrier. And increasingly, the talent barrier is the one that decides on that age. The second thing is protection, and that's really the part that you most probably don't see, which is that AI is actually helping us a lot with the moderation on the platform. AI is the first layer of what we call the content moderation, and that really helps kind of clean the platform from the bad content or the content that is not compliant with our community rules, which are kind of our internal rules. We have hundreds of millions of content uploaded to the platform every day. Hundreds of millions. It's a lot. No human can deal with that. So we need the AI to do this enforcement on our community guidelines and take as most as possible as bad content out from the beginning before even people report it. And that is very important in terms of increasing the trust in the platform. The AI also helps remove the worst content that is being seen by the moderators, right? So this kind of protecting the workers. The third one is trust. AI is an enabler of trust when done correctly. We were actually one of the first ones to implement a standard that has a horrible name as an acronym, which is called C2PA, but which basically works as a digital nutrition label. And that is showing you exactly who created an image, a video, an audio file, and whether AI was used. And then it allows for the traceability all over. So as a platform, we are labeling AI-generated content. We are implementing the CTPA standard, so the nutrition label for the digital age, if you like, of our content. And that is increasing trust. Because, of course, there is more and more AI-generated content on platforms in general. And we are committed to that, right? We are committed to help people embrace these new approaches. We are committed to help expert organizations promote AI literacy on the platform. We've just signed a $4 million program, dedicated to that. And when it comes to AI features, we are also at the first step when we are, setting them on the platform. We are not making them available for kids so that they are or under 18, so that they are tested by adults and then adjusted. And then when it gets ready and fit for other uses, we're adapting them. So to summarize, AI, which is all over the place, is really for us helping on the creation front, on the protection front, making it stronger, and also on enabling more trust.
But where is here the place for creativity?
is the idea that is going to make it.
So human creativity
continues to be at the heart of discovery.
And you're not afraid that as more and more AI is used in producing content, and probably on the other side also reading content, that we are going to see a system which is going to be self-referential in a certain way?
You make it on TikTok when your idea is bright and is very unique. So, you know, whether AI, only AI-generated content, how to say it? Sorry, I'm going to rephrase that. The brilliant idea, whether generated through a great, unique prompt, you know, on AI, or you making something somewhere, is still going to make it. That's my very firm belief. You know, again, it's the talent which is at the heart that is going to make the difference. And the talent can be expressed in many, many ways.
But with the amount of data which are being amassed in this process, is there also a danger that this huge amount of data can be used by artificial intelligence to interfere into normal, both business transactions or in political life?
Well, the data that we have from European users in the region is actually stored in a European enclave and you know, stays here. So that's an entire program that we have dedicated to that, you know, which has requested 12 billion euros spent about, you know, in about a 10-year period. That is really aimed at securing that, because this is, you know, a condition for trust, right? And it's quite important. That translates into data centers that we have established in Ireland, in Dublin. We have one big in Norway, and we are currently building 2 more in Finland, 1 billion investment each. The way we're looking at this is also having independent oversight on our system, you know, to make it verifiable and most trustworthy. So an independent operator, a European one, is actually auditing our systems, and whenever they are, you know, seeing a problem, they report it, and then we need to fix it. So that's the way it operates. That's how we hope all the partners we have in the region are actually finding it serious in terms of commitment to, you know, to the European region and to ensuring that the data is safe.
So if you look into the future, let's say if you come back in 5 years' time, where do you see TikTok then?
Well, maybe to your point, we will be #1. I don't know. I don't have the crystal ball. But what is very clear is that discovery will remain the key driver for the growth and the expansion of the platform. You know, discovery is at the very heart of humankind's interest and progress. So we're hoping to continue to develop that, to add more services, you know, as we develop, and to continue to be very relevant and to continue to build trust with our users. And then let's see where the future will take us.
So, if I understand you, you see the major opportunities in developing a portfolio, basically, of services on TikTok that would enable us to do more and more through TikTok.
Discover more and more. Absolutely.
Discover more and more.
Yeah. Discovery is infinite. So we are hoping to be able to help everybody discover more and connect with, you know, the people sharing the same interest. Absolutely.
But what are the dangers in this process?
The dangers?
Yes. When you have opportunities, you have also threats. So there are positive sides. There are also usually negative sides that we have to work on. Where do you see threats for, let's say, our Western societies in this process?
I will not, you know, I will tell you on TikTok, you control your experience. So I will put, you know, the user back at the center of everything. You know, people have controls, they have tools, they have settings that they can, you know, set on their platform to really define the experience they want to have, define the content they want to see. So I am putting this back onto, you are in control of what you discover, how you discover it, and the pace of it, right?
But we are entering into a very interesting period of elections around Europe in the next couple of years. And probably everybody feels a bit uncomfortable about what's going to happen anyway. Many people are afraid, actually, of the role of social media in this process and of TikTok. How do you protect the general public, so to say, the electorate, from TikTok being abused in the forthcoming elections?
Well, we have been, undergoing a number of elections, so we do have a lot of experience into that. Again, there is, we have a lot of teams dealing with the integrity of the platform. We have systems in place which are very robust to work on election integrity. We have very strong moderation teams which are very well trained on a number of things. We have very performing AI systems, and we have extra vigilance on, when this is coming. But I think this is, this is key for us, but this is key for social media, because we all understand very well the responsibility we have because of the reach we're having.
So your feeling is that the level of responsibility is increasing, and that there is going to be more and more open debates about that issue, which will also enable you to provide protections which are needed?
Yeah, I think we are playing our role, and we are in dialogue with all the governments in the countries where we operate. We engage constructively, we listen, and we also, ensure that we remain a place for freedom of expression, which we stand for great discovery, but also, with strict rules that we enforce.
So what you're saying is that we can peacefully sleep and everything is going to be all right at the end of the day.
So, I can never promise that everything is going to be all right, but I'm saying that we're doing our absolute maximum so that everything is fine and fair at the end of the day.
On the other side, you can also facilitate the political debates in a sense that you are opening up the space where debates can happen and where people can more freely talk about their concerns, that this traditional spiral of silence, as we knew it sometimes in traditional media, doesn't exist anymore.
We have specific rules around, political parties' engagement, and of course, the way this is expressed in terms of content is very different from the viral video of you as an entrepreneur or you singing and making a career suddenly. But again, I think what is one of the core points for us is, trust is a cornerstone of our ecosystem, right? And of our business. It's not something we can compromise on. And I'm taking this very generic approach, but you will understand why. So trust is at the core. If there's no trust, we don't have users. If there's no trust, we don't have advertisers funding the platform. If we don't have trust, we don't have businesses, who join the platform to grow with it. So what happens is that trust is this very foundational thing that we need to work on. And at TikTok, it's been there from the beginning. And trust and safety, we call it safety by design, right? To enhance trust, we need to work on the safety systems. And the safety systems are also about making sure that our rules and the community guidelines, and they're a bit long, but I would encourage you all to, to look at them, are very strictly implemented. Which we are doing through all the moderation systems and teams that I've actually described a bit before. So trust is just not a slogan for us. It's a condition for remaining on the market, for continuing to grow, and for making us relevant. There will be no development at the digital age without trust at the very, very core. And therefore, it requires that everything we do is, kind of driven from a trust perspective, internally, but also externally. And externally, that is also about meeting the standards that the regulators and the politicians are setting throughout the world, including in Europe, which has a very strong regulatory attitude, but that's fine because that is leading us to actually increase the level of safety and and enhance the trust that is needed for the platform to continue to operate and grow. And that is also about, having an open and constructive dialogue and being open to criticism.
Perfect. Thank you very much. So, in innovation we trust, and we hope.
I hope so.
We'll see you again in 5 years' time and check where you are. Thank you very much.
Okay. Thank you very much.
I'm going to start, but I'm going to get that 1 minute thanks to Jerry. Thank you so much. My name is Burak Ünveren. I'm an international journalist with roots in Turkey, based in Germany. I'm happy that we have such a great turnout at this hour after lunch. Thank you for coming. Today we are going to talk about one of the few of the burning topics of our age, actually, demographic change, the strategy around it, the economics around it, and I'm looking forward to a very fruitful conversation for which I couldn't have asked for a more distinguishable panel of speakers. Dr. Tamara Trost, who is an associate professor at the School of Economics and Business at the University of Ljubljana. Thanks for coming. We are also joined by Mr. Monsignor Mihajta Bled, who is the Undersecretary at the Section for Relations with States at the Vatican Secretariat of State. Thank you for joining us, sir. We have with us Mr. Atanas Pekanov, who is the Deputy Prime Minister of the Republic of Bulgaria. Thank you for coming. We are all looking forward to Eurovision in Burgas. I'm happy to have Mr. Nikola Dimitrov with us, who is the former Deputy Prime Minister for European Integration and Foreign Minister of North Macedonia, who we probably all know for the Prespa Agreement, which we might talk about in this session as well, even though it's not our core topic. And last but certainly not least, we are joined by Mr. Mehdi Juma, who is the former Prime Minister of the Republic of Tunisia. Thank you all for coming. Some ground rules, as you can see, as you can feel, observe this morning, we have huge panels this year and only 1 hour, and we lose 2 minutes in the beginning of it. That's why we have to be super mindful of our time. That's why I'm asking all our panelists and the members of the audience, because you are going to be able to talk to keep it up to 3 minutes maybe. I hate interrupting people. Don't make me. Especially you, Monsignor Bled. I've never interrupted a priest before in my life, and I'm not planning to. I will forgive you, don't worry. Thank you so much. That's very kind of you. I'm a bit relieved, to be honest. Before we start our conversation, or let's put it this way, I want our conversation to be started by the audience. That's why I want to do a little audience poll with you. Let's talk about there are so many facets to this topic, but let's start with migration. In 15 years, will migration to Europe be remembered as an economic necessity that was well managed, or a crisis that strained our societies, or something in between that we are still arguing about? Just by a show of hands, who thinks that it's going to be remembered as an economic necessity we have managed to manage? Okay, maybe we can get more hopeful and optimistic towards the end of the session. Who thinks it has strained our societies and it's still there, it has gotten worse? Okay. Who has a more balanced opinion? Okay, it's good to know. Maybe that can change towards the end of the session. Maybe not. It's okay. But let's test that instinct against the panel. Thanks for being candid about your opinion. Monsignor Bled, the Vatican has spoken for decades about welcoming the stranger. But recent Vatican statements have also stressed the right of states to manage migration in an orderly way. As Europe's population ages and its neighbors grow, how does the Vatican see the balance between hospitality and the state's legitimate right to control its borders?
Thank you, Mr. Barak, and thank you, Slovenia and Bled Forum, for inviting as well this year the Holy See. I am very pleased. This is my first panel intervening. I thank the Minister of Foreign Affairs, Kaiser, and the organizers for the invitation. Yes, I think the Holy See indeed was in the front line in tackling migration issues, not from a technical point of view, where not too many space in the Vatican to welcome them, but as a problem, as an issue, as a human problem, as a phenomenon that is growing and growing, and that is, as a trend, is even higher in our societies. So I think the speech, especially of Pope Francis and Pope Leo together, balanced during the year. At the beginning, maybe you were hearing more than we have to welcome, we have to welcome, we have to welcome. That because we were in the middle of the crisis, in the middle of the boom of the arrivals. And we consider that it is our mission to stress the necessity, not necessarily to welcome everybody, but to respect the human dignity of every human being, according to the laws. Then, of course, the reality is very complex. You mentioned the boom after 2018-19. But I'm not an expert on migration, but I have the feeling that we have a concern in our societies because in North and Central Europe, we have also somehow a saturation of migration because we received migrants, first of all, from Europe itself for decades. So we have the situation that in some areas in Europe, the migrants are even more than 30% in some regions. And that's a factor that we need to consider and we need to approach. So that's why we have a reaction of the population. So it is important, and we try to do that from the Holy See to present a holistic view regarding the migration. What we basically say and said, it is, first of all, we have to consider that before everything, there is a right not to emigrate. Because we consider that if somebody is happy in his country, normally he wouldn't go elsewhere. Some would do because our world is global, no? But generally, they won't do. So it is important to encourage the policy that we can see, it's a core policy of the European Union to work with the countries in a poor situation from where the migrants are coming. So this has to continue. Then another point is it is fundamental to treat every person legally or even illegally coming with dignity, because we are speaking of human beings that have their dignity, and we have to treat them with dignity. Then we have to consider the fact that those coming here are coming in a state with a rule of law that needs to be respected, in a country with its own traditions, with its own identity that needs to be respected. So I think on that level, every country has the right to determine for themselves how much we can receive. It's difficult to compare, for example, Slovenia to Italy, because 60 million are not 2 or 3 million. So every country should have the right to determine, according to the balance of the population, the capacity to integrate. Because the last factor we insist is the necessity that those who are received to be really received and integrated. So that's a limit on that. And that limit, it's up to the state to decide where and how and to find technical solutions. What we tend to do, because we are the Catholic Church, is to insist to be generous. That means respecting laws, having good laws, but also to practice generosity. So that's more or less our approach.
Thank you so much for enlightening us about your position on this. We are going to come back to the moral, ethical, and philosophical side of the story in a few minutes, but let's talk about the practices a little bit. Mr. Dimitrov, the Western Balkans have a strange position in this story. You are not the source of the demographic pressure Europe worries about. You are losing your own working age population to the so-called richer EU states while you wait at the door for membership. Is EU enlargement fatigue and demographic decline now the same problem wearing two faces?
Yeah, first of all, I'm very glad to be at this panel. Always a great privilege to be in Bled, so thank you for having me. I'm a regular. And usually I talk about enlargement. So thank you for a related question where I can also briefly address that policy. I will talk about the Western Balkans, the 6 countries that are within the EU's geography, but not part of its institutions and politics, as we are in the waiting room. Some of us for quite a while, a long time. As Team Judah researched, all of these 6 countries suffer both from the ills of the rich countries, aging, less babies, lower fertility rates, but also the pains of the less successful countries in terms of migration. So the numbers are staggering. Based on Eurostat, the first legal permit was issued to about 1 million citizens of the Western Balkans in a matter of 4 years. This means that we have depopulated the region with about 250,000 per year. That means that about 30 citizens of the region will leave the region and start their lives in an EU member state during the discussions of this panel of 1 hour. The current model of, so in some ways we talk about enlargement, our people are integrated. We have doctors and nurses, IT professionals, engineers who are already in the EU, but the current model essentially brings people towards the opportunity, but it doesn't bring the opportunity and the productivity towards the people. And if we add to this, I think, severe challenge of a weak labor market, the trade deficit in goods of our region, which is close to 14 billion per year. So we are a region that imports goods much more than it exports to the EU, and that exports people. So, and we, in a way, treat this still at a national level, but essentially what we do is we redistribute the problem. So we use a weaker labor market from the Western Balkans to help a stronger labor market in Slovenia, in Austria, in Germany, etc., etc. So in the long run, this is not a solution. We invest into a fragility, and that is why we have to reform the model of enlargement, that these countries should be part of that union, because we need convergence. We need economic opportunities for people to stay, so that they can they can pursue a European way of life at home.
Thank you so much for that. Let's go to Bulgaria for a second. Mr. Pekanov, if there's anybody who can tell us about demographic change, it's you, and you're an experienced economist as well. Bulgaria is one of the fastest shrinking populations on the planet. You too are losing your working age population to other EU countries, even though you are a member. What can you tell us about this phenomenon?
Thank you very much. First, for being here. What a wonderful setting, what a wonderful format, what a wonderful possibility to speak together. On these topics, we have to speak together more and more, and I'm very happy to be here, and thanks to the Foreign Ministry for inviting me. The whole world is facing demographic challenges that, to be honest, we have never seen in the history of mankind. These are trends which are not easy to be reversed, and I'm going to disappoint you. I don't have the formula, and it seems that nobody has it. There is no one-size-fits-all policy. There is no single or even a combination of social and economic policies that seem to be working to reverse these trends. Different societies have seen this through different perspectives. I had a look at the Eurobarometer survey. In Slovenia, for example, when we ask people about, okay, what is the demographic challenge, the biggest share says a population aging, 43%. In Bulgaria, 43% say it's falling birth rates. So there are different elements of this. but there is no real formula. We don't know what to do. Things are changing fast, and I wanted to relate this to the topic of the discussion, which is about demography and power. Part of power nowadays, I say part, not all, comes from economics. So it is important to realize the outcomes that such demographic shifts will have on economics. There are multiple and almost all of them negative repercussions of this demographic decline all across the world. This is a repercussion on the budgets, it's a repercussion on financial stability, it's a repercussion on labor markets, all challenges that we are more or less, all of us are facing. People are surprised by this. For a very long time, there was a clear negative correlation between GDP and the demographic situation. Actually, this is now reversed. It's not clear whether it is the case as we have seen. And also, if we see, it's not only where you are economically, but even your policies doesn't always seem to fix the problem. Finland, for example, has one of the most generous social systems for childcare and spending for kids, and still it is also undergoing a very rapid demographic decline. You properly said Bulgaria is actually one of the countries with one of the worst problems, demographic decline in the last decades. In the same time, we have a relatively high fertility rate. So it's a very complicated program. There are no easy things to do, but one thing we need to do is focus on productivity. So at least to solve the economic repercussions of the demographic decline, we have to be very serious about productivity, enhancing the current labor force, enhancing the labor force of the future, which in the end is the talents, the ideas of current children. So to do that, I think I can speak since I'm responsible for EU funds. At least in the EU, there are two things that I believe we should continue and continue focusing on, but also expanding on. The first is excellence and what we call competitiveness. Bulgaria, for example, created some years ago an institute for AI. It's called Inside. It is connected to the Sofia University. It is partnering with leading Swiss universities. So this is where excellence is created. This is how we have a research institution which is now in the top 10 of AI research in the world. It brings Bulgarians back. It retains Bulgarians at home. It also brings other leading scientists from all across the world, not only from Europe, from the US, from Israel, really top-notch scientists. This is where excellence develops. But excellence is not everything. On the demographic topic, cohesion and regional development, for me at least, is more important. And this is where cohesion policy, regional policy at the EU was crucial. To retain the regions, you need to have social services at I wouldn't say the highest excellent level, but at least at some decent level. This means healthcare, this means education, this means social care. And this is something where EU funding for many years was important, was actually crucial, especially in what we call new member states. And this is something that we'll have to continue investing in. Without these interventions, we are not going to boost productivity, and all of this will come back to haunt us because demographic decline on its own is a problem, but it has serious economic repercussions, which sooner or later will be a very big problem and already are a big problem for some countries. So as I said, there is no single formula. There are things that one can do, yes, we have to do the right policies, but there is no magic. And thanks a lot for mentioning Eurovision. Everybody is welcome to come. I'm sure after Eurovision there will be a baby boom for some times, maybe. That's always a good intervention. But I'm not very sure whether that will be enough. So thank you.
I have trouble commenting on that last comment. Thank you so much for reminding us that this is a conversation. That's why I'm kindly asking you, giving the opportunity to raise your hand and catch my eye anytime. Not maybe anytime I want to ask my first questions, but then this is a conversation, as you said. We are here at a forum. This is not a monologue festival. That's why please do feel free to ask questions. Mr. Juma, from Tunis, the picture looks almost inverted. A young growing population and a European neighbor which increasingly needs workers but fears the politics of getting them. What does Europe most misunderstand, in your view, about that demographic relationship?
Yeah, thank you. I'm happy to be here for the first time. Myself, we met in other in other area, in other meetings, but not here. I think the first thing that we have to pay attention on is not seeing the migration or this demographic problem only through the migration, how to control and to stop the migration. It's not the right lens. In the meantime, we have to see from the other side. We see that as a brain fuite de cerveau, brain drain. It's a brain drain. You know, if I take only the case of Tunisia, which is not a large country, we are 11 million people, last decade, we lost something like 40,000 engineers and more than 3,500 doctors in medicine, which is enormous. So our approach is completely different. One of the aspects is how to control and to make these flows under control. It's okay, it's the right of any country. But we have to see that through a global strategy, how to build together a strategy, economic strategy to be more competitive. What I would like is maybe I can repeat many of the speeches and share all what is seen about the demography and disbalance. I would like to go through a concrete example which I lived myself. I made my studies in Tunisia. And I made a training in France, and following this training, I spent all my career in France, and I succeeded to evaluate and to evolve and to be CEO of Division 10 companies managed through Europe, United States, and China in the aerospace industry. So we can see it as a brain, we can see it as a migration, but I will tell you the opportunities that we create. And then, one example, we were in the competitive with China, and they wanted to enter Airbus. They targeted a product which is an existing product, but it deals with the aerospace standards, so it's not so easy to get, but they invested a lot and they wanted to get it. And they made an offer 40% less than what we are used to offer since decades, since 30 years to Airbus. So we are in a position to be eliminated because you cannot commercially reduce your price by 40, even though the margin allows. That means that you are not good during with your price 30 years. So the solution was to create an enterprise, a factory in Tunisia. Yes, in Tunisia with 600, now they are more than 1,000 people, that allowed us to reduce the price and to offer a reduction of the price and to really establish a barrier to the Chinese company to enter, which if it's referenced with Airbus, it does not mean that they will win only this product, but all. What is the consequence? We saved the jobs, we saved business, and we were both more competitive in a global competitiveness. But it was possible because we have skilled people, we have skilled engineers, and we were able in a quick time to establish a factory in Tunisia with the standard of aerospace. So, but it was a clear strategy adopted by the company. And I would like, through this example, to show how we can act in this migration. There is aging in Europe and they need competences. We have many people and we have a level of education today, even for qualified works. I'm not only speaking about doctors and engineers. And there is a complementarity. How to have a common vision to manage these human resources as a common resources and not a flow of migration. I will be honest with you. The vocation of Tunisia is not to be the guard safe of the borders. It's not our issue because I'm speaking about Tunisia. The thing is valid to the North Africa, and we can extend that to the pressure of Africa. Don't forget that we have in the south of Europe the biggest demography growth and the biggest potential economic growth. So we have to think strategically in a partnership how to manage that like opportunity, not like a threat. I know what is the speech in Europe, and I heard to that, and mainly in the election times. because it's a good, subject to present, and maybe when you are on the right, as a threat. No, immigration is not a threat. It's a reality. There is a need of resources. There is an abundance of resources. Together we can manage that to create opportunity and to create market and opportunities in the same country. Just how to manage that. And the last thing about how it's seen from the other side, which is this brain. I think it's not so bad like that. Again, my example, after spending all my career in Europe, I went back to Tunisia. I took advantage from the resources to make the competitivity globally better, but I took, when I get back to Tunisia, I went back with methods, with some knowledge, with the transfer of organization of the work, and many, many, many other skills. So please, don't focus on the migration as a security issue or the control of the border, which is legal and it's the right of, but think about it, about a pool and a common strategy that helps us to get the opportunity and to really to explore all this opportunity for both sides.
Thank you so much for your input. I want to pick up on what you said about threats. Dr. Trosh, you study how identity and threat perception actually form in people's minds, not just in policy papers. When you hear the words threat, strategic risk, and similar terminology used to describe migration, what is that language actually doing?
Thank you, and thanks for the invitation to be here. When I actually start teaching now, I teach a sociology course at the business school, and I tell students right away, demographics is the most important thing you'll learn this semester. Who's going to be bathing you and changing your diapers in 50 years or 70 years from now? This is one of the biggest topics, so I'm especially happy to be here. I'm also, before I get back to the threat, actually the speakers before me raised all of the points that I was going to make, but I really wanted to highlight two things. First, what you said, this whole panel is framed as threat, absorption capacity. If you read the opening of the panel, it seems to say, what is a magic number until which we can absorb migrants, and then after which our society will collapse if we have too many of them. That's actually how it reads. So what is absorption capacity of Slovenia or the absorption capacity of the EU? How many is a magic number? Now even in popular discourse you hear what kinds of migrants are better. So even in Slovenia now, maybe Bosnian migrants are now better than, let's say, Filipino, but Filipino are slightly better than Nepalese. So you're starting to see this discourse on who belongs and who doesn't. And that wanted to bring me to the first point. So the first one is what you mentioned, which is it's not a migration problem it's not a solution to a problem if integration doesn't happen. And that many of these roundtables and many of the government policies you see, who are we taking in, but not what we're doing with them once they're here. And this policy of how the migrants are going to be integrated will actually affect what is absorption capacity. So it's actually in the domain of governments to make sure. So from sociology, what we know, it's housing, education, also looking at in which industries, which neighborhoods migrants are placed, how they're being integrated, what's happening in the local communities. This has to happen before you simply say, okay, we can take another 200,000 migrants, and preferably they'll be Filipino and not Nepalese, for instance, right? So this integration part I really wanted to mention as very, very critical. And the second thing I wanted to go back to, which you mentioned, which is this kind of structurally moving migration downward. So now if you look, I just looked at Bosnia's numbers for this year. So Bosnia and Kosovo, huge unemployment rate, but high birth rate. So they actually are having more babies, which we're not. So you could say, okay, Slovenia, you're not having babies, too bad. So we have high birth rates and very high unemployment, low labor force participation, and Bosnia just issued, it's had a 155% increase in work permits to Nepal, Bangladesh, Turkey, and for the first time even more foreign permits sent to Serbian workers, right? So we now have Bosnia and Kosovo who have their own unemployment problems, brain drain problems, massive amounts of people who left, who now have a structural problem in their own economies because they have labor shortages that they can't handle. So these are the things I really think are connected and really should be mentioned, not just absorption capacity. And very quickly about the security and risk, we know that when people see something framed as a threat, and it's much easier for them to see a physical person, especially if you can racialize the person or give them a label. It's easier for you to understand where the source of where your fear is coming from, because you know who's to blame for what's happening. And here I think the governments play critical roles, because in the discourse that they put in, if they say strategic risk, how are we going to mitigate this risk? And people then feel like this, oh, so because I need somebody to change my diapers in 50 years, I need to take this risk of these people coming in. So of course you see anything that happens as a fault of these people who are seen as the cause of your problem, then it no longer is a solution, right? Then demography, immigration are not a solution. And this is how this is psychology, not sociology, how people's brains function when they can actually see where the risk is coming from. So you, for instance, mentioned AI. So AI could also be seen as a threat. They're going to change. So Harari just had a point about this. It's changing culture, it's changing jobs, it's changing sovereignty, but it's not framed in the discourse as this threat that we need to look at that person. They're the reason why things are going so poorly. And this is why I think it's very important framing, even in the title of the panel, which is strategic threat. How many more can we absorb? What's the capacity? After which tipping point will we magically disappear if we have too many migrants come in?
Thank you so much for your critical point of view. You talked about governments and responded to many comments so far. I'm pretty sure that's because we have current and ex-government on the stage. Does anybody want to respond to what Dr. Trosh said? Please.
Maybe briefly. We are talking, and I think several of our speakers confirmed, this is a very complex problem. There are no easy fixes. And this is easier said than done, but I think we should try to take the topic of the demographic challenges and migration slightly away from the daily political battles. Because daily political battles are not good at dealing with complex challenges. They offer simple fixes, simple solutions. Migration is bad. Fear migration. And I think for Europe, preparing for this panel, going through the numbers, it's not the only solution, but a solution includes legal migration that help European productivity. And I think you're fully right, integration is very much part of it. So then pro-family policies, so difficult to fix it, do it right. Yesterday we had the Hungarian Prime Minister Magyar who said, actually our numbers are not good. And we are talking about a country that spent around 5% of their public spending on subsidies for more children, long maternity leaves, etc., etc. So I think we have to have a unified policy of all of these different files. Enlargement is part of it, but those are not exactly separate policies. Enlargement is one of the tools. Legal migration is another one. Pro-family policy is another one. But I think at the moment, the political discourse is poisonous to a rational, constructive discussion. And my region, in the Balkans, we played a big role in solving the 2015 and 16 migration crisis in Europe. We were really needed in that sense. So it changed the political landscape in Europe, that 2015 and 16. So I think we have a lot of growing up to do as people, as experts, as politicians, former or current, to make sure that we find a rational debate and work all of us towards a solution. And that solution will have to be, it cannot be a national one. It will have to be a solution for the continent and the neighbors of the continent.
I'm going to give the word to Monsignor Bled and then Deputy Prime Minister, but we have a voice from the audience, the lady with the chic glasses.
Thank you very much. My name is Martina. I'm from the Young Let's Strategy Forum. Sorry. Microphone is coming.
Thank you very much. Once again, my name is Martina. I'm representing the Young Bled Strategic Forum. I'm originally from Poland, based currently in Germany. So it looks like the solution for demographic problem of Europe is actually migration. So don't you see any hope that the birth ratio across Europeans can be improved? Whether there are some solutions that we can still implement. Subsidies were already mentioned. I think there's a lot of cultural issues connected to this aspect. If I may ask maybe Father Bled and Professor Trost to say something on this. So whether immigration is the only solution. Thank you.
Thank you so much for the question. I wanted to give the word to Monsignor Bled.
Thank you. Actually, thank you, Martina, because that's the point I wanted to stress and to be even more critical, because we have to bring further and further this discussion. We are talking about structural limits of absorption, but I think we should rather speak about the structural limits of the demographic policies and approach, because we firmly believe, we are really convinced that it is wrong to consider the demographic issue only as an economical issue. It is also an economical issue, but it is more than that. Because the core of this problem is, as you said, the decline of the birth rate. If you treat the decline of the birth rate only on the economical level, what are you doing? Are you filling up with migration? This is quite already unpopular today. You can reform the pensions law. Some tried, they didn't succeed. It's also very unpopular. You can cut the pensions. This is extremely unpopular. Maybe the technicians would have more, but this is only a part of the problem. The decline of the birth rate is an anthropological problem, is a social problem, is a cultural problem, because the birth rate is an indicator of society's hope. When you have children, it's an expression that you believe in the future, that you want to build future. And by the way, the problem of our societies is not the aging of the population. This is not a problem. This is a blessing. We are talking about our grandmothers and our fathers, grandfathers, and we are very happy that they are living more, that they are still with us. They are a blessing, they are a gift. So it's not the aging the problem. In this perspective, the problem we have today is, especially among the youngsters, we could see the loss of the positive energy, of hope, of believing in future. We have a tendency to depression, to let fear conduct our behavior, etc. That's an indicator which has also the roots in the decline of the birth rate, because when a family, a couple, decides to give birth, to have children, that's an expression for future, for hope. So it is crucial to tackle the problem on that level. So I would agree that we cannot succeed in only 5 years with good policies to do it, but this doesn't mean that we should stop doing it. I fully agree that we don't have the magic solution, but it doesn't mean that we shouldn't do it. No? So I think it is crucial that the governments to go beyond the tyranny of emergencies and to have also long-term policies. And I think it's not too much what we are asking, because all the governments in the European Union are sufficiently structured in order to have a good administration, to tackle the emergencies and to have long policies. That means support families, and it is important to say that we need to de-ideologize the family issue. Supporting family doesn't mean being against somebody else. Supporting family means supporting family, point. And this is a good, and this has to be all the time, because it's fundamental for our societies. It's improving housing, improving the stability of the jobs market for young people. Because if they are unstable, if they are feared that they won't succeed in their job, they will be afraid all the time to have children, etc. So these are aspects that are crucial in order to address the issue on its core.
Thank you so much for your point of view. The question was directed to you as well, Dr. Trost. I'm going to give the word to you. If you like, then Deputy Prime Minister.
Okay, I'm going to be super quick, less than a minute. So very quickly, first of all, the example of Hungary is a great example. So it threw tons of resources into trying to help people have more babies. And they were successful. They went up from 1.25 to 1.5. But it is a success or a failure. Given how much money they put in, they were able to lift the birth rate, but only little. So, and I absolutely agree, lifting the birth rate should be one of the major priorities. It's not, you can be for both, for family and for successful incorporation of migrants. And if you ask any young person here, they will tell you housing. OECD found housing is the #1 reason why young people don't want to have more kids. And OECD also found that it's not the one kid, it's actually convincing families that already have one kid to have one more. That's where the critical increase in the birth rate happens, because people will have that one kid eventually. So we know some things that are successful and that aren't, but even if we would be as successful, let's say in Hungary, by putting in that much part of the GDP into these family policies, which would also mean for Slovenians and here government housing, it would take 20, 30 years to actually start seeing the effects of this to fill the very acute labor shortages that we have right now. So this is why I think we have to talk about both things at the same time. So
thank you so much.
1.5
Mr. Pekanov, then Mr. Juma.
Exactly. I wanted first to say that I completely understand the view and I share it. It's not only economics, but it has immense economic repercussions, but it's also societal. The issue is that we don't see, and I agree with what you said, but we don't see any country, so no country has turned back to the reversal rate. So basically, even if we manage to increase a bit the replacement rate, we can't reverse trends which are seen worldwide. And we should try, we should not give up, but it's very hard. Nobody has come back to 2.1. If you start falling, you fall, maybe you increase a bit, but you almost never come back to 2.1, and this is a very big issue that we have to be open about. It's an issue. But I wanted also to comment on something else that you said, Your Excellency, and I completely agree with you. The freedom to move is important, and the opportunities that movement gives you, they are there, they are part of globalization, okay. But we should also talk about something important as well that maybe we have neglected, and Enrico Letta framed it very well, the freedom to stay. Creating the opportunities to actually expand your talents, your knowledge, your life in the area where you were born. This is not some chauvinistic patriotism. This is actually, I believe, something that in many cases can actually be more productive. What I mean, I myself, I have spent half of my life abroad. I studied abroad, worked abroad. I moved from Sofia to Vienna when I was 19. I'm now 35, and I returned back to Bulgaria. Yes, some people, they really expand their knowledge, they gain a lot. It's true, there are a lot of studies by Stephanie Stancheva and others that maybe the biggest entrepreneurs, innovators, they are often migrants because they come with this spirit of challenging and new and dynamism, and they flourish in a new environment. But there is also the other side, that there are real challenges when you are moving, and very often it is a much more difficult environment for you. So why don't we talk more about creating the same environment, because of the environment due to we are moving, good universities, good healthcare, good environment in the places where you are, in the regions where you are. And I think here we can agree that we have to do much more on that, really ensuring that people have the opportunities to flourish there where they are born.
Thank you so much. Mr. Juma.
Yeah, just a brief remark. Yes, I think it's not only economic, the reason of the decline of the demography in Europe. And just to give you an example again, I like a concrete situation. I have a large family. In Europe, I'm still like an old guy. In the United States, rich guy. In China, I'm a powerful guy, with political powerful. So that illustrates well what is the problem. It's in the cultural model that we developed in Europe, in the mindset, social mindset, in the contract, in the valuation of the people. When you meet a guy in Europe, the first first question, what is your job? What are you doing? It's not you have a family or not, you have kids or not, you have, which is really an evolution. Before it was not like that in Europe. So before going through analyzing the subsidies and the value of the subsidies, I think it's the model itself and the like we say, the business model, the social model we have developed to value the people inside the society.
Thank you so much. I have some more questions, but I want to give you the opportunity to respond to any of this. We talked about what young people think about having children or leaving their home country. Are there any biologically or spiritually young people who want to express their opinion about this? Please. I think the microphone's coming. Thank you.
I'm Slovenian, so first of all, I agree with both of you. I think it's more the idea itself. I very much disagree with you. I'm Slovenian. My generation, 34,000 of births. Nowadays, 16,000. And when you say we have to fill it with migrants, I agree, but this is long time coming. It's not something we could not see and anticipate. And I give you a practical example, and I agree with the culture.
What part do you not agree with?
No, I agree with the culture, the idea. It's so important because, especially for ladies, it's so important, the careers, so everything. But the kids, this is the basics, it's the foundation. How we can perceive ourselves as a rich country if we cannot afford kids. We are a poor country, and this is my biggest worry. And this is how we should measure ourselves. And this is the future. It's not only economics, it's the culture. If you see the buildings that were built here, it was the culture inside, it was the spirit. It's much more than economics. And I think we are forgetting all of this just for a few euros to have the better GDP. Last thing, not to rent too long. And this is also in the policies when you say it's not efficient. I was in a new faculty of informatics science. They were like 3 defibrillators, I don't know how you call it. But not a single place to change the diaper for a baby. This is the structure that we are living and having. This is, to me, it's just insane. I think we will drop below 16,000. And just to give you the reference, 35,000 people were the net migration in Slovenia. Correct me if I'm wrong.
Yes, exactly. So basically you agreed with everything I said. So I don't see here where we disagree. So Slovenia has, it's not the starkest, but it has one of the most problematic, it has a very deeply declining birth rate. And I literally said, we need to work on increasing the birth rate, for which we actually do have statistics on how well programs work. And like we said, we shouldn't give up just because they take a long time. But the fact is that they take a long time. And in the meantime, we have acute labor shortages that will have to be filled. We have nursing homes that are shut down right now because they don't have staff and healthcare workers to work in the nursing homes. So if you have older grandparents, you're already seeing what's happening here. So this is an acute labor shortage. Construction, waiters, hospitality industry, welders, bricklayers, nurses, these are huge acute labor shortages that we have right now. And even if we convinced everybody here to go have 5 babies in the next 10 years, we have acute labor shortages now. So we have to talk about these two things at the same time. And I come from a family, an intellectual family with 4 kids. Between my partner and I, we have 5 kids. I have a kid in the smallest cohort ever born in Slovenia. So it's not like, oh, what am I doing? Or we're talking about a structural problem, which I agree, it's a structural problem not in Slovenia, Germany, Sweden, Norway, even countries that have the best policies for raising kids are facing the same issue. So this is not something that, and we also have research on what can be done to support people, and I firmly believe in, I'm a sociologist, and continuing and funding these opportunities to help the people who want to have kids to have more kids. So I'm not clear on where we disagree. Okay.
Yeah. Let's have the ambition. If the process doesn't work, let's change the process. But I agree with excellence. It's the idea of the future, of believing. I think this is what is lacking. Yeah. It's not the benefits of having, I don't know, 200 euros of benefits for kids. It's the idea.
Okay, so research shows that these things don't help. Housing helps, all these other things don't help.
I know. Monsignor Bled möchte, I'm speaking German, wants to respond to this, I think. Then.
No, I just wanted to add a short idea regarding the migration, because I think we have to be honest. Migration is part of the solution, but only if we don't consider migration as well as an economical issue. Because the migrants are not only workforce, they are potential citizens. When they are really fully integrated, they become part of the country, of the nation, because it's not an ethnical issue, it's a cultural issue. I give the example of I'm Romanian. I'm living in Italy. In Italy, there are almost 2 million Romanians. The children they have there, they are already not only Romanians. Most of them, they are not even Romanians. They are firstly Italians. They are fully integrated. They speak Italian as the first language, Romanian as the second language. They are adopting the culture. They go into school there. The next generation, they are Italians. They are part of the country, of the nations. When this integration is succeeded, this is part of the solution because it's a culture, not only an ethnical thing.
Thank you so much. We have 8 minutes. I'm going to need the last 5 minutes. I think there are 2 voices on the second row, or one? Yeah, please. And one over there.
Hello, my name is Luca from the Youth Business Group, and I would just like to share a bit of view from the younger population. I'm also doing tutoring, so I can see the differences in generations. And I would like to point to one thing that we maybe omitted, and this is also the mentality, the changing mentality of the young people they are having, especially what's valued in the society, what's it is becoming more and more individualistic. So people stop having identity and like feeling the national. Sometimes we also perceive the nationalism as bad, but as we know, there's some example from some countries. Some of those families that are like have these original virtues have also big families normally. Also, if you see the more conservative families in rural parts of Slovenia, for example, they're also the ones that normally have like 5-6 kids, while a lot of social networks also destroy this view as what should be how to be a good citizen, because it's promoting like more individualistic lifestyle, expensive lifestyle, not kids, not having kids, doing more leisures and luxurious life. And it's like the question how we change this is maybe starting from the educational level, so when the people are still younger.
Thank you so much. I'm going to directly take the voice from the last row so that we can move to the responses and the wrapping up part. We just lost 15 seconds.
I'll be very brief. Just sort of a point of clarification. I come from Macedonia, but having kids is not like this abstract concept. It's a very specific life decision that requires a bunch of preconditions. First, the cost of living, right? We touched upon it a little bit from an economic matter, but in 1970, it took 4 annual salaries to buy a house. In 2026, it's 26 annual salaries to buy a house. In order to have a kid, I need to have a house to put that kid in. Schooling, starting from kindergarten, has grown exponentially as well. That didn't even used to be a part of the equation, but right now you need a nanny, you need someone to look after the kid while you're at work, because most households are 2-income families. Maternity leave is decreasing everywhere. So that's a life decision that we have to take into account. Also, work-life balance has shifted dramatically. Some of us, most of my generation, work 2 jobs in order to survive because of the cost of living, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. So it's nice to talk about it as this thing that is, predicated on values, but it's a very practical decision that we're having to make. And that's virtually impossible for most of my friends. Most of my friends who are in their early to mid-30s just don't see a situation in which they can afford a kid. They just don't in Europe, especially because we are probably the most educated generation, the generation that's worked hardest to get to where they're at career-wise, and the generation that's getting the least bang for the buck for everything that we've done. And if you add to that the stuff that my generation has gone through, from 2010 to now, how the world has changed, the crises that we've endured, don't forget that we endured the pandemic, which has immense social ramifications, which I'm sure research will show in a couple of years, where we have war on European soil. We have another crisis in the Middle East. Supply chains are disrupted, and everything that we're buying is becoming more expensive by the day. So that's your answer about why we're not having kids. It's just too damn expensive. It's very simple.
Thank you so much for those great points, but you have just murdered my hope that people would get more optimistic towards the end. We literally have 4 minutes. I'm also going to pose my last question, then we are going to do the wrap-up round. I actually wanted to ask you, what actually keeps someone from leaving? This very basic and super complicated question. What can we do, what can you do to keep someone from leaving? We can start with you, Mr. Dimitrov.
I think it's not, I don't think we can build a wall. Walls are not really, I am all for the choices for my fellow Macedonians, citizens of the Balkans, of Europe, of the world, to move for a better life. But I think, and this is to a large extent the responsibility of our nations, our governments, to create more opportunities and preconditions, including on housing, so that people don't have to move. It needs to be a choice. So, and that choice is about more opportunities at home, and I think the region of the Western Balkans, considering the numbers that I quoted, deserve an investment from the member state to help us become more convergent, to have more opportunities. For me, I've been, like Deputy Prime Minister Pekanov and many in the audience, I've been out and in. I lived for 8 years in the Netherlands. I decided to stay now because I think my own country is probably where I can make the biggest difference. Sometimes I think this is naive. Sometimes I feel like a Don Quixote. But I don't know. I feel the bitterness of my generation, which is the generation before the last commentator there. What have we done to give them a decent start? And I think our start, despite of the transition, the wars in the Balkans, the fall of former Yugoslavia, we had a better start. Healthcare was more decent, education was even stronger, there was more equality. So I cannot reconcile with that recognition that my generation has failed, and I feel the duty to still stick around and see maybe I can be part of making a difference.
You have wrapped up the issue very well, and we only have 1.5 minutes.
Sorry.
It's okay. I'm very impolitely asking you to keep it to 30 seconds, Monsignor Bled.
I think as governments, we can do everything we can. It is impossible to convince somebody not to leave the country if those persons are not willing to live with less that they would like to have. I think we need to convince our people that in order to have more, you have to be willing to accept a bit less. I have my family that decided not to emigrate only because they considered it is sufficient to have a bit less than they would have if they would have gone to elsewhere, but they prefer to stay together and to build there something a bit smaller eventually.
Thank you so much. Mr. Pekanov.
The grass is always greener on the other side. Yeah? Statistically speaking, no matter where you are born, in most spheres of life, there will be another place which will be better. Yeah? So that's clear. We cannot stop this comparison and competition, but what we can do is give prospects that where you are gets better and better and better, and actually your contribution, the fact that you are there, makes a difference, and that makes it worth it staying. But not only staying, we should also make returning more convenient and easier, because people should be able to gather the knowledge and new abilities and new ideas, and then should be able to return easily and bring them back home.
Thank you so much. Mr. Juma.
Thank you. I think that we have to think about immigration beyond the threats. And more than immigration, I would like to say that I'm from Mediterranean, and we learned from the history that the best age of this sea is when there is a well exchange between the different part of the Mediterranean and the management of the mobility. We need both. We need skills, we need opportunities, and I think that we have, in this reconfiguration of the world, we have to think strategically and to see how we can invest together, develop the competences, use them, and how to rationalize and manage the mobility more than managing the control of the boundaries.
Thank you so much, Dr. Trost. I think we can survive one.
We're on negatives, so yeah, I would support what you said, which is not having them leave, but encouraging people to come back. So more of an emphasis on brain circulation and having people come back. And if we're talking about a common European future, this is what we're talking about, not keeping people in Slovenia, but making sure everyone's coming back and being able to have a productive life wherever they choose to have it.
Thank you so much.
Just last word.
Really?
Because it's important. Just a question. Think about artificial intelligence and robotics in this new equation, because it's a part of the vision of the strategy that we could have. It's a part of the management of the problem of the mobility and the balance of human resources.
Thank you so much for this final food for thought. Europe is aging. Let's age like fine wine together. A big round of applause for our speakers, everybody.
Right, good afternoon, everybody. We're 57 minutes to run, so we're losing about 3 minutes at the moment, which is quite critical because you can see I have a panel of 7, and you can do the arithmetic. But this is about, can democracy survive AI? Let me just give you some opening remarks. We are talking about here potentially a tsunami of overwhelming vulnerabilities. Remember what the Prime Minister said yesterday. He said, we are in a world of AI. The Foreign Minister said, there are many alternatives to liberal democracy. We must share dialogue with those who do not share our values. So it's easy to talk about democracy, but we need to all define what we mean by democracy. The framing underpinning our discussion, I think, is the debate about protection versus regulation. Big tech is asking preemptively for regulation, but out of scope of current EU pillars, as what came through yesterday in some of the exchanges. But let's all underline what Bill Gates published 5 days ago. The turbulent AI era is here. The most turbulent in human history is how he expressed it. The choices we make now are critical. We need a plan to ensure the good outweighs the bad. Now, before we get going, and I'm going to ask each of the panelists to introduce themselves rather than me doing it, I want to just check with you. This is totally unscientific, but I'd like to ask you, let me shape the reminder with the argument with 2 questions. Do you agree that democracy is threatened by AI? Those of you who think, yes, it is threatened. Hands up, please. Those of you who think it's not threatened by AI. Panelists, you have an idea that it's threatened by AI. Secondly, so can democracy survive AI? Yes or no? Yes, please. Democracy can survive AI, can't survive AI. So that should inform, it's totally unscientific, I know, that should inform everything that we're talking about here. But I think it's noteworthy that The Economist last week had a very stark image here of how AI is breaking the state. It talks vividly about how AI is leading to populism and leading to people pressuring the state in ways which they've never done before. We can talk about that shortly. So that is the outline. Underpinning our discussion is protection and also the kind of things which people are thinking about at the moment, the kind of things which are worrying people, the kind of things that are reassuring people. Are people understanding even what AI is? That, it seems to me, is critical in all of this. So those are the framings that I want to put on the agenda for the start. Let me tell you, nothing has been rigged by AI for this discussion. This is all human beings talking to you. We've talked to each other by email beforehand, but nothing is being fixed by ChatGPT or Grok or Claude or anything like that. So be reassured, you're humans talking to humans. We can laugh about it, but you never know these days. Right, each of you, I'd like to explain what you do. Michaela. You have a minute each at the moment.
Thank you very much. My name is Michaela Küchler. I'm the Secretary General of the International Holocaust Remembrance Alliance. That is an intergovernmental organization of 35 member countries, 8 countries wanting to join, and 10 international partners. So we're a pretty big organization. And you might wonder why.
And what's your experience with AI?
Well, you might wonder why the International Holocaust Remembrance Alliance is dealing with the question if AI can threaten democracy. But AI is affecting the work of the IRA, the International Holocaust Remembrance Alliance, in quite many ways. It helps Holocaust remembrance because it helps researchers to work through large amounts of archives and to find and make it easier, accessible information for the user, for historians. It helps educators create content that is trustworthy, based on facts, and that speaks to young people, like in animated films or in comics. But on the other hand, and that is the worrying part of it, AI also makes it possible to create very convincing fake images, fake news, fake messages, fake testimony. And
can you identify that?
Yes, for instance, there was a TikTok video last year, documented by the BBC, by the way, of a girl standing in front of the gate in Auschwitz. The picture was completely fake image. The story was completely fake, and it passed through as if it was. It looked as if it was real. And the guy who made it was sitting in Pakistan. When answered why he's doing pictures on the Holocaust, he said, "What is the Holocaust?" The only thing that he knew was he can make money with it.
Let's pause for the moment. Let's go to Alexander Danieluk. Welcome, Alexander. You're from the Royal United Services Institute. Tell us what you do and what you're working on. But you also talked in your pre-discussion about the natural stupidity that's being created by AI.
No, I didn't say that actually it was created by AI. It's just like what it is, right? So it's like, I mean, like, artificial intelligence is definitely, you know, a source of power, and because of it, we will actually see a dramatic, you know, shift in how things work globally. In fact, I was a part of the team working on this report, classified one 4 years ago, about weaponization of the artificial intelligence by Russia. And I think that in this regard, our natural stupidity, or not our, but in general, the fact that people are getting less smart than they should be, it's a challenge, especially in the world in which you have these bad will actors, like Russia definitely is, who know how to use AI for different military and non-military ways to make damage to the rest of the world. And in this regard, I think that it's reasonable to say that we have actually 3 main areas in which AI is weaponized so far. So it's autonomous systems. And like a few days ago was another attack of this Molnia drone, you know, which used AI to kill civilians. So this is our reality. Second one, it's cyber operations, mostly cyber espionage and disruption. And the third is cognitive warfare. And in fact, Russians were quite good in conducting this warfare without any artificial intelligence. And now, for all 3 domains, they can be just much more efficient than they were.
Let's pause there for the moment. Let's go to Alex Yakulin. Alex.
Oh, I would probably describe myself as a philosopher builder. I was a researcher, professor, but I also built things, built companies, build AI systems. And you were wondering about what I think about AI. I think AI is like fire. You don't slow it down.
Why fire? I was intrigued
because you cannot slow it down, okay? You cannot pretend it doesn't exist. You need to master it. You need to control it. And you cannot control combustion. You can only control the space where combustion takes place. You can control how buildings are constructed. You control how fuel is stored. You control how the fire departments are set up, but you cannot control fire.
Let's pick that up when we have a longer round. Matt Jacobs.
Yeah, thank you, Nick. So my name is Matt Jacobs. I'm the senior advisor at the Center for European Perspective here in Slovenia, Napokon. And I work on, alongside my colleagues, on projects that help to build the capacities of government to adjust to technological changes in society so that they can better serve their citizens through using those emerging technologies in a way that benefits pro-social development and democratic resilience.
And you came here from?
I came here from the Department of State, where I was the senior digital coordinator for 15 years for the Bureau of European and Eurasian Affairs.
And how would you summarize the way state is acting on AI?
I shouldn't really be speaking on behalf of the State Department on that issue.
But you can give an impression.
I would say that governments are looking at how to use these tools to increase productivity at the moment, but are not looking at how these tools will impact how citizens engage with information and what that will ultimately do to society when people learn to distrust, trust, or generate information in different ways.
Are we moving in optimistic directions, positive directions?
I'm entirely optimistic about this. Absolutely.
All right, remember that.
Yeah. When can democracy survive AI? Yeah. It'll be fine.
Michael Bled, welcome.
Thank you. Yes, I'm the Undersecretary for Relations with States in the Holy See. That is a sort of Deputy Minister of Foreign Affairs. We are running the diplomatic activity of the Holy See under the guidance and together with the Holy Father. Of course, I suppose you wouldn't expect that the Vatican is extremely rapidly using artificial intelligence, not because we tend to be rather conservative, but especially because we are too in love with the human beings so that we fell in love immediately with something that is artificial. But anyway, we are dealing every day with that issue, with this question, especially as a matter of reflection, of engaging with state actors, with actors from high tech, because it's part of our old. And the fact that the Pope Leo decided to write his first encyclical on the human person in the time of artificial intelligence, it is also because we are convinced that this is not only an invention, this is something different. Since it is imitating our intelligence, the artificial intelligence is able to penetrate everything we are doing.
Are you challenged by fakes?
Well, of course, we are all challenged by fake, but I think it's not the main threat, because on that level, we have some instruments already, because we have 2 decades of use of social media. So we have some experience on that. We have some instruments. I think there are other problems that are directly connected to the artificial intelligence that need to be addressed.
Right, we'll hear about that later. Renata.
Yes, I'm Renata Selitzel. I'm a philosopher and sociologist from the Institute of Criminology at the Faculty of Law here in Ljubljana. I also teach at Birkbeck College in London, and I have been working on ignorance. The Passion for Ignorance is my last book, and on rudeness, especially how rudeness is now kind of part of the public discourse, especially encouraged also by AI, by the social media. At our institute, we look at the legal, ethical issues in regard to AI, and especially at the psychological issue, the
and your
nudging.
summary, the conclusion you have at the moment?
I'm pessimistic about the survival of democracy, especially the human rights, and I think that the psychological dimension is completely negated, and also the cultural dimension. So we are working on how AI will reshape arts, culture at the moment, and here we see that legislation is only concerned with consumers and kind of, let's say, corporations at the moment.
Right, Michael.
So my name is Michael Harris-Simowitz. I'm a director of AI at Lockheed Martin. I started my journey in AI back in 1989. I know that's a long, long time ago. It's hard.
Was it called AI then?
It was, as a matter of fact. We used natural language processing to take a look at really difficult, beyond human scale text analytics and create insights from that. I begged I was in the Air Force, and I begged them to say, hey, leave me as an engineer in this assignment. We all filled out a dream sheet, and they said, no, we're going to send you somewhere else. And I'm like, AI is going to be big someday. I really wanted to be in this field. So I did a 25-year stint in the Air Force within intelligence and cybersecurity and flying operations, and had a wonderful time. But as soon as I retired in 2015, I went to JP Morgan, America's largest bank, and helped stand up their AI system in 2015. So that's now 11 years ago. We put multiple systems into production to help protect the customer, to help understand cyber threats, to combat against insider threats. So very, defensive kind of mindset level of activity that AI was very effective. We could create efficiencies and viable signal when there was a lot of noisy data. So AI was a very viable player, again, 11 years ago, before ChatGPT and Claude and everything. And now within Lockheed Martin, we're taking that same mindset, and we've been using AI from decision trees and knowledge graphs, those type of things for over a decade, and putting into systems to help understand the environment. With a lot of information coming in, there's always a lot of noise. How do you elevate the signal? How do we prepare our operators to have better understanding of what's happening in the world?
And do you believe that there is a full understanding of what the hell AI is? I mean, you're someone who if I can put it politely, a geek. You've been at it for a long, long time. There are many who are struggling to try and work out how this works, how it affects them, how they can make it operate, even ChatGPT.
The way I look at it is a tool that you have to assert your dominion over. You have to understand, you have a certain level of subject matter expertise. So there's a level of domain expertise. To make AI functional, you have to instruct it, correct it, and make it better every day. And again, the human has to be the one that's in charge. A lot of conversations I'm having with folks out there is, wow, AI is more accurate, faster, boy, it's more charismatic, it's more creative, it's more empathetic. All those human functions all of a sudden now become, well, I'm just going to let AI do that difficult or that messy thing for me because I'll just do something else that I enjoy. I think we have to be the best human possible. And I love that Pope Leo put out his first encyclical, Magnificat Humanitas, that says, hey, the human has to be first in this. We have to preserve our faces and our voices.
Let's pause there for the moment. Let's get more detail from each of you. Now you've introduced yourself. Everyone's aware of the kind of things you're doing. We could have tens of thousands of people up on this platform. 7 is enough for an hour. Particularly if we want to get a plane later. But let me ask you to give more detail, Michaela, particularly about trying to work out what is false and what is genuine. And that's something you emphasized in the pre-meet that we had.
Yeah. Well, I think the problem with AI is double-faced. So on the one side, you start believing fake images, fake stories, fake narratives. And on the other side, you start to doubt genuine evidence. And that is a real problem because that undermines trust in everything that is being written or produced as pictures, films, or whatever. And when trust is being undermined, then we have a problem also for democracy because democracy relies on trust. It relies on citizens who can make judgments, who can make decisions on the basis of facts, and of facts they can trust. And if that trust is being undermined by AI from two sides, by creating fake images and by doubting genuine images, then democracy is in really heavy waters. And we will have to find ways to, and I fully agree with what you have said, human must come first, and humankind must dominate AI.
How do you persuade people to go to reliable sources which are clearly good information, as opposed to the kind of fakery that you just talked about that image from Auschwitz?
Well, we have a huge network of, we have 35 member countries. In these 35 member countries, we have a huge network of educators, researchers, and so on, who help us multiply the message and who report back to us also, who give us feedback on what is happening out there and finding ways to accommodate all these problems. So it's our network that helps us to promote the understanding of genuine evidence and of genuine sources for a very long period. I would say for the last 30 or 40 years, we had the most reliable source we can have, and that is the people who survived the Holocaust. This source will soon not be here anymore because Holocaust survivors are passing away. They are very old. And so our main sources now are sites where the Holocaust happened, concentration camps, other sites, and archives. And we work heavily on making these sources accessible in a way that people can trust this information.
Right, let's pause for the moment. Alexander, let me come to you and pick up the point you were making earlier, particularly about stupidity. And I'm just emphasizing that because you wanted to emphasize it in the early remarks. But how much are you taking this forward now, getting an appreciation, a comprehension of just how profound these challenges are and the speed at which it's happening, given what Bill Gates is saying?
Yeah, I think that in fact this phenomena is the basis, for all of the problems, and it's not like we can heal it, right? So that's why it's natural, right? And it's also quite clear that artificial intelligence, as well as nuclear weapon or any other technologies, they are not dangerous by themselves, right? So it's just because you have bad will actors and they can use these technologies to do harm, to the rest of the world better, faster, more efficiently. And this is what we need to take into consideration here, because, okay, so Russians were quite good with fakes, and influencing societies and governments without any artificial intelligence. Rumors were used, as a weapon of political warfare, thousands of years, right? So the problem is that if we believe that we are good guys, right, and we have actually this moral superiority, we should be able to influence behavior of these bad will actors to prevent them from doing damage with artificial intelligence or without. And of course, the problem is that we don't have this, toolkit which would give us this power. And artificial intelligence could be used both for, good and bad things, like any technologies. And I think that I agree that pretend that actually it doesn't exist is too late. It exists, and what we need to do is actually to be better than our enemies and to be stronger than them and be able to shape their behavior according to the norms of international law and our values. And yeah, it was quite questionable if actually peaceful coexistence existed, after the end of the Second World War. Today, the world is too global with social media, other things. You're absolutely right. So, like, you can, with or without artificial intelligence, you can penetrate societies, you can influence them. Look what's happening in Ukrainian-Polish relations right now. So we have actually attacks of some football hooligans, etc., on Ukrainian-speaking people in Poland right now. And partially it's influenced by these videos created with artificial intelligence, but they could be created without.
Now, Alexander, what you highlighted is the revolt of the masses.
Yeah.
What do you mean by that? Explain why you're saying that.
I think that, so we had this historical periods before, several times. Usually it was a result of each stage of information development of the humanity. And unfortunately, great things like book printing, for instance, they were used for quite questionable, outcomes. So that's why radio wasn't so bad thing, right? But as a result, Hitler came to power. So we can give a lot of examples how actually bad will actors, they are smarter and faster in seeing, all of the advantages of new technologies and being able to use them immediately. And this mass, culture, which is actually each stage getting more and more mass, it's a problem, and we have right now people who should be, probably the most educated in human history, and they are not. So we have this situation that actually, because there is no such a thing as traditional media as the main source of information, people can actually watch and read whatever they want, and in fact, they want to watch and read different stupid things. So that's why it's another challenge for...
Who judges them to be stupid? Is it... I mean, you use that word. I mean, we know what you mean. Yeah. But for some people, it's not stupid.
So it's like cognitive bias, you know, it's like nobody is totally immune to this, right? So like we are all stupid in some ways. So that's why it's more about how governments, how societies, then they can provide, you know, proper education, not just about fake news, but in general, you know, because we have actually this people who believe in completely ridiculous ideas nowadays, mostly because they technically have not got a proper education, you know. And we can see it in Ukraine, especially because we had, you know, several years of distant education because of the pandemic and now because of the war. And of course, it's very difficult, you know, to I wouldn't say indoctrinate because it's not a thing we want to do. It's not the proper way to actually give some critical, you know, mindsets to our people and also to give them some basic information about how world works, because quite often they actually have similar views as people had, you know, in the Dark Ages. So we are on the edge, I believe, of these digital dark ages right now. Because
Age of digital dark ages, all right. Well, let's go to Alex and particularly to talk about governance and the AI governance being what you call a great major risk.
Well, the one thought I want to leave you thinking about is that when I was a week after OpenAI released ChatGPT, hanging out with OpenAI engineers, we're like testing it out and discovering all these fun things it produced. We were discovering it. You know, it wasn't engineered, it wasn't designed. It emerged from the collective production of humanity. So no one really knows exactly how it works, right? Like we need to be just careful with anything that comes out of it, right? The same way that we're careful, you know, what food for soul we put in. You know, like we don't eat any food that is sitting out there, any food that comes out of a tube. You know, we're careful about what food we eat. We need to be similarly careful with respect to the information we consume, okay? And there is a limitation to how much education we can deliver in a very limited amount of time we have. You know, the being held accountable for the information we put out is probably the most important thing. And to answer your question...
You use the word governance.
Right. And we have to be really careful about who wants to govern these things, because, you know, among the folks looking to govern are people who want to imprint their own ideology on the AI, and they're wasting the one opportunity we have to get this right.
Wasting the opportunity, why?
Because this is a technology, right? If you want to have governance over fire, you need to understand combustion, you need to understand fuel. You cannot talk about warmth, okay? And the people who are trying to regulate AI right now, they don't understand, very often, they don't understand how it actually works. Yet, they pretend that it's like a little artificial human. It's not a human. It's a fundamentally different thing. There is an old quip in AI research, which is asking if a machine can think is the same as asking if a submarine can swim. It's a stupid question. Like, it doesn't think. It computes. You have to understand what it does. And I think if there is going to be effective regulation of it, it's going to be on the humans, not on the AI.
Just before I go to Matt, and he's nodding at the moment, I have to ask you, how do you hang out with ChatGPT engineers? I'm intrigued as to how you do it.
They invited me to crash at their house when I was in San Francisco.
So it's physical as opposed to online?
Yeah.
Okay. I just want to check how you hang out.
Yeah, no, they're very human.
That's what we want to hear. Do you want to describe any to us?
You know, it's like the canary in the coal mine, right? You know, that's why I like to have friends among, you know, the people that make this technology.
Okay, Matt, let me come to you, because you actually are very positive, as you said earlier, but actually that everyone adapts eventually to this transformation, often far faster than anyone ever imagines.
Absolutely. So I mean, the thing is that we're talking about this technology as if it's about to turn around the corner. But the thing is, as if we look at it, I'm just going to quiz all of you. Who amongst you have not used ChatGPT or Anthropic or Claude? Raise your hand if you, any Luddites here?
No, don't be demeaning. Just don't call them a Luddite for not having done ChatGPT.
So Luddite is a proper definition. I will tell anyone about that afterwards. But the thing is look, no one raised their hand.
Are you impressed? No one put up their hand?
No one put up their hand. No, I'm not impressed at all because this is normal. These technologies, we can look at it from, I mean, remember when Socrates thought the written word was going to destroy the human mind because we wouldn't be able to memorize anything. And Marseille thought that the printing press was going to destroy our ability to actually understand our local environment because of the spread of the word. The thing is that humans use these technologies as they come out. And as we see in this room, every single one of these people, I'm estimating about 200 people in this room, have used AI. And it's going to impact their daily life, whether it is something such as making a grocery list, or whether it is preparing for a speech on stage, or whether it is writing an email to a coworker. We're starting to figure out how to rely on these tools subtly. And these kind of small steps, these thousands of little attempts at using this technology is what starts to really slowly redefine society until it gets to the point where, Weber said that it becomes indispensable, inseparable from society. Our society itself adjusts to the millions of little movements that we take every day. And if AI is one of those millions of little movements, then we are going to adjust to that. And that doesn't mean that there's not going to be consequences. The radio did propel Hitler. The printing press did arguably, contribute to the 30 Years' War. Can't really say if Socrates was wrong. We're still out on that one. He seems to be pretty respected. But there will be these changes within society, and they will precipitate friction. There will precipitate challenges that we have to overcome. But will we survive it? Of course.
But you make a point that actually there's an assumption there needs to be a kind of what you call moral panic.
Yes.
Why is that not the right framing to be thinking of, to be far more optimistic, in other words?
So the reason I think that it is a moral panic is because there hasn't been, as a technology that hasn't precipitated this fear of the status quo changing as a result of this technology. Each of these technologies that I've addressed, whether it's the printing press, the written word, AI, radio, essentially expanded human capacity. It expanded our limitations as individuals to communicate more broadly, to share more information with each other, whether that is writing something down, where that is plugging something into OpenAI and paying for premium so you get an invitation to crash at their house. We use these tools in a way where we feel that this might shift our society. If we can use AI to change how we get information, it might change expertise, it might have all these different implications, but we have this panic that suddenly this is going to be the thing that unravels everything we've created. And we've been here before. We had this same conversation with social media. We were still having this conversation about social media down the hall an hour ago in Sonsei. We, as humans, as society, we panic about these things.
But why do you say we're better prepared to adapt to this new technology than previous technologies?
Oh, absolutely. So one of the things, because it is happening at a faster and faster pace. We've already had to adjust to different technologies within this one generation. We've had to go adjust to the 24-hour news cycle, and we've had to adjust to the democratization of information production through the digital, information age. We have lived through these changes, especially people who are in their 20s and their 30s. They're going to be so much better suited to adapt to any sort of change that comes from AI and precipitating changes that come from technologies that follow AI in order to adjust for it.
Thanks for the moment. Let's go to the Holy See. Picking up what you were saying earlier, Bled, about where this is going, about the need for truth and accuracy. What have you been discovering, particularly under the new Pope?
Well, generally, the tools, the instruments, the things are morally neutral. That means this bottle, if I use it to drink water, is positive. If I use it to throw it into your head, it's negative. So it's the use defining the morality of the things and the instruments. It should be the case for the artificial intelligence as well. But we have a problem, the timing. The artificial intelligence is entering our world when our world, excuse my French, is a jungle. So that means that it is imbued with competitiveness, with greed, with deterrence, with will to control, etc. So there is a lot of positivity, and I think it's not necessary to talk too much about that because it's sufficient to let it developing. So this is part already, and it's amazing what it's able to do, and we agree with that. But we should have some concerns regarding what is not so good. So I think if we stick to the link between the artificial intelligence and democracy, we have, I would say, three major challenges. The first challenge is on the domestic use of the artificial intelligence. It is not only the issue of propaganda and fake news, which is a big part of that. It's the fact that the use of the artificial intelligence is challenging our being humans in our relationship with the truth. The fact that with one click I have access to what I need in that moment has a huge impact on my ability to do research, to engage with others, to cross the sources, to reflect critically, etc. This is not having a huge impact on us. We are already structured persons. But we should be concerned regarding the next generations that are going to use more and more this tool because of that. Another level is the level of the job market. It's destabilizing potentially our societies, so also threatening our democracy, not only because it's new, that's normal, but because it's fast. Being too fast, I doubt that our governments and societies are able to adapt as quickly as artificial intelligence is ready already to replace the jobs in our societies. And firstly is the link with war industry. And that is where we are really worried about that. And it is where we need more and more regulation.
Now, you've signed up to talking about can democracy survive? Now we can have an interesting discussion about the state of democracy within the Holy See and the Church. And I'm not being sarcastic here. Every community has its own rules and regulations. Do you feel a community under pressure and under challenge and under tension because of these new realities?
Well, there is a pressure, of course, but I would speak rather on governance, as other colleagues spoke about.
But are you changing how you govern within the Holy See?
Well, I think when we speak about artificial intelligence, it's not sufficient the national governance. It has to be internationally. You can close your door, you can control your back door, you cannot close all the windows in our world. So that's why I was talking about the timing. We are in an era where the international collaboration is very low. So if we are not able to collaborate internationally in order to have a good governance about that, this is a major challenge. We proposed as a Holy See in 2021 to institute an international organization for the artificial intelligence. And we proposed to negotiate a treaty for the governance of the artificial intelligence, especially linked with the use with the weapons.
All right. Now, Renata and Michael are going to speak, and then I want to open it up as well. We'll have about 15 minutes. We're making good time, even with 7 speakers. So you've done incredibly well. Thank you very much indeed. So if you've got ideas you want to put into the mix, please store them up because the microphone will come to you. Renata, particularly the manipulation of truth.
Yes, I think this discussion about stupidity is very important because in some ways stupidity is encouraged. I'm not saying by the developers of AI, but many who are using it. Actually, the fact that people are becoming less critical might be encouraged politically. For some, it's much easier to manipulate people when they're thinking less. Recently, I was traveling as a tourist. By chance, I met an entrepreneur from the Gulf states who runs 5 companies, and he says how wonderful it is now he can travel as much as he wants because he controls every worker via AI. Every hour, all his workers have to... Controls. Every hour, every worker has to send to an AI organized system them a picture of what they are doing, a photo of what they are doing, and then AI analyzes whether they were lazy or not. And then, he said how wonderful it is. There were one human, he says, in the loop. And then I said, but with AI, it's a problem. People are starting to think less. And he said, I don't want workers to think. There were 3 teachers nearby there, and I said, but teachers have problems. They can't teach students anymore because of AI. And he said, I hate teachers. And then I said, you have 3 children. Do you hate teachers who teach your kids? No, I want my kids to learn, but I don't want my workers to learn more than it's necessary.
Were you shocked?
I was shocked.
Do you think that's general?
It was honesty that I didn't yet discover, that people would openly say, I don't want people to think. And I think here, this desire that people think less is in a hidden way embedded in the way AI works. AI is a mirror. Often it complements your idea. It says how wonderful you are. Do you want a bit more? There is no distance. Democracy requires distance also from another. We need to understand a different view that another has, not just massaging of our ego. So more and more people have a problem dealing with people who have different opinions than themselves. That has political implications. We are very divided societies. And the next problem is we are now in times where people cannot afford not to use AI. American students were analyzed. Do they like AI? Majority hated it, but they are using it all the time because they will fall behind others, because they said everyone else is using them. What they said also is we need to learn anew how to think, and that's the problem. Whether we will be able to reflect. I'm sure that the children of your friends from ChatGPT are not allowed to use too early AI. I met some people, from Google who school their kids in London privately because they don't want too much technology to come into their lives too early.
Alex, what's your answer to that?
My answer is that we have examples in history. Japan banned guns, and we know how it ended. U.S. conquered it. We have Ottoman Empire that banned book printing, and we know how it got defeated in the end, right? I don't think it is viable to ban a technology, and countries that try to ban it kind of banish themselves. So we need to lean in, and we need to figure out how to work with it.
Matt, you've been so optimistic right at the other end of the loop here. What's your reaction to what you've just heard from Renata?
I don't entirely disagree with it. I might be optimistic, but that doesn't mean I'm removed from the consequences.
Encouraged not to think.
Oh, no, I think that there is... hearing what that entrepreneur said, I don't know how I would have been able to stomach that situation. I think that's a terrible sentiment, but I do not believe that is probably a sentiment shared by the majority of people who are working in the space or who even want to use this technology to enable people. I'm a professor at a university where I deal with students who are using AI as part of their, assisting them with their work. And it does become, as I said, Weber said, an indispensable part of society. But I do not believe that my students are not thinking when they're using ChatGPT to help them write things. In fact, I encourage them to show me how they would edit what ChatGPT said and to enhance what's going on. So if they're going to be using these technologies, same thing as my math teacher used to tell me I wouldn't have a calculator on me all the time, so I better learn to do arithmetic. I have a calculator with me all the time, but I still learn to do arithmetic. We can have both.
Michael, just pick up all these points before I go to the audience. So, participants, delegates. And who'd like to come in?
I'd love to.
Who'd like to come in? Let me get a microphone to you, please. Jerry, where's the microphone? To here, please. Go ahead, Michael.
So for the past 11 years, I've been building trust in our AI implementations, showing people how to use it, showing people where you can go wrong, giving that kind of guidelines and those governance and guardrails to help us use it the best. I transitioned about 3 years ago to changing to cautioning against overdependence and what we call automation bias. And that is deliberately to make sure that we reinforce the critical thinking skills that the workforce needs to find efficiencies, to challenge the status quo. A human engaged in that is a productive human. In terms of the
you talk about a human in a human-machine team.
Right.
Why do you put it like that? A human machine team?
Because I consider it a combination. You want to have that level, even though that CEO, he's still a human in the loop. Somehow he's actually controlling everything. I think he's probably way over his skis on controlling everybody's life in his workforce. But you really have to develop the workforce by challenging them, giving them hard problems, and thinking that through. AI, again, is that tool that you have to be able to assert yourself over. And one thing that I wanted to stress to the audience is that there will be at-risk populations. And so to get to the main point about AI and democracy is that, unfortunately, I think as the world has looked at information availability, one of my colleagues coined the term commoditizing truth. We've all been exposed to paywalls. Like, I want to know what Wall Street Journal is saying, and you're like, well, you can't unless you have a subscription. Same thing's happening with AI, where you go, hey, I want the free version. Well, if you get the free version, is that the best version of truth, or do I have to pay for that? I find myself worried about that, and I have to reflect that you're hanging out with Google engineers. I'm actually hanging out with philosophers and sociologists more, just to see what they think about this. And I've actually hired some to help us sort this out about what does it mean to really force humanity into this situation where we're going to be at a disadvantage. And we have to make sure that we're putting our best critical thinking, our cerebral cortex engaged, because the human brain is really the ultimate equalizer. As big as these data centers are getting, and they're big, and they're not very attractive, they still consume so much power, and like 100,000 times more than our human brains.
All right, fine. Let's go here. Who else would like to come in? Anyone else want a microphone? You can get that one in a moment. Yeah, go ahead. Keep your remarks brief, can you?
Yeah, so my name is Marko Grobelnik. I'm head of local AI department. So going back to this statement, right? So AI is a mirror, right? What Renata was saying. Yes, this was true 3 years ago. This was the mirror. What we have today, really, AI, we can look through the mirror, right? I mean, you just check what we have today, right? So I was asked a while ago, can we have one statement about AI? Yes, it was a mirror while it was simple LLM. Now with the agentic AI, we're actually looking through the mirror, right? So now, I mean, it was lots of negative stuff, what you said. Not everybody, but lots of
Let's call it pragmatic.
No, let's call it negative. You can call it pragmatic. It was not pragmatic. So on the good side, right, we should, the question is really what democracy can gain out of AI. So this is the
Do you believe it can gain from AI?
Should. I mean, otherwise we are dying. I mean, we can just close down the virtual.
All right, let's leave it there for the moment. I'll leave them to pick it up.
So can you just say what it will contribute, yeah?
What it will contribute. Pass the microphone to your neighbor. Go ahead.
Okay, yeah, hello, I'm Mark. I have a very simple or stupid question. I understood from the discussion that some of the
simple
people...
question doesn't have to be stupid.
Okay, fair enough. Let's judge afterwards. So it seems that some people are, intelligent and they can judge, but there are many people that are apparently, you mentioned people are stupid and the CEO thinks these people are stupid. Then if we are so stupid as a race or as a species, don't we then deserve to be replaced by AI?
Michaela, anyone else want to come in? Please.
Hi there. AI is...
Introduce yourself.
Okay. I'm Sotiris. I'm representing a meta cluster from Canada. My engineers tell me this every day, that AI has brought humanity in a crossroad similar to human cloning. And speaking of international collaboration, this is an issue that can be dealt in the same way. So my question to the military complex is this. Would the military complex develop AI that is not going to be used against human soldiers during the time they sleep, when they drink water, and can this be accepted by the military complexes globally? Because, for civil applications, we have all the time to develop, but in Ukraine, people are dying every day when hunters do not shoot animals while drinking water or while they're sleeping.
Let me put that to Alexander. As you're at the Royal United Services Institute, In other words, you're in a defense institute.
Yeah, and security as well. Yeah, I think that this is a very good point. And in this regard, again, I think that the main question should be if democracy can survive Russia, if democracy can survive, some other countries having completely different view on these things. And your question about if we can convince, Lockheed Martin or any other, Western defense industry companies to actually use these constraints, it's irrelevant because, again, so like the reality is that right now in Ukraine we have actually AI controlled drones killing human beings every day, including civilians. And this is the reality. And again, so that's why my point was quite simple. So if we want to live in actually a better version of this world, world which would be, led by rules, by values we all share. We need to have, our tools to influence behavior of international criminals, like we do on our, streets internally. If we don't have this toolkit, if we're not able to force, bad will actors to behave, I think that the question just when, not if.
Michael, do you want to come in on the Lockheed Martin issue?
Yes, I do.
You can pass on it if you want.
So we're designing systems that are well-informed of laws of our conflict, Geneva Conventions, general principles, proportionality, the like. So there's that element that we and democracies live by a rule of law, and the way we're designing AI is operating within those same parameters. To describe AI as less discriminating, I think that would be false. I think the way, you go back to history, and we've all had our share of stories, firebombing Japan was indiscriminate. The way AI is now discriminating is more effective to actually conduct mission operations. And ultimately, the human in the loop on that one is the U.S. Code Title 10 sitting authority that makes those decisions.
You're saying there are weapon systems which can respect law, respect international law. Is that what you're saying?
Built with understanding of that, yes.
Wow. Michaela.
Yeah, I wanted to come back to something that you, Alexander, said before, and that is about education and critical thinking and digital literacy. I think all that is designed for the individual. But can we really leave that burden to the individual? I think there is a big role for governments, international organizations, and international actors here to play, to regulate AI in order that it will become something accurate, transparent. We might need some sort of labeling of AI if AI creates images or stories, accountability and protection of genuine evidence. I think it cannot all be put on the individual. Governments, international organizations have a role to play. The question of this panel is, can democracy survive AI? I'm with you, Matt. I think it can, and I have 3 reasons for that.
You think it's under threat?
It's under threat, but I think it can survive. First of all, my kids. When they talk, I have 3 kids, aged 18 to 34. And when they scroll through TikTok, I say, well, you're scrolling so quickly, why aren't you stopping? Oh, Mama, this is nothing. This is just created by AI. This is nothing I need to see. So 1, this is more anecdotal. Secondly, democracies have survived technological and social change, which was fundamental before. And thirdly, a great deal will depend on us and on us now. And I see that AI is developing fast, and the problem is the time. And democracies usually are slow in reacting because they have a process of consulting and getting everybody heard. So, but the time to act is now, is yesterday.
Renata, does that correspond to your reflections? You have a minute, please.
Yeah, I'm more pessimistic here until, we stop kind of allowing big corporations to be pretty much totally in charge of the development of AI until we know what algorithms actually are doing, have access to study them, until there is the end of this monetarization, techno-feudalism, I would say, then we cannot say that there is a democratic oversight of where AI is going. About the weapons, I would say that the war in Gaza has shown us, the use of AI has been absolutely devastating for the civil population. The genocide in Gaza really turned to the AI, the lavender, the gospel, where is daddy, all these machineries actually had a human in the loop. Human had 20 seconds maybe to decide among maybe 500, kind of potential targets. And there was a collateral damage in, the very algorithm, kind of operating it. So this is my huge fear. And what is happening in Ukraine, the first drone, which was recently discovered, that maybe have decided on its own, who might be the target.
Bled, can I just ask you, I'm sitting here thinking, how does the Pope govern? Does he do it by iPhone? Does he do it by laptop? Does he do it by AI? Help us understand how the church is changing. And I'm going to give you a minute only. But you've created that image and impression that something big is changing in a traditional institution like yours.
The Pope is using his iPhone, his smartwatch. The Pope is chatting, is
he on
having
WhatsApp?
conversation with us.
Is he on
also.
WhatsApp?
Yes. But he is governing through his daily relationship with his collaborators, using those instruments. So trying to be informed, trying to listen as much as he can, trying to use his brain, and using the good instruments that we have. So I think that's the point. I would add a concept.
So he's communicating directly with his flock at every level?
At every level it's impossible because we are 1,300,000,000. So.
But you know what I mean.
I would add a concept to what we said. That is, to education, regulation, optimism, etc. I would add shared responsibility. I was impressed to hear important VIPs from high tech coming up and saying, look, there is a danger here, there is a potential threat here, there is a problem here. That's honest, that's responsible. I was impressed to hear you that you said there is a threat here, this CIO is behaving wrong, etc. So we need to build shared responsibility at every level, workers, engineers, governors, etc.
Alexandra, I want to give you the last word because you're doing some important work. And there was a video which we were going to show, which is a bit out of date now. But what work are you doing on this at RUSI?
So I think that what is important to mention is our new book, which was authored by myself and my friend Jack Watling. It's Subvert the State, Ecosystem of Russian Active Measures. It's available on Amazon, and it's about different things, and it's about how actually, because it's mostly about strategic influence operations, so it's how Russians can actually use this natural stupidity more efficiently, also by using artificial intelligence. Not just about this, but cognitive warfare is about people's psychology, not about artificial intelligence, finally. And I personally believe that actually our understanding of these threats, and again, I think that technologies are not threats, so like bad will actors they are. And that's why our permanent center, to actually to analyze Russian intelligence services is very important, because they can use artificial intelligence today, they can use something different tomorrow. But we together need to understand that actually all of these technologies are used by human beings. And this year the center is open just for some selected NATO countries, but the next year we hope actually to invite more, including Slovenia, most probably some others. So let's stay in touch. and let's do it together.
Can democracy survive? That's where we started 59 minutes ago. Thank you very much for being here. You'll all have your own views, but I would say, even if there are worries, we're moving in a particularly positive direction, even if a large number of people still don't understand what we're talking about. But you do, which is great. Thank you all very much indeed.